What is the craziest encounter of rich kid syndrome that you have experienced? My friend is a commercial pilot and works for a large company that has a flight department consisting of several jets and turboprop airplanes. The owner's kids and a group of their friends were granted permission to take one of the jets from the central part of the US to the Bahamas. Upon arriving in the Bahamas, they were meeting other friends and getting on a very large yacht for a week. They realized the yacht was equipped with fine dining food, not the type of food they liked. Junk food. They ordered the pilots to fly back through US customs and to their hometown in the Midwest. Once there, they had to pick up multiple sides of BBQ ribs, burgers, hot dogs, soda, beer and piles of other junk food and fly back to the Bahamas. And do so within a time frame that still allowed them to leave with the yacht on time. It costs roughly $5,000 an hour to operate the jet they were using, and it never even struck the owners as something extreme. Edit. Due to the popularity of this post, I called and got clarification on several points that have been repeatedly questioned. The BBQ, ribs, pulled pork and sauce, was the main purpose for the return trip to the Midwest. If you're from the Midwest, or a southern BBQ city, you know what I'm talking about. They don't have this in FL, period. The other junk food was add-on requests from other guests. The plane owner's son had promised, in the months prior, to bring some of the BBQ he had told his other friends, who he was meeting in the Bahamas, about repeatedly throughout college. He forgot, and was catching hell for it. In an act of boldness, he sent the plane back for it. This is the most extreme example of how thesis planes are used and wealth flaunted within this company. That's with the understanding that wife shopping trips, sending a plane back to pick up a kid after school to come to FL, ball games, hunting and fishing trips, and to dine in a restaurant 3,000 miles away is commonplace. On occasion, these planes and pilots have been used as angel flights to transport ill children and family throughout the country for medical procedures. The pilots for this company aren't paid the best, but are permitted to bring family, spouses mostly, to destinations as space and work schedule dictates. Some senior pilots can stay at company-owned property nationwide if available. Twins in high school. Birthday, I think it was 17. They get matching pickup trucks. Like the sucked up larger than life cool as fuck looking black ones. Twin A is the brat and smashes his in some remarkable time frame. I want to say same day. It was crazy though. Parents decide not to get him another one, though I'm sure insurance probably covered it, even if it was his fault. But regardless, he is going to learn a lesson. The lesson? Take Twin B's truck. He's the responsible one, and crash it on purpose. If he can't have one, neither can his brother. So much recklessness, spite, and downright illegal in what he did. Follow up, not sure if he went to prison/ECT. I do know he wasn't at school the next year, but he very well could have just dropped out. He was pretty sketchy. Twin B was actually a really good guy, but as soon as his brother was gone, he became very quiet. He did eventually get some sort of car, but I remember it was much more toned down to the point I can't remember what it even looked like, but he got something. There weren't many other rich kids at the school, so this whole story stuck out as a huge event when it happened. As a kid, I was piss poor. Like we had no money and barely kept the lights on. My mother did an awesome job and even worked 2 different jobs and went to night school at one point to make a better future for us. I grew up without a lot of things, but it taught me a lot about what you really need in life, which is a roof over your head and food in your belly. Everything after that is a plus really. I had a lot of friends who were way better off than me, but one kid in particular had everything. He was a Jehovah's Witness, so didn't do birthdays/Christmas, but would often just get stuff to kind of make up for it. At times he would beach his mother out for buying him something that he thought was crap or wasn't the right model of something, despite getting loads of stuff which was awesome all the time. He was that kid that had all the games/consoles/toys in the world, but would moan about it. One of the last times I hung out with him, he was shouting at his mother because she had promised him that she would buy him a new guitar. He was learning, but the time of the day had gotten late and she wasn't able to go. Like it was when all the stores were shut, so it was literally impossible. But this kid just kept chewing her out because of it and speaking to her like she was some kind of moron. It was painful to watch, and I was like 14 at the time. I stopped hanging around with him after that. I later heard his mother cracked and had enough of him, then kicked him out of the house. He later ended up being a shoplifter and lived in the local YMCA for a bit. In fairness, I think he's back on track now, but as a kid he was a bit of a dick to his parents. My parents bought me a laptop for my 18th birthday. It was absolutely unheard of in my family to receive gifts as expensive or technological. I cried when my mom handed me it. I was meant to be moving away for university and both my mom and dad had saved up 6 months' wage between them to afford it for me. We all hugged and cried, and it was extremely meaningful and emotional. I went off to university. I was in the dorms one night when my dorm mate, who was a rich white boy from Long Island, brings back like 2 drunk girls and another friend. They start drinking and rolling up weed in the dorm, which I was fine with. It was university, etc. I go to the bathroom down the hall, and when I get back, one of the drunk girls has opened my laptop and is trying to log in. I approach her, and I'm like, hey, that's my laptop, not roommate's. I don't mind you using it, I guess, but let me just log you into the guest account. She goes to move the laptop off her lap toward me and knocks an open bottle of wine onto it. The entire laptop being flooded with wine. She goes, oh, sorry. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude, get a faking towel. Put it upside down. I'm freaking the fuck out. I can't believe it's happening. My roommate starts telling me to chill the fuck out and asks, can't you just get a new one, dude? I start patting down the laptop and I ask them, please, if it doesn't work, can you help me replace it? I need it for my classes, etc. They start laughing at me, saying, why can't your parents get a new one for you? It took 2 weeks of demanding them to buy me a new one before they reluctantly did, as I had to explain to the dorm manager my situation of my family being extremely poor and it being unbelievable that they were even able to get me into university, let alone a new laptop. Luckily he was sympathetic as fuck and helped me arrange for a replacement. But man, that moment of can't you just get a new one made my faking heart blow up. It was more painful than the laptop getting damaged itself. I looked at him and wanted to faking kill him. I'd never experienced rich kid syndrome as succinctly before or since. I hated that faking guy. I actually have a bit of a different story than most of these. Met a friend in Econ 101 on my first day. Pretty humble kid and all around good guy, so we got along well and were in the same study group. Turns out, kid's dad owned like a supermarket chain in HK and his mom is a managing director at a hedge fund on mainland China, and they were sheet loaded. He never let it show though, and I only found out after about 3 to 4 months of knowing him. His parents put him in boarding school when he was a kid, but he said it was actually pretty tough since the school gave zero facts about privilege. Classes were like 1 teacher to every 3 kids and they were hardcore. They eventually sent him overseas for high school in this really upscale place in North Carolina for 4 years. He was one of the most well-mannered kid I knew in college and super humble. Got straight A's throughout college and made me pay attention to, since I was prone to slacking. I ended up doing an internship in my junior year with his mom's fund and she wrote me a letter of recommendation later on to help me get a job. We still keep in touch occasionally, and he's working for a bank in HK now, pretty much following his mom's footsteps. Still come by New York to visit every year and we usually have dinner with ussos. It's really weird cause I see these kids at school driving Audis / BMWs and this kid is just there to study like everyone else, even though his parents might be the most loaded people I've seen at the school. When I was enlisted I worked with a dude that was heir to an orange juice empire. Chillest guy. I knew he wasn't the problem, he was awesome. When we were overseas he realized the BXPX and bank had slightly different rates between the local currency and he worked some Forex magic between the two to get a little extra spending money. The next guy I worked with was the worst, completely clueless. He complained about how he couldn't a satellite signal on his houseboat, so he had to watch DVDs on vacation. This was around 911, so these things weren't cheap. And then we found out his mom was coming on base to clean his room. We found out because his roommate was black and his mom was super racist and she called the cops. So there was that. That was a fun conversation. Edit. I'll add the kid wasn't all bad. His plan for his enlistment bonus was to put it in a CD and then use the CD as collateral for a car loan. That way at the end he would still have his money and a car. I was alright on, and then he pulls this sheet you were the chosen one, and then he wasn't. These stories made my blood pressure go up, lol. So to give your eyes a break, I'm going to share one story of a good rich kid, although it may not be welcome, which is understandable. This person does not have rich kid syndrome, it's just a rich kid story. So generally rich kids don't mind spending their parents' money. When I first met this guy I assumed he was poor, like me, or at most average. He wore the same shirt/pants most days of the week pretty much. He didn't drive an overly expensive car, Honda Fit, etc. Eventually we started going on dates and we went to pizza houses, Chinese restaurants, etc. Very cheap, super low-key. There was no sign of him being loaded at all. He's an international student, and one day, after we got to know each other better, and were already dating for a while, he started talking about how he is not allowed to work in this country. He looked like he was hinting at something, and then asked me if I knew how he was going to school here. Since I had not been close to an international student before, I just assumed that they used their savings, worked their way through it, or took out a loan. Wow, I feel poor now. Then I think about it more. He has an apartment to himself. Goes to school full time, an expensive one at that. Bought a brand new car when he came here a couple years back. What the fuck? How is he affording all of this? Then he dropped the ball that he was rich and his father pays for everything. I kinda just said okay and forgot about it because I actually kinda didn't believe him, but he thought I did. We never talked about the matter again. Fast forward a couple of months. He says he needs help with something on his bank statement and asks me if I could help him. Of course I agreed, and he showed me his bank statement. Y'all, when I saw the numbers I literally almost fell over. I asked him, where did you get all of this money? And he said, I told you, from my dad. Then very lightly and nonchalantly tells me later on that his father is on the top 200 richest persons list in his entire country with a population of about 51 million people. To say I was shook was an understatement, but looking at him, you would never know. Some days he actually slightly resembles a homeless person. Sorry babe, if you're reading this. It's only the days when you don't shower. Close bracket. That being said, he never buys anything, and I mean anything he does not need. He buys food, gas, and pays for rent and electricity. That's it. I have to force him to buy new clothes if I think he needs them, and I have to let him know that sometimes spending money is necessary for fun. He always shops from outlet stores and would never pay more than $15 for jeans, and he has explicitly said that any shirt over $10 is not a shirt he would like to own. He let his hair grow halfway down his back because he did not want to spend $30 to get it cut. He was actually growing it out to donate it, but he never realized he would have to spend money to have someone cut it. I ended up buying some supplies to cut it for him at home. I just think it's a little crazy that technically his dad, is that loaded, but he doesn't buy anything. His dad would let him, for sure, and has expressed that, but he doesn't want to. To put things in perspective, I have $2 and will spend every penny of it on whatever makes me happy at the time, and this man's dad casually sent him $100,000 the other day just for his basic life expenses for the year, and my dude doesn't spend an unnecessary penny. He's admirable, he really is. He is the most down to earth person I have ever met, and he happens to be the most loaded person I will most likely ever meet. I sometimes think he is a little too frugal, but we keep our accounts separate, so it doesn't bother me. Also, he views his money he uses as his dad's money, not money that he has earned the right to use. I hope if I ever have children, that I can teach them to be this responsible and respectful. PS. If he acted even remotely close to any of the other stories in this thread, we would not have made it past our first date. Grew up wealthy, lived in a large house in a nice area, went on nice vacations once a year, and flew across country to see family at least once every 2 years. I didn't have any real concept of money growing up. My friends all came from different background due to the school I attended, but I never put much thought into why friend A lived in a small apartment where they shared a bedroom with their sibling, and I had my own bedroom with a private bathroom in a big house in the suburbs. Hell, our father joined a country club, though we weren't very active in it. I figured it out sometime in high school. Anyway, my younger brother didn't quite get the memo. I was taking to him one day and comparing something to the size of our house. In a very serious tone he informed me our house is small. We are poor. I really didn't know how to respond to that. Years later at almost 30 I think he still thinks the same. The best I can come up with is compared to some of his friends we were poor, and by the time he got to high school the neighborhood was mostly large McMansions. Our house was built in the 60s and wasn't the biggest or the smallest when we moved it. It may have been one of the smallest by the time I left for college and my brother started high school. Edit. Spelling. Grew up wealthy, lived in a large house in a nice area, went on nice vacations once a year, and flew across country to see family at least once every 2 years. I didn't have any real concept of money growing up. My friends all came from different background due to the school I attended, but I never put much thought into why friend A lived in a small apartment where they shared a bedroom with their sibling, and I had my own bedroom with a private bathroom in a big house in the suburbs. Hell, our father joined a country club, though we weren't very active in it. I figured it out sometime in high school. Anyway, my younger brother didn't quite get the memo. I was taking to him one day and comparing something to the size of our house. In a very serious tone he informed me our house is small. We are poor. I really didn't know how to respond to that. Years later at almost 30 I think he still thinks the same. The best I can come up with is compared to some of his friends we were poor, and by the time he got to high school the neighborhood was mostly large McMansions. Our house was built in the 60s and wasn't the biggest or the smallest when we moved it. It may have been one of the smallest by the time I left for college and my brother started high school. Edit. Spelling. To me, my cousins. My entire family has never been rich. We come from poor Scottish immigrants and Native Americans, so there's never been money in the family. My aunt and uncle have been successful in their lives. They give their kids everything they want. They are paying for their colleges and apartments. They bought both kids new cars. I asked for some help with rent from all 4 kids because I take care of her mother, maternal GMA, and have been for several years. I wanted to be able to save money so I could do things for myself. Got called selfish and spoiled. I was appalled. I was a little spoiled when I was a child, but since my teens I've known what it's like to be super poor. I've known what it's like to go without food because my younger brother, much younger, needed the food more than I did. I've been without electricity and running water, not knowing what to do because I was still a child myself. She knew what it was like to struggle because she grew up the same way. The way I saw it, past tense because I don't see anymore, was that it's not right for me to deprive myself of the life or income I could have to take care of an elderly person when said person has 4 children. I have worked since I was 15 and have always taken care of others. Anytime I've tried to do something for myself, I get called selfish and am made to feel bad about the choice I want to make. Someone else's needs have always come before mine. Bottom line, her kids have never suffered or struggled. They have everything they want or could ever wish for. Yes, I'm a little jealous, mainly because they are allowed to actually be selfish without people trying to take the piss out of them. I understand it won't stop until I make the decision, but when you've been beaten down your whole life, how do you learn to rise up and say enough is enough? It's an ability that is learned, and I never did. Thanks for sticking around to read. If you have any tips on how to learn to be assertive, I'd love to hear them. Oh, I'm pretty sure this will get buried, and no one will ever see it. But I was that kid. We grew up crazy wealthy, stupid wealthy. My father was an inventor of sorts, so we would travel around the world buying houses here and there. And we would do this on our yacht, on private planes, and helicopters. I would have been about 7 or 8 years old at the time. That all sort of ended with a nasty divorce, and by the age of 10, we were still very wealthy, but nothing compared to what it used to be like. The problem was, as an 8-year-old kid going on to 10, I had no concept of reality. The life of luxury that my parents afforded me just seemed normal. So when I got out of that world and went to a public high school in the United States, I would ask other kids what kind of helicopter they had, if they had a yacht, and so on. I would look down at them if they had anything less. Boy, those were some hard lessons to learn in life. I didn't realize that people didn't like you if you spouted off all of the things that you had or used to have. If anything, people just resented you. But from my perspective, I just didn't understand. No one ever told us that this wasn't normal. No one ever told us or gave us guidance or even gave us any sort of moral understanding of what is right and wrong or how to treat people properly. Respect was this obscure abstract word. In retrospect, the way my father raised us was disgusting. He was all about money and power and making sure that we knew that we were so much better than everybody else. In the end it was bullshit. And my reality came crashing down hard. It took years to rehabilitate how I treated other people. To set my expectations for myself in a realistic frame was another challenge. Anyways, after about the age of 23, I cut ties with my family. Almost completely. I live by myself, I have a great job, and I will be fine in life. I have no expectations of inheriting anything. God knows, I didn't get anything from my parents when I walked out on them. I was only called names. But I feel good knowing that I worked hard for what I have now. I do have kids, and I think I've made it a mission in my life to make sure that they know that they need to treat people with respect at all times. There's no way I'm gonna let them get faked up like I was. We weren't a wealthy family, but we were upper middle class in an area with a lot of paycheck to paycheck families, so we were doing better than okay. Her senior year of high school, my sister blew up the engine in her car because she didn't know what that red light on the dash that said oil meant and ignored it. So she bought a brand new car. My parents helped her with the down payment and costing the loan, and she was going to make all the payments herself and build her credit. Within 3 months a repo crew showed up at my dad's office looking for HT car because it was 2 payments overdue. She'd made 1 payment and just said fuck that I guess. So my dad wrote them a check. I think she made 1 or 2 more payments, then graduated high school. My parents had this brilliant idea for a graduation present and took over the loan payments for her. A couple months later my sister is sheet-faced drunk, rolls the car into a ditch, and it's totaled. Next thing I know, my sister is raging mad at my parents because they took her insurance check to pay off the loan. She thought that was rightfully her money and the loan was this. When it was clear that she was not going to get her way, she settled into a multi-year long sulk, and at every pretense of an opportunity would launch into her I didn't even get a graduation present prepared speech. Once, and I'm not kidding, like 20 years later she drug out this old chestnut for some reason. And I went off on her, like I was Pink Floyd telling kids they can't have any pudding. I ticked off all the money that our parents had put into that car for her only for her to crash it while drunk, and her only response was yeah, but I was supposed to get a car. That was when I realized that even as a middle-aged adult, my sister was still a terrible person. The following passage was posted to our Madison memes for milk chugging teens, the official meme page of the University of Wisconsin, Madison, a few months ago. We're all still debating whether or not this satire, given the accounts of the posts on our page. Sorry, but I've just got a vent for a minute. So I graduated from a prestigious uni with a BBA almost 3 years ago. My dad owned 2 Mercedes-Benz dealerships, and he passed down the one with lower sales volume to me when I graduated. I'm 25 now, and I always figured by this age I would be making at least $250,000 annually. Unfortunately, I only made just shy of $190K last year. I've set commission caps for our sales representatives and the technicians are already being paid as low as tangibly possible, so there's really no further cost cutting I can do to divert funds to my salary. I hate that I'm giving up 32 hours of my life per week for a middling salary. I literally can't even afford to drive the cars I sell. When I first started the job back in 2015 I bought a 2012 Mercedes C350, but it kept breaking down on me and thus wasn't viable as a daily driver. At this point I had to replace it with a pre-owned 2016 Lincoln Navigator, in addition to my 2009 Pontiac G8 which I have as a softcore performance vehicle. It's humiliating. I feel pathetic. Here I'm living off the scraps of my customers, pulling up in an American luxury car to my own Mercedes-Benz dealership. I just feel pathetic. As a Mercedes-Benz dealer I should be driving a G-Class, no problem. To make matters worse, a friend of mine from college is making more than me. He majored in finance and is making over $220k annually as a corporate investment banker. He was always intelligent, so I expected he'd do well, but not as well as me. He just didn't carry himself well, you know? Yet here I'm being outpaced by this slouchy pose. I'm just so incredibly frustrated, like literally pulling my hair out every time I think about it. One friend of mine dated someone of super wealth. The guy never bragged about it, and for the first few dates, she just assumed he dressed well. Then he invited her back to his place, where he said he lived alone. His place was a very nice townhome on the wealthy side of town. When she followed him in, a butler removed her coat and asked her to remove her shoes, which she had not prepared for, since her leggings had a hole in them. The interior was very plush and decked out with gold fixtures and antiques, but without being too ostentatious. "Would you like a snack?" he asked. They went to the dining room where another maid set up trays and some fresh pastries. Then her and the butler stood along the wall and just waited there. "I thought you said you lived alone." "I do. What about them?" "Who?" "Those two." "What? You mean the help?" He didn't even consider them people. They were background appliances to him. She still ended up spending the night, and they had sex. When she woke up the following morning, she saw her clothes had been cleaned, folded, and pressed, including her underwear, and her leggings were replaced with a new pair of a nicer brand. "Your butler came in while we were sleeping, I guess." "Why? I was naked." "Okay. So was I." He seemed confused why this was a problem. When she left, she noticed her shoes and jacket had been cleaned and repaired. Of course, everyone asks her why she didn't marry him. He just gave off this creepy, disconnected vibe. Man, I have several. I went to college, where there was a decent amount of rich kids. One day in the dining room, a girl was hysterically crying, and her friends were trying to calm her down. The reason? The recession hit, and her dad had to sell one of their yachts. An ex of mine was a consultant for a private helicopter company that occasionally had government contracts. The owner's daughter was the one running the place, through nepotism of course. Throughout my ex's time there she had freaked out about her coffee alarm Miranda Priestley, almost ruined possible contract deals by not having done her research / having the presentation ready. She hands it off for employees below her to do a week to 24 hours before the meeting, and buying a specific brand of helicopters against the advice of my ex. She wasted a pretty penny, and only got a scolding from her father. Another ex was considering ditching his car and just using Uber to work instead. Round trip it would cost him around $80 every day, not including tip. He was considering it because he kept getting into accidents and his parents were getting mad about the insurance premium. Someone I briefly saw didn't speak to his mom for about 2 months because she wouldn't let him use her credit card. This kid is about 25, but his family hasn't given him his trust fund yet, and with good reason. Same guy also refused to use public transportation, I'm guessing because he thought it was dirty. Long but worth it. I went to a fairly average college middle class, and underprivileged kids would go there to get a decent education. This one guy, we will call him Sam, whose family was super rich, bought him an Audi R8 for his 21st birthday. Needless to say it was a very cool car. He was in my macroeconomics class and let's just say the kid wasn't the brightest star in the sky. One day Sam got into an argument with the teacher regarding how Sam was talking during the lecture and he didn't answer a question the teacher asked. Sam then told the teacher that he doesn't need to be in this stupid broke college, and that his dad makes 10x more than the teacher makes. Sam also told the teacher the car is probably worth more than the teacher's house and threw his books across the room, and told the teacher to go fuck himself. Unknowingly the teacher got into trouble with the board of academics, because Sam's dad had made a pretty big donation to the school at the beginning of the year. Now this is the good part. The teacher continued to teach, and Sam was still in the class but all the other students hated him for what he didn't know, that he was a spoiled little shit. One day during class some of the students trashed the hell out of his car. They spray painted his black Audi R8 with words like T/what, knobhead, cunt, dickhead, jackass and had demolished every single part of his car with spray paint and sadly they put batter acid on the roof of the car. Sam finds out about what happened to his car and went on a rampage in the school cafe. We never saw him after that again. He left the school permanently. 5 years passed by and I graduated college and started working at a wireless telecommunications store. One day while I'm at work I see Sam passing by wearing Crocs, shorts and a t-shirt. I called him over and initiated small talk. Turns out Sam got charged with assault and his parents stopped giving him money and kicked him out. He's now an employee at the local Denny's, a diner in Canada, working a 9 to 5 and taking the bus every day. He still talks to his mom and dad, but I think they are making him learn the value of money and how to be a humble person. So, this is not a bad rich kid syndrome I think, but here it goes. When I was a teenager my parents wanted me and my sisters to learn English, so we went to a nice institute after school. It was full of rich kids. My parents were not super poor, but this was a really expensive institute. It was huge sacrifice, and after a few years we couldn't afford it anymore. I don't remember exactly what we were learning that day, but we started talking about food using the new concepts. They were talking about fancy restaurants, what their in-house personal master chef could do, and other things. Then one of the girls started talking about when one day she was alone with her nanny/housekeeper, no master chef this day, and made her white rice with sliced sausages. That was her favorite meal. It was first time she ate that, and she was speaking like it was the best thing she ever tasted. I tried not to laugh. Then I saw my teacher, and she was trying to, so we both laughed. I was like, what the fuck, I eat that shit every day. The other students couldn't understand why we were laughing, and that was even funnier. They all were like 15 to 18, and I just couldn't believe it. She always talked nice things about her nanny. She was always there when her parents weren't. So you could tell she really loved her and loved the meal because of that. But that was funny. Lived briefly with a very awful rich girl. Her parents bought her a beautiful condo, 1.5 million, a rich Jewish neighborhood, had a trust fund that paid out thousands monthly for her to literally do nothing. She went to a fancy law school, passed the bar, did one internship and quit because she didn't like it. By it I mean working in general. She had severe rich people substance use issues. Flew to New York City to bang a doctor for some Klonopin, odd'(d) before that, drank every single day, and slept all day. Did nothing. Didn't leave the house, and still spent $150 bi-weekly for a house cleaner, because she was too lazy to even clean despite doing nothing all day. One time she gave me an outfit for an event, because she never wore the clothes and they didn't fit her anymore. Some things still had tags. I was wearing over $5,000 worth of clothes. I looked them all up. I was the opposite. Grew up dirt poor on welfare with 9 siblings. We all bounced around. Some in foster care, etc. Both parents are addicts. Worked 80 hours weekly to put myself through school, build a life, etc. The things this bitch would complain about, views she had on certain topics, were so faking outside of reality. Like she was completely clueless to her privileges. I'd tell her about my work as a social worker and she'd be like, why don't your homeless clients just buy homes? All that stuff happens here. Basically she threw money at everything and complained all day about things within her power to change but never did. She never realized that the only reason she's not homeless herself is because of money she didn't earn. She acted like she was above me, the people I worked with, my friends, etc. when in reality she was a faking pathetic addict loser. I'm grateful for what I have every day and you could not pay me enough to live like her or be like her. I actually have a relevant story for this. I got sent to a private high school in the suburbs for my last 2 years of high school. Wasn't doing well academically in the big public one that I used to attend. So I encountered a bunch of rich kids, most nice, a couple terrible, and one stood out above the rest due to the sheer volume of money at her disposal, more than I ever thought even realistically possible. She was a Chinese foreign exchange student. Parents were big business moguls in China, probably in bed with the government I'd imagine, and they had a net worth far north of 100 million to my knowledge. They bought a condo in the city I live that they kept operational all year round because every once and a while they had business meetings in the area and didn't like hotels. In any case, they were loaded. Now this girl, she was really nice. Truly a sweet and kind person, not like the rich asshole archetype, but my god, she did not understand what money is at all. She at one point was surprised when I told her that credit cards used actual money because her parents just paid for it. She also had a fairly nice new Mazda that her parents got for her, just one problem: she had no driver's license. So being the economic genius she was, she lent that 2017 Mazda indefinitely to this one guy for the price of a single Chipotle burrito per week. She was never mean about money or condescending, she just didn't understand it and couldn't fathom why people were hesitant to blow $150 on concert tickets to go to a rave with her on like a Thursday night. She now goes to an art school in New York and her parents bought her a cushy condo in Manhattan, so she didn't have to worry about a commute or about renting a place in a less desirable area. I have other rich kid stories from that school, like the kid who got caught drag racing his Audi R8 by some neighborhood watch people and they reported him to the school. Or the other girl whose dad had been disbarred from being a lawyer twice, once for scamming the family of a dead guy by continuing to collect legal fees from the deceased. Or the other kid whose dad was wrapped up in the Wells Fargo scam thing and was facing massive quantities of legal fees and was complaining about government regulation. Or the other kid who became a self-made multi-millionaire at 19 because he taught himself to code to make Minecraft mods and went on to work at a tech startup, which is still by far the most impressive thing I've ever witnessed. Oh, can't forget the other kid who had 2 mansions on his property and one was used exclusively as a party house, or a girl who bummed around Europe for an entire summer off her parents' credit card. Rich people are something else, man. Went to a college full of rich international students, rich city brats and the like. They all used to brag about how they had BMWs. They had to prove they had around 3 million Canadian to even come over here. Most of the Canadian kids I had class with had parents who were also accountants forcing them to take the same program, wearing guxy everything. One day in our ed class we were learning about white privilege, and I was the main target considering I was the only white girl in that class. Now I could get the white privilege bullshit if I wasn't in a class full of overprivileged rich kids who just use their race as a way to float on the backs of people who actually struggle. Basically they were all looking at me when the prof was talking, and one girl straight up dead as stared at me and said, "Must be nice to be white." The fuck? To which I replied, yeah, being raised broke as fuck, accumulating mass amounts of student loans, not having a BMW, and living in the ghetto is faking nice. Wanna trade lives, you ignorant beach. I guess I could have been nicer about it, because I'm sure they have their own struggles, but it bothered me that I was being labeled as privileged because of my skin color, when faking clearly these kids had a way better life overall than I ever will. Ethan Couch. The Affluenza teen. Ethan Anthony Couch, born April 11th, 1997, killed 4 people while driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs on June 15th, 2013, in Burleson, Texas. He was intoxicated, driving on a restricted license, and speeding in a residential area when he lost control, colliding with a group of people assisting another driver with a disabled SUV. 4 people were killed in the collision and a total of 9 people were injured. 2 passengers in Couch's truck suffered serious bodily injury, one with complete paralysis. 3 hours after the incident, Couch had a blood alcohol content of 0.24%, 3 times the legal limit for adult drivers in Texas, and he also tested positive for marijuana and Valium. G. Dick Miller, a psychologist hired as an expert by the defense, testified in court that the teen was a product of affluenza and was unable to link his actions with consequences because of his parents teaching him that wealth buys privilege. It was initially reported that, as part of his sentencing, their son would be sent for teen substance abuse and mental health rehabilitation to Newport Academy, an upscale residential treatment center in Newport Beach, California, with costs upwards of $450,000 annually. The facility offers a 90-day treatment program that includes horseback riding, mixed martial arts, massage, and cookery, interpretive dance therapy, a swimming pool, basketball, and 6 acres of land. He is free, walking around like the rest of us. Remember his victims: Breena Mitchell, 24, who self-stalled on the roadside; Harley Boyles, a neighbor who came to help her; Shelby Boyles, 21. Harlow's daughter, who also came to assist. Brian Jennings, a youth minister who stopped to help while driving by. Sergio Molina, 19, the passenger who has been left quadriplegic. I was made to feel like one of those rich kids once, and I'll never forget it, because it really hurt me, sunk some more of my self-confidence, and made me embarrassed of who I was. And I wasn't even rich. 1990s when I was 14, I had my first real boyfriend. I thought we were in love. Our lifestyles were different, but I didn't realize that meant anything, and how much that bothered him until one night he blew up at me. See, my parents were middle class, home owners, both present small business owners, 2 7-Elevens that they sold to buy a small town grocery store. He lived in a 2-bedroom apartment with his dad who was not self-employed and also worked very hard, often long hours. We were half asleep, over the phone, middle of the night, watching a stand-up comedy act on Comedy Central together, when the comedian made a joke about why do 7-Elevens have locks on the doors if they are open 24 hours. I got a little more rattled than I maybe should have, because I knew the locks were used after hold-ups, while waiting for the police to arrive, which could sometimes take hours. And I fully understood the implications and terror that goes along with this, so I felt the joke was insensitive. He blew up. Not everyone knows that, okay? Not everyone grew up in your Norman Rockwell world or owned 7-Elevens. I was so embarrassed and hurt that I just apologized, and we hung up. Not long after he ghosted me. True story, I was friends with a member of Saudi royalty. Not really sure what/how he is royalty, but I'm sure he was never bullshitting. I say friends because, although we enjoyed each other's company and kept in touch for a while, I do not view him nor many people as a true friend. For a true friend is one you know will always have your back, whether it is in a fight or giving you advice you do not want to hear to better your life. He wasn't your typical rich kid, in the sense he wasn't a complete faking asshole. He was actually quite nice and enjoyed just being goofy and laughing. Nothing was too serious for him, even if it was a serious situation. We had a lot of fun, and although I would attempt to pay for some things, he would flat out refuse. But yeah, he was filthy rich to the point of when he left my country, he had no intentions of taking his $120,000 souped up Dodge Charter, R/T or SRT8, I can't remember. He asked me if I wanted it. Not really knowing him too well/his background, I politely declined, saying that I already had a car and that there would be nowhere to store it. Yeah, most of you are going to be like, you're such an idiot, and yeah, I am. My car was a 2002 S530 worth maybe 10k, his, in its current state, being worth well over 50k. Also, I did not know if there were any liens or anything on his car, although I doubt it. But rather to inquire and potentially get an awesome vehicle for free, I declined. Not only because I did not know the car's situation, but it would be too big of a gift to accept. I'm just not the type of person to accept free things. I like to work for what I receive. If you were to offer me $1,000 on the street for walking by you, I would refuse it. I know I can be viewed as bizarre in this sense. He ended up leaving his car to his roommate, who sold it for cocaine. He also gave the roommate all the furniture in the apartment, brand new, awesome furniture, and paid the apartment's rent for the entire next year before leaving. Anyways, yeah, this actually happened. MO, if you're reading this, I hope you are doing well, and still jing to this day. Some of those songs you showed me still resonate with me today, and I truly enjoyed the nights you would spend entertaining me and others at your apartment, with drinks, your jing skills, and most importantly your presence. Oh boy. I live in a really wealthy suburb of Nashville. My dad caught a lucky break with work and we are able to live a great, fulfilling life, but I know what it's like to know you have money problems. These kids don't. I go to a public school, not even one of the 50k a year privates here. My first story was in 8th grade when a girl, the daughter of a famous sports coach, told our teacher, I need the homework for the next 2 weeks. We are going to one of our houses in Italy. Freshman year, I got to see the cars. There were 8 G-Wagons, 2 Aston Martins, and I didn't bother to count the QX80s and Porsches and sick trucks. This girl whose dad is a prominent country singer, got a black, lifted G-Wagon for her birthday and complained because she wanted a Tesla. At tennis, a kid got hit by my serve and her mom threatened to sue me for assault. We actually got sued because in a storm, the fence the neighbors owned fell and landed in their koi pond, and they thought our garden compromised the integrity of the fencing. My neighbor, a retired stock analyst, was recently arrested for securities fraud. Far by the craziest came from a girl from Hong Kong. She's really into the streetwear scene and gives her friends hundreds of dollars of clothes and gifts. She has a major weed addiction, but she listens to a ton of rap and thinks it's cool. Her plug goes to another school, so she drove to downtown Nashville and purchased half a faking block of weed and brought it to school. She left it in her S-Class and was showing it off in the morning. That same day, we had a dog team come in and sniff the school on an anonymous tip. She tried to run. The dog tackled her. She broke her leg. Dad threatened to sue the school for creating an environment where dangerous thoughts were bred. For fact's sake, people, control your kids before a police dog does it for you. Woohoo boys, this is a long one. More of an entitled kid than rich kid syndrome, but they're basically the same. I work at a ranch. Basically all the riders there suffered from rich kid syndrome, and I was but the lowly stable hand who had to work for his lessons. So, I'm a total beginner at 15. Never ridden a horse in my life. I get put on the most beginner friendly horse possible, a lovely Rocky Mountain mare by the name of Godiva. Smooth gait, well tempered, ready and willing to deal with me being an idiot, not to mention beautiful. So I work my ass off in the hopes that I actually get to ride that afternoon. I got there at 8 in the morning. Lessons began at 3. I do everything I can. Pressure wash the barn walkways, dust, sweep, do some extra grooming, clean and reorganize some tack, and a shit ton of sheet shoveling. Plus feeding and grooming their other pets, 2 pigs, a bunny, and a bunch of dogs. I'm not saying I hate my job, but it was a lot. 3 o'clock comes around, and I'm bouncing in my seat, ready to go. One of my very first riding lessons. I'd even get to trot around with some of the pros and learn from them. My trainer/boss comes out, the other students start arriving. Of course, they're all in their expensive riding gear, custom tack, etc. I'm in dirty jeans and a now permanently stained t-shirt. Definitely don't fit in with the crowd. I spend some time helping get the horses out, grooming, tacking up, meeting the parents. All the parents were shockingly nice, asking questions about my riding experience, school, why I started volunteering. And then this one chick, a student, maybe like 12, better than me at riding, short and tiny. I'm tacking up Godiva, baby talking her, telling her how good she is, how happy I'm to ride her. And then this little girl comes up with her helmet under her arm and says, "You're not riding her." I'm a nice guy, but not in a weird insult way, so I just kinda chuckle and explain that she's the most beginner friendly horse for me. I ask if she wants to ride Rience, a Friesian, one of the most expensive breeds out there, plus my favorite horse, and she turns me down before I even finish. She's determined on riding the only horse I have the capacity to ride. Starts pitching a fit. She's starting to frighten the horse, so I back off. I'm losing my hearing, so I have to get really close to people to talk to them, so I find my trainer and discuss it with her rather than shouting. She says yeah, I'm riding Godiva. I explained what this beachy little bowl of soggy cornflakes said, tell her she's frightening the horse, and my trainer just nods and disappears. Still trying not to cause a ruckus, I leave the horse with Richie Rich, Beach Edition, and disappear to give my favorite horses some hugs, so I can keep myself calm. Bit later, trainer gets me back, has me take Godiva into the arena and hop on. The lesson goes fine, but I don't see the little girl around. Then when I come back, this girl, now half as dirty as I am, has to put all the tack away, give the horse a bath. She was sweating from the ride, etc. Turns out she's been really beachy before, and got warned that she'd have to muck out the stalls and such if she did it again. But hey, at least Godiva didn't have to deal with her. Went on a date with this one guy. Tinder profile shows up, really smart, and he was an entrepreneur. The profile pic was of him with his dog in a nice park. Later found out that is his backyard. So there were check marks next to the top 2 qualities I love in a man. Smart and dog lover. Sweet. Now, I live on my own. At the time, pay my bills, have a side business and work full time, have a car, money to do extracurricular activities on the weekends and all that jazz that a 25-year-old would conclude to be successful. I swipe right and 15 minutes later I'm engrossed in a sapiosexual relationship with this guy and it's going great. Funny conversations with intellectual banter, the works. So later during the evening we decide on a date. I tell him I'll pick him up and woo him in person with my effervescent personality. Sidebar, I'm a guy. Date day, I roll up in my 2016 Chevy Cruze LT to this massive driveway that I've only seen Napa Valley at or Winnery. Well, fuck me, I think to myself and giggle because no pun was intended at all. He comes out, I get the passenger door for him and we are off to dinner, then a stroll in the Arboretum. Date went fantastically. Two-way, in-depth, involved, and focused conversation the entire time. Lots of laughs happened, and hand-holding and some kissing. Fast forward 2 days, no call no text during the second phase of courting. Waiting dating. So I take it upon myself to break the silence and follow up with an inquiry of a second date. The response blew my mind considering how the date went. I'm sorry, but you drive a Chevy Cruze. That's like a Honda, but worse. Everything else about you is perfect, except that you lied about being wealthy. I was under the impression you had lots of money, because you own a side business and work full time, and live on your own. Everything else about you is perfect. I'm going to pass. Not once did finances come up in any conversation and my job titles were in my profile. Gosh, so I have nothing like anyone else's stories, but I went to a private well-known university with a lot of rich kids. Some just disappeared during midterms, or took mental health days. This really rich South Korean kid only showed up once a month in my 4x a week morning Japanese class and still passed the course. I'm sure his parents were donors or something. In one class this girl who sat in front of me always let her jacket fall to the floor. Being the, unfortunately, non-rich person that I'm who was raised right, I told her jacket was on the ground. She just nodded and ignored it. So I picked it up and placed it on her chair during the break. It was a brand new Burberry jacket. Another day in another class, eavesdropped on a group of girls deciding where to go for spring break. I referred to these types of conversations in my head as country hopping, since they would literally tour an entire region in a week and act like it was no big deal. And here I was applying for credit cards and trying to use leftover financial aid money just to afford my used textbooks in the school store lol. One last story, my mom really enjoyed watching that rich kids show at the time and told me to look for Edge Johnson since he would be on campus. I did see him one day, waiting for the tram decked out in designer clothing, with a Louis V bag and designer shades stepping onto the transportation. He looked like a model walking the runway. I thought about taking a picture as I sipped my $1 McDonald's coffee, but I didn't want to seem like too much of a peasant so decided to just keep walking. In order to graduate from my high school, all seniors had to give a 30-minute speech in their English classes on some aspect of their lives that shaped them, how it connects to the assigned readings that year, along with playing a video or a song, or bringing in pictures, or whatever. Mind you, the district my school was in was massive, and in one of the only suburban areas in my state, thus meaning there would be kids on food stamps and welfare sitting next to kids whose parents were both doctors. This socioeconomic naturally caused tension between kids throughout the years, so part of this project was to show that no matter what, we can all experience the ups and downs of life. It really was eye-opening and brought a sense of camaraderie before graduation anyway. The year I graduated there were a lot of good speeches in my English class. Kids talking about finding out they were adopted, loss of a parent, mental health issues, you have it. Then this kid in my class, who was a known fuckhead, super rich, both parents were lawyers, waltzes up and says, well, I wrote this at like 10 last night, so. And then continued on to say, but I've never had anything bad happen to me. It just doesn't happen. The closest thing was when I went to a party and made some questionable decisions and drove my car off the road. but I was fine. Yeah, my parents were kinda mad, but it all worked out in my favor because they bought me a Benz. Then he played a clip from DBZ and sat back down. I'm not certain if this is considered the craziest, but I went to an elite boarding school, which I will not name, and as with most, if not all schools, there was a no alcohol or drugs policy. Of course, being mostly the children of the 1%, it was not unusual for certain people to receive preferred treatment, and depending on how much money your parents donated to the school, aside from the tuition, you could get away with a little misbehavior or a lot. I personally engaged in shenanigans, but was never caught. I had friends kicked out, usually because their parents didn't donate a lot of money. But the one thing that really frosted my eyes was one student who was sort of a friend, though only by circumstance. But for the most part, any student caught drunk or high would be at the very least sent before the disciplinary committee or at worst, kicked out. This guy would get caught stumbling drunk practically every weekend, and not only would he not get in any trouble, but any staff finding him this way would simply usher him to his room and tell him to stay there for the night, and that was it. He was never even yelled at for his behavior. Of course, I'm sure it helped that his father donated the sports complex, which was about $10 million back in 1990, and guys like that never seemed to get in any trouble. I'm sure he must be a well-adjusted and kind-hearted individual now, with an appreciation for accountability. In a school that was populated by princes, princesses, and the children of the 1%, it was a real eye-opener for a kid whose parents may have been affluent, but raised us to be very different people, never gave us money, made us work from the age of 16, etc. After reading a lot of these stories, my experience seems a lot less extreme, but I'll still tell it. I dated a girl who was substantially better off than me. Family money for us was really tight growing up. Her family wasn't 1% or anything, but very upper middle class. Vacation homes, fancy private school, etc. At first I was like, why would I care how much money her family has? We love each other. But over time it became so clear how out of touch her and her family really were. Her dad would park in loading zones because he would rather pay the parking ticket than find a spot. Her family also made offhand comments about how much of a disadvantage public school kids were right in front of me, even though I went to public school. And, mind you, I went to an excellent public school. It culminated in her having an argument with her father that led to 6 months of her not speaking to him. He would come into her room and ask a question, and I was forced to speak for both of us because she refused. I finally told her off because she was complaining that he was late paying her sorority dues. I was like, aren't you still not talking to him? And you expect him to pay tons of money? She just told me to not make this about myself, whatever the fact that means. She was a good person, just so out of touch that she would do some pretty shitty things. I went to an international boarding school in the UK, and in my second year met Kenneth. The impression I got was that his family were high up the chain in some big Chinese multinational corporation and earning millions. Not sure I ever quite got the full picture on that one. It transpired that his parents had given him an allowance of £5,000 for the next 3 months. He was honestly concerned that it might not be enough. First time I'd ever seen my housemaster look speechless. My other roommate was Luke. I'd roomed with him the year before. We already hated one another. I rapidly discovered that Kenneth was also a total dickhole. Those first couple years were not exactly pleasant. But here's the thing, Luke was a total pushover for Kenneth. Did basically whatever he told him to. I have a vivid memory of Kenneth literally macking it rain while Luke did a shitty little dance for him. I reconciled with Luke immediately after we stopped living together. Turns out we are just not compatible. Room is fat Kenneth though. That guy was a dickwaffle. Rich as hell, but a total faking dickwaffle. I still hate his guts 17 years later. Used to have a girlfriend at uni. Here's some bullet points. May need to put up some background. So this is a shithole country. A very class divided shithole country. Either you're poor AF or rich AF. Dying middle class, of which I'm part of, studying on one of the most prestigious universities in the country, barely making ends meet. Here's my story. Age 19, she owned her own apartment. Parents were divorced. Dad had all the money. She ended up convincing dad she really needed the apartment next door to store stuff. She moved her mom there. Twice a month she would complain dad's money wasn't enough. She got the equivalent to $1,500 bi-weekly. After some argument in which I hated to stay late at her apartment, I lived on a different city, like a 2-hour trip, she actually convinced her dad to help her buy a property in my city. So both her cars had a really small trunk, as she told her dad. Swapped both her cars for SUVs. SUVs were a pain in the ass mileage wise. Most of our driving was done in a 30 km/h city with freaking traffic jams every day. So she decided to get a small car for those times 90% of the time. When our relationship was dying, yes, it has some perks, but money does not bring that much happiness. She took me on yet another all-inclusive trip to some kick-ass island. Sometimes hanging out, she was like, oh, you shouldn't wear this tonight, then went to buy clothes for one night crap and left perfect clothes on the shop, because why would you bother carrying them? We are going to have fun. You can come tomorrow and buy them again. Going out, partying. Close group of friends. She would always pay for all 15 to 20 people partying hard. An investment, she called it. When we broke up, she threw up a tantrum and bought herself some greater property in Manhattan. Kept teasing me with the come here and live with me, everything's going to change crap. As if it wasn't enough, she bought yet another property on some upscale place at Boerum Hill. So now she owns like 5 properties around the globe. Weird flex, but okay. She sent me a Leica Deluxe 3 camera as a chill out gift. Needless to say, I returned it. That sheet costed more than my car. I would have been set for life, but fuck. I dated this girl for about half a year before we broke up, because we were from completely different worlds and just couldn't find enough in common to keep the relationship going. I knew she was rich, but I didn't know how fuck you rich she was. She basically asked me to accompany her on one of her shopping trips and asked me to wear something nice. Apparently it wasn't good enough, because the first thing we did on that trip was to go and get me a new shirt and slacks. We walked into one of the shops, and basically from the start there was like a butler following us around, and there were waiters walking around, handing out flutes of juices and cute little bite-sized cakes. I was completely blown out of the water by then, but it got even better. She basically just walked around the shop picking out clothes and handing them to the butler guy. Once she was done, we were escorted into another room where all the clothes she picked up were placed onto mannequins, where she would further inspect them. When she had finalized her selection, she basically just signed a piece of paper and walked out. She did not try on a single piece of clothing. I asked her about it, and apparently the shop had her measurements, and the designs she selected would all be custom made to fit her. She didn't even bother checking the prices of any of the pieces. At that point I was completely overwhelmed and actually really intimidated that we were dating, and sure enough, we broke up about a month after. It was a really cool experience though, one that I'm sure I will never get to see again. My family is working class, but I ended up at a top 10 university, where at least 30% of the students were kids of Fortune 500 CEOs or wealthy international students, most of whom were out of touch with reality. My craziest encounter was with an international hotel heiress, who was a friendly kind-hearted girl, but thought money was the solution to everything. Her ex got into a fight with her because of their different values. She wanted to make him feel better by renting out a fancy lounge in LA for $100K and flying all his friends out. Needless to say, that didn't fix the underlying problem and their relationship didn't last long. Later, her parents got the bill and threatened to disown her if she kept spending like that. In a way, I pitied her. She didn't have many true friends and a lot of people took advantage of her because of her loose spending. In fact, she told me of several instances where classmates stole cash and clothes from her home. I was close enough with her to tell her to stand up for herself, which she later did, and appreciated by offering me an Hermes Birkin bag, of which she has a dozen. I turned that down, as I think those bags are ugly, and funny enough, she still asks me for financial advice today. I had another classmate whose biggest life struggle was growing up in the poor part of Greenwich, Connecticut. He complained constantly that his parents only make $1 million a year. He also resented his dad for being laid off during the 2009 recession and selling their vacation house. Heavens forbid they only live off the $500k a year his mom brought home. Poor him. Weirdly, it's in a good way. A mate of ours at uni turned out to own a significant chunk of the UK, as in a significant percentage of the landmass. We'd known him for about 2.5 years when he let slip about a car he was looking forward to driving that summer. A couple of us are petrol heads and realized it was like one of 3 left in the world or some crazy sheet. So we just asked him outright. I mean, we knew he wasn't poor and that his folks sure as shit weren't struggling financially, but we realized that maybe he wasn't quite just a bit better off than us. So yeah, turned out he's a viscount and will be a duke when his dad dies, and they own a faking stupidly large estate and chunk of England. Made no differences to any of us in any way, as I say he was a long established mate by that point. Since leaving uni he still had a normal life, married a normal working class girl, and works his ass off like everyone else. He'll just be a duke one day and have not much cash, but assets worth faking millions and millions. But yeah, my best rich kid story is about a rich kid we didn't know was rich, and by the time we did it didn't matter, and it didn't change shit. Once of the genuinely nicest and humblest humans I know. I went to a Vancouver area high school in the late 2000s with a large 85% Chinese immigrant population. Most were pretty nice people, but there was a specific subdemographic of very rich mainlanders who openly admitted that they were only here for a Canadian education, passport and social services. To make it into the upper class in China you need to be willing to step on everyone in your way, and it shows. You also need to prove your loyalty to the state, which explains the attitude. I hung out with this one kid for a while, and he was always flaunting his wealth. Mind you, he was 16 and had never earned a penny in his life. It was all dad's money. These kinds of kids drove to school in Lamborghinis with the mandatory new driver stickers on the back. One day during lunch break he wanted to buy bubble tea from the student-operated school store. He opened his wallet and produced a wad of $100 bills, no smaller denominations or pocket change. Apparently they accepted that and gave him back around $95 in small bills and change. He seemed annoyed they'd given him coins. He turned to me and said, "Why they give me this? Is worthless." Now, I'd spent my whole life very poor up to that point, and he knew it. I watched as he took the coins in his hand, slouched over to a garbage bin, and dropped them right in front of me. There were $1 and $2 coins among them. I couldn't believe my eyes. All told there was maybe $5 there. Then the faker gives me this big smirk and eventually moved along. I waited for him to round the corner, then reached in to fish out as many as I could. It was more cash than I carried on most days. I went to the cafeteria and bought myself a sandwich. I stopped hanging out with him after that. I know I'm posting to this a bit late, so this will probably get buried, but I have a few. One of my best friends that was so shocked that a bank account could go below $1,000 that he called his bank to see how it happened, still couldn't understand how, and was sent to a branch of the bank to talk to the manager of the location, and it still took him an hour and a half to understand the problem. Then later on the numbers on the ATM turned red when he overdrew the account. He thought that he simply transcended normal banking and proceeded to brag about it. This same friend as a kid/young teen kept ordering a sushi from his family's chef that cost $3,000 a pound for just one of the ingredients. He ordered over $30,000 of sushi in a week. He also insists on replacing his cell phone as soon as there is a scratch anywhere on the phone. Not completely unreasonable in itself. The part that's crazy to me is that even if the scratch is super small on the back of the phone, under the phone case, and can only be seen at a certain angle in the light, he still insists on replacing it. He also complains that $120,000 is a tight budget to buy a car. Lastly, in an attempt to keep him from talking openly about having money, his mother hired 3 guys in a van to kidnap him, jump out of white van, bag overhead, and all, while he was out on a walker, tie him to a chair in an empty factory, only to be unmasked to see his mom. I just remembered that he has also mentioned that when he was a kid he wanted a go-kart track in his family's backyard, so after a week they built it, a full-size track. He said he used it for a week then never again. My friend also said on the first day learning to drive he backed up into one of their G-Wagon and they told him to just keep driving and it will be fixed by the time they get back, and in a similar story it took a week to realize a car was backed into their pool and just left there. Just out of college I worked as an office manager for a nursing home. I handled all aspects of accounting and payroll as well as liaison for patient families. Self-pay patients, those who did not need financial assistance or were not covered by any insurance, were given access to some luxury options like newspapers, television, and telephone, hairdressing, etc. A daughter of one of our long-term self-pay patients came in one day and wanted to have a chat. Of course, I chatted with family members every day, but I had never met this woman before, even though her mother had been there for ages. She brought her mother's bill in with her, and she looked flushed. I asked how you could help her, and she was visibly shaking as she asked who had given us authority to charge my mother for a newspaper and for a haircut. And she insisted, or lawyers will be involved, that we reimburse her for every such item we have ever dared to charge. Well, your mother authorized it. She asked for these services. We provided them. It's all in the care package we gave you and her upon her admission. And these signed order slips we have going back 6 years. Fire from eyes, steam from ears. This is my inheritance you're spending. Beach didn't get a penny back, and next month her mom got a pedicure as well. Can I talk about my rich kid grandparents? My grandfather recently got caught having an affair. No worries apparently. They still live together. She does his laundry, cooks him dinner, irons his clothes. But now she gets an allowance. $3,000 a weekend to take to the casino. My dad would take her there and she would let him and my stepmother use her free food points to eat while she blew her money away. She won $50,000 one time while they were there. They had been taking her for a year now and keep her company. She tipped out all of the casino workers, random regulars. Didn't give my dad shit. You got a crab cake. Sometimes she would even bring out a box of candy to them for taking her. We have a family business that I stopped working at because it was toxic as balls. Constantly ends against the company for unpaid taxes. All the while my grandfather takes trips to Italy, Russia, and Spain with his new girlfriend. Reaches VIP status at the casino for spending God knows what. Gives out bonuses at work that my dad saw nothing of. It's faking weird. My branch of the family may not be seeing the spoils, but my dad is happy in his small house. I'm happy in my 2-bedroom apartment. I'm glad I'm not insane like them. I grew up in a very affluent area, although I was just lower middle class. A friend of a friend's dad had a half-decent car collection. We used to drive through Nelly Gale tearing up lawns in BMWs, 911s etc. I wasn't there the night that it happened, but one time the brother found out why the 911 should be respected. It fishtailed out of control and right into the living room wall of a house. It took him several tries before he got it unstuck, but the damage was done. Another person's parents made it pretty big before he got old enough to value $1. His parents were middle class, but his dad mortgaged the house ECT point to start a mortgage company. Before long he was making millions per year. Their son, my friend, crashed BMWs, Mercedes, ECT point before they got him a fully decked out H1 HUMVE. This is when those were fairly new. They lived in a gated community called Coto di Casa, in a house that Madonna gave up on. They owned several famous people's houses actually. Well, the guy being the asshole he was, used to drive the Hummer down sidewalks, smashing into light poles, street signs etc. He would just fix it up after, including custom rims, motor etc. Spoiled sheet. A girl I went to high school with used to toss her Sony Walkman away when the batteries died. She did all the rich girl / mean girl shit you see in movies. Her house parties were legendary when her parents weren't home. She asked for a baby blue Nissan 300ZX when they first came out. They have her a pearlescent white one. She lost her sheet. So they bought a baby blue 1970s Ford Limited, and she had to drive that for the rest of the year, until she graduated or not drive at all. I'm never impressed when I meet rich and famous people and my wife can't figure out why. but they are just people, and generally, their kids are assholes. Fun to hang out with, but will throw you under the bus, so they can maintain their lifestyle at any cost. More naive than anything else, but it still makes me laugh. So, I go to a private high school. Most of the families are pretty normal upper middle class for sure, but they are in touch with reality. Some kids, not even the most rich ones, honestly were in such a curated bubble that it was hard to believe. One night, after school, I'm driving one of my friends to go get dinner before our late rehearsal that night. At that time, my brother and I were sharing a car. The car I usually had to myself was in the shop indefinitely for complicated reasons. It was inconvenient, but totally manageable, and I was never going to complain about a car my parents were willing to pay for and let me use. My friend points out that I'm not driving the car I normally have, and I explain the situation to him. I joke that it's not as nice as the car I had before. I went from a 2011 Mini Cooper to a 2003 Mazda, but I was happy to have any car at all. My friend's response was rather different. 2003, that's as old as I am. He was taken aback. I laughed and admitted that it is an old car and it's not perfect, but it runs reliably and it gets me where I need to go. My friend still seemed kind of confused. Why don't you just buy a new car? He's a sweet kid, but he's the only child of 2 doctors, and it shows. I don't know how rich kid this is, but it still demonstrated a difference between the classes. Context: my boyfriend's parents are still together and quite well off due to very hard work and good life choices, so things have been easier for him than most. His schooling was completely paid for, and he was encouraged to live at home while he was at college, so he acquired no housing/food debt during that time. My parents are divorced and chose not to pay for any of my schooling, and, due to them making enough combined, I didn't qualify for government schooling assistance, so I had to pay for everything myself, plus I had to move to another city for schooling, so I couldn't live at home. He is not a rich kid, but we do definitely have some different life experiences. A couple of years ago, a coworker's father was dying. She had to take random days off work because he would take a turn then recover, that kind of thing. I was talking to my fairly new boyfriend at the time about how I felt for her and how she was stressed because she wanted to be with her dad, but she was out of vacation days and needed to work because she's basically a single parent to her son. He seemed astounded that anyone would choose work over staying by a dying parent's bedside. I agreed with him. That obviously would be ideal, but unfortunately not everyone has the money to do that. Bills don't stop because your parent is dying, and sometimes one shift can be the difference between being able to pay a bill or get groceries or not. He very quickly replied, well, then you get your family to help you out. I just paused, then replied, what if your family doesn't have money to help you? What if they are living paycheck to paycheck as well? He went very quiet, like he hadn't considered that this could be an issue. Eventually he replied, wow, that would be awful. He is a very hard worker and earns every dime he makes and is very willing to listen to other people's perspectives, but occasionally he will say something that shows he grew up very differently from some people and doesn't realize it. Went to a university where some students' families had bought their students admission. Freshman year, I went to my dorm room on the 4th floor at hallway end. Saw a pair of hands on the bottom edge of the window. Checked it out to find a young man hanging outside the window. Watched him crawl back in. When I asked him what he was doing there, he said that at his very wealthy prep school, they had told some wealthy international kid, a prince's son, that this was the custom in the US for greeting the pizza delivery guy, and he always wondered how it felt. No respect for life, not even his own. This was the grandson of one of the most famous wealthy names in the country, who in fact did donate a new building to gain the students admission. I'm not sure he ever went to class. Sophomore year I checked on him to find him, and some cronies betting what today would be about $330 on the cut of card all night long. I tried explaining to them how unbold this was from a statistical perspective and that there was no skill. Couldn't get them to understand. It wasn't so much that he threw money around or anything, it was just that the thought processes were so off/not normal about money or life. I genuinely worried about him for lack of all common sense reasons, and this made me a little fond of him, but I mostly avoided him because I wanted to educate him about real life too badly. And didn't have the time and had the innate sense that he had no ability to attach to friends, and I take friendship very seriously. I think he was done with the college experience after 3 semesters. Called himself by a fake first name, so people were less likely to connect who he really was. He wasn't a bad guy, just not fully human by a long shot. Does it still count if the family was poor, both parents working many jobs with long hours and still needing social assistance? If so, my ex-BFF or just shy of 10 years, this may be a bit long to forgive me. At first, since we met at age 9, I figured he was just a brat / jealous of new baby sister / upset at having to switch schools middle of the year. He was mouthy to his parents or anybody who tried to tell him what to do. But, again, my 9-year-old brain rationalized it to him being a kid and that he'd grow out of it. We didn't start really hanging out outside school until I was 11 or so, and my other best friend had moved out of town. I noticed he was still mouthy and disrespectful, and figured okay, he's a jerk, but he means well, as he was a decent enough friend and cared when it mattered. I was jealous because he always had a cell phone or the newest Nintendo, but knowing his parents were poor, I figured they were second-hand / borrowed from better off relatives. By the time we were 13 over 14, I only kept him around because he was now my only friend. Didn't realize till years after the friendship ended that he had driven off any and all friends I had besides him so he could have his favorite victim all to himself. He was and likely still is very abusive in every way and should be avoided at all costs. He had a new laptop, Sparks, phone while his little sisters had a junky, how the hell is it working, N64 and cheap, held together with duct tape GameCube. Those were still newish at the time. I asked how he managed to save up for all his tech, and he said I didn't. Mother and father bought it. I was floored. He was dressed in name brands, while his parents and sisters wore second-hand clothing. The mother often stitching worn clothes together to make them last longer. If the parents tried to parent him, he'd scream the house down. All the kids had ad/autism. My ex-friend had made his sisters worse because they mimicked him / his actions, and I later learned he was abusive to them as well. And that he had an older brother that literally convinced his parents to legally give him to the grandparents to avoid him. He'd bite hard enough to break skin and assault anybody who told him no. He didn't understand why I didn't tell my parents to fuck off when they wanted me to do chores and tried to get me to. I never. My mother would have shot me. By the time we were 16, I was so afraid of him, I virtually became his maid and often took the brunt of his anger to save his mom and sisters the torment. His parents split by then. My reward? I got to spend loads of time with him away from my somewhat abusive mother. He was my safe place and he knew it. He'd often buy me jewelry, my fave foods, and despite saying he didn't like women, I didn't realize I was trans until after the friendship ended. He'd often spend money on me, hair dye, books, art supplies, and treat me like he would a partner. If something he had broke, he'd fix it just enough to work and give it to his sisters to fight over, knowing they total it, and he'd just beach out his mother until she bought him what he wanted. Though wouldn't sell me the consoles / laptops when he mentioned wanting a new one. His system was get thing keep until he gets his worth from it / newer model available, beach how thing is boring, break / fix just enough to blame sisters, get new thing and repeat. Around when he'd say he was sick of it, I'd offer to buy it from him and he'd refuse / insist I just beached at my parents to buy me one. The friendship ended via FB because he couldn't be bothered to walk the 5 minutes to my house, and when I went to his, he'd send his mom and sisters to convince me to leave. When we were 18, I had gotten sick of his abuse and had found out he had tried sleeping with my girlfriend. But he managed to convince everyone I was at fault, so when he left, any mutual friends we had went with him. Looking back, trash took itself out. He still has all the new tech he could ever want and thinks he's better than everyone. But I won, if winning is even possible. How? His brother cut him out years ago but still contacts me. His dad is a homeless druggie, but still greets me and treats me like he did his own kids. His mom remarried, took the sisters, and moved to the States to live on a farm with her new husband. She couldn't force him to go with her, so, as a final act of charity, her new husband paid for the house, so he'd not be homeless, but he's on assistance for paying bills, and cut ties except for a message here and there. But, when she came to visit, she visited me as well, and upon finding out I was trans, she offered to let me move with her and the girls, who by the way, are doing so much better, since leaving their brother behind. But my family refused, since they don't like this family / don't know I'm trans because they are bigots. I knew I was trans by age 15. He beat me up and forced me to hide it because he was trans too and didn't want to share the spotlight. And yes, while I'm on assistance, I'm living at home and looking for work / trying to go to uni. This will help me. I also have a social life, friends, and am bettering myself. He lives in that house with his cats, boyfriend, and every so often contacts me and tries to lure me back to him, promising that he's changed and still loves me. Beach, I know I'm stupid, but I'm not that stupid. Sorry this is so long and rambly, running on no sleep, and really, there's no way to explain how this guy acted as a whole. Oh dear, I could write a book about this. I went to a very good and well-known private boarding school. If you're from the UK, you would probably recognize it. 98% of my classmates were extremely wealthy, my ex not being an exception. He was from a very well-established and old English family. Dating him, there was never a dull moment, to say the least. Maybe not the craziest encounter, but definitely the most memorable one was when we started dating, and I took him to a popular fast food chain, think McDonald's or Burger King. I was running late and didn't want him to wait for me for too long, so I told him to order for himself and wait for me inside. As I walk in, I see him standing by the door looking as confused as ever. Mind, I was running late good 15 minutes at this point. I ask him why he's waiting by the door. He looks at me with a poker face and tells me that he is still waiting to be seated and cannot find the host. As it turns out, it was his first time at a fast food place and he's never been to a place that did not have a host / hostess. After I explained to him that this kind of places don't have a host, we make our way further inside. After a number of other incidents such as being bewildered that there is no table service and wine menu, we finally make our way to a table. At this point I'm already quite amused, but it is not where the story ends. We put our trays down, and he looks at me expectantly. I'm about to ask what is wrong when this comes out of his mouth. "Beckadlamy, where do we get the cutlery?" I look at him, look at our burgers and fries, and back at him. Not quite sure if he was pulling my leg, but realizing that just a moment ago he expected to be seated and given a wine menu, I calmly, suppressing my laugh really, explained that there is no cutlery to be found, and that he needs to use his hands. Talk about being out of touch with reality. Very late to this, and I don't know if this fits exactly, but I'd still like to contribute. So I was the rich kid in the situation. Before the crisis my parents were very well off, and since they were married they have had their own, very big house, so I'd never moved in my life, until I left for uni. Anyway, I'm talking with my French prof and she says something about a 2-room apartment. So I go, "How the F do you live in a 2-room apartment?" She is getting very defensive on this, and saying that not everyone lives in a huge house like me, and blah blah blah. And I'm saying yes, I get that, but still I don't get how it's possible. After a while I realize two things. She's talking about bedrooms, and not rooms in general. People count rooms by taking into account the walls and doors separating them, not the use of the room. I was thinking, okay, you have a bedroom and a kitchen, but where do you pee and bathe in the faking sink? Now, I know this is very ignorant, but again, consider, I must have been about 10 years old and didn't know how the housing market worked cause my family had never moved. I didn't know that 2-room apartment meant 2-bedroom apartment, nor that having everything in one open space was considered as one room. She also refused to explain because she immediately assumed that I was just a spoiled brat, which I was, just not to that extent. I went to high school in a rich neighborhood. It was far away, but thank God for my mother who was willing to go that far and sacrifice that much each day to make sure I was getting a better education. From the neighborhood I grew up in, I thought one several years old vehicle was the standard for a family. Maybe two if neither of the parents would stay at home. So when I went to high school, I was astounded that all the houses around us had 3-car garages, not including cars parked out on the driveway. Of course, they weren't old either. Each was a brand new muscle car. I have 2 stories that are relatively the same. One is that a guy in my class got a brand new Mustang to drive each year. Like, when he had his permit, and not even his license yet, he was scripting around our school's parking lot and laughing all the way. He and I were fairly close, and I was astounded when he said he was middle class. I was actually at a loss for words and just could not reply. The second story is of another girl in my class. She was very adamant that she was not wealthy. Meanwhile on Snapchat she would show off her dad's 3rd new boat. I mean seriously, who needs more than one boat? Where do you even store more than one boat? Anyways, I kind of grew this animosity towards her which was completely unwarranted. She was nice, I just couldn't get over how ignorant she was. As it turns out, the guy and girl I just talked about are seemingly happily dating and have been in a relationship for a while. So, go you guys. This won't be seen, but I moved in with a guy I had known when I first moved out of my parents' house. This guy was 30 years old and had a master's degree in education, but refused to get a job and instead just lived off his parents and sat around smoking reefer all day. He was depressed, but refused to do anything for himself. We worked at a summer camp in the summer times but everyone hated him for being a spoiled piece of shit. He did so many things, but what comes to mind is him having a meltdown over not getting his way for some inane program for the camp, and he threw his very expensive Apple notebook across the room and smashed it, and when everyone, mostly teens and guys in their early 20s of modest and low-income households, freaked out about it, said his dad would just buy him a new one. His parents were good people too and well aware of the problem, but felt trapped in enabling him because he was their son and knew they had caused the problem, but felt he would just founder if he was cut off. Last I heard he was in and out of suicide watch because the camp's leadership refused to let him continue working there. It was his only goal in life to be a program director at this camp and he could not cope. Also one time a very expensive pair of polarized Ray-Bans he owned had a single scratch on a lens and he refused to ever wear them again and made his parents buy new ones. I was like, shot, I'll faking take them then. 6 years later they are still the sexiest and best pair of sunglasses I've ever owned. He contacted me a couple years ago asking me how I coped with depression in the past, and if you've ever seen my other posts, I was dealing with a lot at the time and I wanted to cut him down, and it took my full force of will and compassion to gently tell him that I was currently in counseling and that if you actually take it seriously and actually want to get better it can help. He didn't like that answer but fuck it. To me it just demonstrated that independence and self-actualization is a learned trait and needs to be instilled early. Not my encounter specifically, but one of my past roommates said one of the boys who lived on her hall our freshman year came from an extremely rich family in Washington, D.C. Dad was a politician. After a couple weeks of initial partying and being a college student, one of his roommates was finally like, dude, you should start to clean up your mess around here. And this guy was like, oh I don't know how to clean. If I pay you, will you do it for me? Like what? You don't know how to clean? Turns out he'd lived with a neat freak of mom, and then a housekeeper on top of that, was literally never taught to clean up after himself. His parents ended up having to hire him a cleaning service of his own to come and clean up his entire dorm, and before long none of the 4 boys in his dorm were cleaning up after themselves. They planned to get an apartment together the next year, and although I don't remember the details, there was some kind of huge confrontation between them, and the rich guy ended up dropping out and going home. Yikes. My encounter, though not as crazy as the first, was going to do my laundry after 2 weeks at college and literally had to guide a group of boys in the entire process. We are talking didn't even know to separate your colors from your whites, thought you put bleach in your colors, thought you put scent beads, where you put the detergent and dryer sheets in the vent. I tried to be as nice as possible, but I was just like, y'all have never really done laundry before. Or even watched someone do laundry? Okay, to preface this, I go to Oxford Uni, which is why I've met so many of these weirdos. I can't think of any like huge stories, because tbh most people try to hide their wealth, but these are just tidbits that stand out. There is a boys boarding school called Harrow which is obscenely expensive. I've never had a good experience with a Harrow boy, since their overriding mentality seems to be that they can buy the rights to anyone's genitals. One threw a tantrum at me because he bought me drinks all night. I really didn't ask, and then didn't bang him. Another has been harassing a girl I know for a full 2 years because she turned him down. Nice rich boy I know, bought about 30 of us a meal each and functionally unlimited wine at a nice restaurant, unlimited cocktails at a bar, then as much champagne and other drinks as we wanted in the club all night. He is actually nice, but also seemed to think this was normal. A girl on my course is going all the way back home for a wedding in the middle of term, i.e. flying to Singapore. Rich people seem to view plane tickets in the way normal people view train tickets. Another girl I know was telling me about this hilarious prank her friend pulled. Her friend logged onto her dad's account and cancelled the girl's flight to the UK, booking one for Saudi Arabia instead. Did not seem angry with this friend, found it funny. There's the old chestnut of students here burning money in front of homeless people. Wish I was kidding. Another girl I know basically throws a full music festival, named after herself, for her birthday every year. Books out land, hires musicians, everyone camps out etc. She recently quit a fancy job because it was poorly paid. She was making more than either of my parents. Every year there's this event called the Piers Gav. It's a radical queer ball which in this case means a cocaine-fueled orgy. It's invite only, has separate massive tents for drugs, sex and music. People get really annoyed if you imply it's exclusive/elitist. They all think they are 100% more deserving of things than the rest of the country. If you point out they've had huge advantages in the sense that they've attended schools that cost more than most people's yearly household incomes, they will unironically and confidently tell you to your face that they deserve it because their parents worked harder. Like, thanks, Cecilia, I'll tell that to my dad who works 72 hours a week. Zarks. This is the story of Mike, the saddest and most oblivious rich piece of shit I have ever met. I was working as an intern on a really big US Senate campaign about 10 years ago. Getting a full-time job on a campaign like that is a huge deal, and we had something like 40 interns competing for 3 full-time staffer positions. Donors often give money with the contingency that their children will get jobs on the campaign. We were about a week from the announcement of which interns will go full-time, and in walks a donor's son. Let's call him Mike. Just to give some context, I had been working for free for 4 months, 60 hours a week, just to have a chance at being a staffer. The pay is garbage when you get hired, something like $18K a year, but the job exposes you to incredible powerful people and sets you up for the rest of your life. So in walks Mike, and from his last name everyone knows exactly who he is. His family is worth a sickening amount of money, something close to $1 billion. You would think that this kid, who already has a strike against him for being a donor's son, would try and play nice and make friends. This is not the case at all. So all the interns stay in 2 big rooms and work at really large tables. Spending 60 hours a week with the same people and not making any money tends to bring people really close together. We would share lunches, help each other out, and generally have a great time together working on really tedious stuff. Mike walks in day 1 in a 3-piece suit carrying a giant cooler. We all introduce ourselves, and he literally just looks around the room and says okay. Within an hour, he's attempting conversation, talking about how he scuffed his shoes on the way over and only trusts the cobbler in Italy to polish it out, complaining that domestic cobblers just don't know how to properly shine a shoe. Lunch comes around, and we learn what the cooler is for. Mike has food shipped to him from France every day. Apparently his family friend is our ambassador to France, and with diplomatic immunity can have food shipped to him. As I'm eating my broker's PB&J, Mike busts out a 3-course French meal on the table. Way more food for one person to handle. After nibbling at the food for an hour, He throws out about $300 worth of untouched cheeses and meats without offering it to anyone. After eating, he asks the Indian girl next to me if she can eat her leftover curry in another room because the smell upsets him. Day 2. Mike's father was so proud of his son actually putting in a hard day's work that he buys him a brand new Rolex to celebrate. Mike walks around the room showing everyone his watch, which is covered in an inappropriate amount of diamonds, but explicitly tells everyone to only look, don't touch it. At this point, I feel bad for Mike. He doesn't know how to talk to normal people, and maybe he's just misunderstood. I try to strike up a conversation, but Mike is completely disinterested. I asked him where he is from, and he is literally yawning in my face, while giving the most minimal answers possible. It's clear he has no intention of talking with the gutter trash. After another lavish French lunch that goes in the garbage, Mike decides he's put in a hard day's work and leaves. Day 3. I'm dating another intern on the campaign, but no one in the office knows it. We meet for coffee down the block every morning and walk in separately. On this morning, Mike sees us together and smirks as he orders coffee. I get in early per usual and everyone is saying the announcements come today to see who gets the first staff positions. We all speculating on who is getting hired and where they are going. Mike speaks up and claims he will be hired today, speculating that he will be assisting with the strategy department. There is no strategy department, and Mike has worked a total of 5 hours since we arrived. I understand donors' families get special treatment, but the campaign manager has made it abundantly clear in the past that the only way on the campaign is hard work. Doesn't matter who your daddy is. I get called into the campaign manager's office and told I have a job. I immediately start crying. Hundreds of hours of free work for the past few months, and it all worked out. I'm elated. I collect myself and gather my things from the intern room. I receive congratulations for everyone, but Mike is staring me down, looking super pissed. He loses it. He starts packing away his things and saying his father will never contribute to this candidate again. He calls me and the other staff as talentless hacks and says he can't stand another minute in this smelly office. The campaign manager hears the commotion and enters the room. He asks Mike if he can speak with him, and Mike keeps repeating, "You're done. You're done." The manager tries to calm him down and says he wants to speak with him privately. The manager's office is right next to the intern room and the walls are thin. We are all leaning on the wall listening. The manager tells him he needs 30 days of good work out of him, and he has a job. He says he values the contribution of his family, but jobs here are earned. Mike storms out of the office huffing and puffing. He walks back in the intern room furious, points at me, and says moderate_extremist is having an affair with one of your interns. I thought you'd like to know that. Thanks for outing me, bro. He storms out of the office. The manager shakes his head and business resumes as normal. We hear later his dad apologizes for his son's behavior and continues to contribute to our campaign faking rich kids. A couple days ago, my friends and I were just sat in McDonald's after a nice long day at a wildlife park when slowly these kids, probably around 12 to 14, started filtering in, all wearing big design labels. Guxy, Machino, Luboutin, you get it. The boys had their hair disgustingly gelled back, and the girls looked like they had just left the salon and looked like mini Kardashians. They were strutting around like pseudo-adults carrying handbags plastered in loggers, as you can imagine. My friends and I were still just enjoying ourselves whilst thinking, Mayo, what the fuck, where are these kids coming from? Their parents weren't around and more of them kept coming in. Keep in mind we live in a university town where, now, everyone is poor and McDonald's is a nice treat. We just kept getting more confused. Eventually some of the boys started getting kind of rowdy with each other, which wasn't too surprising. Young boys can be like that sometimes, and my friends and I keep laughing it off. But after a few more minutes I glance outside, and what do I see but a swarm of those polo shirt, chino, sheet flicking tiny boys making a scene. There were at least 30 of them, and obviously the noise attracted the rest of the money squad, who ran over to see what was happening. They ended up being tackled by a couple of security guards, but half of them brought the fight into McDonald's where they were beating the shit out of one lad. We saw one of the boys with his belt off literally whipping the boy in the middle with it. But anyway, by the time we left there must have been over 60 of them around the part of the building we were in, and of course some of the more entitled ones were having a go at the security guards who were blocking half of them from coming back inside. It was wild. I really hope they called the police. Oh, something I can participate in. So this company I contracted has slowly phased out a board member's son from it. We'll call him Steve. Well, Steve's dad is a really smart guy and pretty rich, and is on the board, but Steve isn't. Steve is in his mid-30s, still lives in his parents' basement, and on his dad's cell phone plan. If you have never heard the Ethan Couch story, well, Steve is just like Ethan. Steve has a flunza. Here's one story. There's a deli next to the office people go to all the time. Steve uses this as his personal fridge. We have cups in the office, but he goes over there and takes multiple cups a day every time he has coffee. The owner finally put a stop to it. But then Steve starting buying his lunch there. Well, a couple weeks ago I was chatting with the owner and said we are firing someone, and she said please, let it be Steve. Apparently the previous week he had come in there to pick up his lunch, and as he was walking out the door, took a couple steps backwards without turning around. Took the biggest drink out of the soda cooler, then kept walking. No offer to pay for it later, or any acknowledgement, he just stole a drink. There's lots of other little stories about Steve. He's been reprimanded and demoted. His response was, I'm going to use all my power to undo what you have done, and went home to cry to his dad. Background: I went to a public school in the UK, private school for US people. My family and I are relatively well off and have never struggled for food or a roof over us. However, we could only afford this school because of huge discounts due to my father's job. So there were lots of other kids at this school that were just in a totally different bracket wealth-wise to me. I boarded at this school, and for the first year, when I was around 13, shared a big dorm room with 5 other kids. One of these kids across from me was a Russian. He had complete access to his parents' credit cards and spent an insane amount of money during the time I was in a dorm with him, easily ranging around the £100,000 mark. Most of this money he spent through Amazon. Our school was in a small town in the country, so there weren't too many options for shopping. I remember one day this Russian kid, let's call him Simon, was frustrated because his food kept getting stolen from the communal fridge downstairs. So he bought a £2,000 fridge online for himself and put it next to his bed. Another time Simon decided he wanted to play Battlefield 4 because it had just come out and all his Russian friends at home were playing it. He proceeded to buy a top-of-the-range MSI gaming laptop, Battlefield 4, and an insanely expensive Razer mouse and headset too, all off Amazon. I was confused as to why he ordered a totally new laptop, because he had a beast of a gaming laptop already sitting on his desk. He just replied that he didn't like the look of his current one. The week following ordering the entire portable top-range gaming setup, Simon decided he didn't like Battlefield 4, and so gave his whole setup to the guy next to him in the dorm. Simon also flew first class back to Russia almost every weekend, because he could. I know I make Simon seem as if he was a filthy rich dickhead, but he was actually a really nice dude. Was a scholarship student at a private school undergrad, so I have a ton of small stories like this. I worked at the little cafe to pay rent, and the school gave everyone $100 worth of dining bucks that could only spend there. By the 3rd week this girl was talking about how she blew through the $100, another $100 that she put on it, so daddy was just going to deposit $500 a month for her. Keep in mind that you only got the dining bucks if you had an unlimited food plan for the cafeteria, which never closed, and the most expensive thing at this cafe was maybe $6. Somebody else I knew had her dad deposit $500 a month into her bank account, on top of paying rent and an unlimited food plan, as an allowance, so she wouldn't have to work. So essentially he was just giving her $500 to party, but would still never chip in for alcohol and just mooched off us all the time. But the real kicker was this one guy I hung out with. He was so spoiled that he'd never done a load of laundry or washed a single dish in his life, was the doctor's kid who used to brag about how his dad would force his employees to do his science fair projects for him. One time we were grabbing something from the grocery store, and he was just livid trying to figure out why it was so packed at 5 o'clock on a Friday. We told him it's usually payday for a lot of people. He'd never worked, and he just said, well, if they can't figure out a budget and have to live paycheck to paycheck, I have no sympathy for any of them. And the idea that this was an overwhelmingly working class town where wages didn't cover the cost of living was just completely lost on him. He ended up graduating, got a master's degree, both of which his parents paid for, realized that he didn't want to be in that career anymore, and now lives at home. He's gotten drunk and wrecked at least 2 brand new Mustangs that his parents paid for, and his parents got the cops to sweep it under the rug each time. He's definitely gotten better about life. If you get a promotion or reach a major milestone, he'll just passive-aggressively try to cut it down. Oh, you got a raise? Well, you live in a high-cost city, so it really doesn't amount to that much. Oh, you bought a new car because you can afford one for the first time in your life. I wouldn't be caught dead driving that. It just makes me so sad to think about all the resources and opportunities this guy's wasted, and how so many kids with potential could have done a lot of good with even a fraction of them. It's not super crazy, but my cunt of an ex-boyfriend has Rich's parents. He was driving me home one day, and I was complaining about how expensive the houses in the area are, and that 1 mil is just too much for the vast majority of people who live here, Bay Area, and he said that's not even that much. My dad made that much last week. His father is a lawyer. The only reason I live in the area I do is because my grandparents bought the house ages ago when it was super cheap, and they let my parents plus me and my brother live there. I grew up dirt poor, so hearing someone say 1 mil isn't that much was crazy to me. He had his own car, but borrowed his mom's new BMW whenever he could. I think he tried to borrow his dad's car once. It was an expensive car, but I don't remember what kind, a Lamborghini or Ferrari or something, but his dad refused. My college is full of kids like that. One girl has her own apartment, probably around $3,000 a month, that her parents pay for. And one girl talked about how she had to drive the family horses somewhere, and it was such a pain. Rich kids are wild. I will admit that one dude gave me $20 for food because I was hungry as hell and had like 60 cents and refused to accept it when I tried to pay him back. I'm late to the party, but wanted to share an account of my college dorm roommate. His upbringing was far and away from his parents. They'd essentially paid a butler to raise him in a mansion in another country. He was able to get whatever he wanted while growing up, and I gather the butler did all laundry / cleaning / cooking, since he was inept at all of it. He was a nice enough guy, but his disconnect from how most of us think and live just strained every friendship he made from what I could see. You can guess the obvious behavioral stuff. Left messes behind, didn't do his own dishes, had unreasonable expectations of what housekeeping his roommates should be responsible for, and just generally didn't understand why people around him would be so disgruntled sometimes. He asked his parents for a laptop and an Alienware arrived in the mail. His Box 360 arrived in similar fashion. I remember one conversation where we were discussing the movie Knocked Up. I commented getting hit by a campus vehicle may not be the worst thing if you set yourself up for life. Half joking, he was appalled at the thought of needing the money that badly. Another time, we invited him over for Thanksgiving, since he was an international student with nowhere to go on the holiday. While staying over, he offered to give my brother those bucks, to everyone's surprise. A week or two later, he missed playing MK9 and asked me to take his bucks back from my brother. My brother has special needs. That was not a conversation I wanted to have. That shitston. I got out of that dorm as fast as campus housing would allow, but he ended up getting an apartment with mutual friends and I saw him again a year or two later. When I visited, he had spilled a drink on the floor and was insisting they clean it up, citing some dishwashing argument they had going at the time. The kitchen floor was sticky, none of them would do it, so I grabbed a mop and set out to demonstrate that none of that shit matters much as the floor getting clean. He did not catch my drift. He thanked me for ending their roommate dispute with a big "you do care" smile. I made special efforts to never see him again after that. I knew a guy who came from old British money. His family started some shipping business in the 1850s that morphed into an aeronautical and energy company. He was in Canada working at one of his parents' operations and was a genuinely nice and sort of oblivious guy who loved his marijuana. He had a birthday at some club, not the club going type. Myself, I still wanted to go and say hi. I get there, and he has a private room with unlimited bottle service and 2 personal waitresses. Had a great night, and at the end the check came for around $20k. I sort of politely reached for my wallet, and sheepishly offered to contribute. He took out a black private Amex, and quickly told me absolutely not. Paid the entire bill, and tipped $5k. The next day I texted him to thank him, and he said he had nothing to do with it. It was a gift from the family for his birthday to him and his Canadian friends. Then apologized for responding late as he had just gotten off one of their jets in Bermuda to see his aunt. I did some online digging and found out his dad was a billionaire in England. Not really a rich kid syndrome, but he definitely showed me a side I never get to see. Even knowing people my age who have families worth 5, 10, or 20 million, it is not even comparable. These people were simply on a different level. The kid also had a pretty modest apartment rented for himself and drove a used Honda. Old money, nothing flashy, but when they were flashy, wow. And so generous. The more I got to know him, the more interesting tidbits started to come out. Supposedly when he came to Canada to work at a small company his family owned, he had to sign contracts that forbid him from dating anyone who worked at the company. Last time I looked him up he wasn't doing much, must be nice. I knew a kind of wholesome very rich girl. Was in college, young. I become friends with 2 girls from 2 different parts of the UK to me. We get on great and spend a lot of time together. After a while we decide to road trip to each other's homes. We go to friend 1's house first, have a great time. Head off to friend 2, rich friend's house. She basically lived in an entire hamlet. Her dad was an entrepreneur. I didn't even know what that meant. But her home/land was so big they used quad bikes to get around. I'm like, what the? Did not expect that, as she was a wild one. I guess her queen-like accent should have given it away. So it's nearing Christmas, and she says let's go shopping. Cool. Now she has 7 brothers, and her mum had passed away years before in a horse riding accident, so she was, at 18, the stand-in mum of all these boys. She goes into the first shop we come across. This was around 2004/5, an electronic shop. We're looking around, oh this is nice, that's cool. She goes to the cash register and promptly orders the latest iPod X7, a digital camera X7 and a few other bits. I'm stood there thinking she can't be for real. She turns to me and says stocking fillers for the boys. As she whips out her black card, she spots a flat screen TV on offer, a huge one. She orders 4, tells me where 3 would go, and laughs that the last one would surely come in handy at such a great price. I was not looking forward to taking her to my house, which was incidentally a pub, although she had a blast kicking it with the punters. So I used to live with this girl, who just happened to be in a family that has ties to the Coca-Cola company. Her great-grandfather patented one of the original bottles, and through royalties they are filthy rich. Though she grew up with her mom, divorce, she always had everything she ever wanted. For example, when we lived together she got $4k allowance a month, as long as she was in school. At the time I was making $7.25 an hour, and we split $800 rent. She would blow all her money mid-month and beg me, even cry for me to smoke her out. Mind you, she never smoked me out. Long story short, she told me like a week before she was moving out. No problem, I had people willing to move in. Anyway, she left, and the landlord contacted me and informed me we were 4 months behind in rent. I tried to explain to the landlord that I always gave her money and she drove it to you. Well, she just pocketed my money, moved out, and left me with the back rent. She left to go travel the world on private jets for 2 years. Was pretty cool. Was never able to get caught up, ended up getting kicked out, and became homeless shortly after. Meanwhile, I would see her social media post in Paris, Munich etc. Rich people are awesome. I'm a flight instructor. One day I get a call from a potential student that would like to receive flight training for him and his son. He made it clear that he was a doctor. So being a contractor flight instructor, I worked for 2 flight schools and ran my own program at an aero club. So hey, tell me that I had to drive to the airport, fly the plane to an airport that's closer to them, and then fly my way back. Well, I told them that I have no problem with that if they are willing to pay for the plane and my time getting there and back on top of flight instruction. They said no problem. So turns out they wanted to do it every Saturday, a 2-hour lesson for the father and a 2-hour lesson for the son. Normally this wouldn't be a problem if the students come to meet me at the airport, however, I would have to block my schedule off for 6 hours. 2-hour lessons and the flight there and back for a total of 6 hours on a Saturday, which happens to be the busiest days for flight instructors, since that's when everyone can fly. Then, at this other airport I was working at, I would have to block myself off 1 hour to get to the other airport and an hour back to get back. So for this particular school I would have to block myself off the entire day just for this clown and his kid. So I called the student and tried to negotiate with him. I asked him if we could fly any other day, perhaps set up an entire day for him and his son. Maybe sometime during the week. His reply is no, he has school during the week and I work. So I suggest if maybe his son wanted to fly after school and maybe he could join later. His reply, no, we really want to do this on Saturday. Next I ask if he's willing to maybe move up the time on Saturday mornings. He has been wanting to do his flight training at 12 p.m. The busiest time of the busiest day of the week, mind you. His reply was no, we don't really want to wake up early on Saturdays. At this point I just told them that unless he comes to the airport where the school is located, I don't have time to fill you in. I also gave him a list of other schools to call to see if he could work something out with them. Apparently he was so offended by someone telling him no that he called my flight school and complained that I was so rude, disrespectful, and that I told them bluntly I didn't have time for them, that I was promoting other schools etc. I ended up quitting this particular school for other reasons, but that's the most impressive case of rich kid syndrome I've ever encountered. I couldn't imagine someone that was that far up there as. This may not count since it's not rich kid, but it involves being blind to paying for stuff. So I'm an American Army brat. My dad died while in the service. My mom retired from it after 23 years. My stepdad was in it, and all 3 grandfathers were in it. I grew up either on military housing or in the community, so all my friends were Army brats also. Flash forward to high school, and one of my few friends that wasn't military related had a car. He mentioned he had to stop by the house to get money, then the pharmacy to pick up a prescription, then we could hang out. Cue my intense confusion. Why do you need to get money? Because I need to get the prescription. What does money have to do with medicine? Because I have to pay for it? What? Since when? Since always. Bullshit. I've been to the pharmacy with my mom plenty of times and my best friend's mom. I never saw a single person pay for a prescription and we'd be there for hours. Your mom is a soldier, so you go on post, which means everyone at the pharmacy is also military. Yeah, so you'll get medicine for free. The rest of the country has to pay for it. Wait, seriously? And then I got the rundown on the broken American health system. I even went to the pharmacy with him to see it in action. I was astounded and in shock. Once I became an adult and went to pay for my first prescription, I was literally afraid it would cost hundreds of dollars. I was almost crying. Turns out it was $11 and I laughed at myself. A friend of mine growing up had parents who owned a massive investment bank here in the southeastern US. I grew up with mostly wealthy kids, but this guy was on a whole other level. Private jet, yacht, an island off the coast of St. Martin. Stupid Rick. My buddy was always well mannered and liked to mention how his parents had raised him to be aware that most people didn't have what he had and to be humble and kind. His family honestly was great. When we were in our early 20s, my friend got arrested. At the time he drove a brand new fully loaded Chevy Silverado. Really nice truck, probably $75,000 including all the upgrades. His parents decided to punish him by selling his truck and replacing it with a 2-year-old fully loaded Toyota 4Runner, a really great and expensive car. As I said, my friend always handled the knowledge of his wealth with grace and never acted spoiled. I learned after this incident that was because he always got what he wanted and never had to act like a brat. Well, my friend was distraught that he lost his truck, and in front of me and about 10 of our friends had a mental breakdown when his parents pulled up with his new car. He screamed and cried while stomping his feet on the ground like a toddler. I clearly remember him telling his parents he hated them and they had ruined his life. It was bizarre. He wouldn't talk to anyone for a week and bitched about it for months. It was like a piece of his identity had been stolen. It changed my entire perspective of him. Being a rich kid myself, it showed me how toxic to a person's character development that lifestyle can be. It was a really small event, but its effect on my growth as a person was profound. A student once asked for a meeting with my boss to complain about the fact that his request was refused. I work in a college. Can't give more details than that. Because I was the face of the communications, he developed a fixation with me that I had a grudge against him and was personally torpedoing his chances, even though it was in fact my boss who had made the decision. My boss and I were sharing an office during renovations, so I asked if she wanted me to leave during the meeting. She said no. The student started his rant and at one point said something factually inaccurate. The whole thing was ridiculous, but this was just provably wrong and was setting the scene for the rest of his argument. I interjected and said something like, "I'm sorry, I have to clarify that that's not what happened when you submitted." And before I could finish, he held up his hand to my face and said in what I can only describe as an abusive, threatening, domineering, guy who hits his wife kind of tone, "Where I come from, you don't interrupt someone who's speaking. When I'm finished, you may speak. Okay." It was the most overt display of entitlement I've ever seen in my life. I was literally speechless. This same person also followed me to my normally secure office at a later time, unknown to me, and after I had entered, alone, he stuck his foot in the door and followed me in, cornering me. This kid has zero understanding of how mistaken he was about his place in our interactions. He genuinely thought of me as some kind of badly behaved servant who needed to be smacked on the nose with a newspaper like a dog. He was extremely surprised to find out that's not how college works, or indeed life, most of the time. Whoever brought him up like that really didn't do him any favors. My mom was a rich man's oldest daughter. I have pictures of him flying a small helicopter from the roof of his first factory to her finishing school. The video of the executive dining room is amazing, as is the view from his condo over Lake Superior. Gramps didn't even realize he was baiting the hook with his box of silver coins every time I went to his house. I was happy to play euchre with him for hours. He mercilessly beat my ass every time, never gave me an inch. I honestly didn't care. I figured I'd get good enough to beat him one of these days. It never happened. His condo had piles of nice Middle Eastern rugs, marble, private employees, etc. I went to a nice private Catholic military school. That was probably the zenith of my innocent but spoiled life. Lots of trips to expensive restaurants and clubs. Had no idea I was supposed to build a social circle out of this. It didn't feel natural. If I had a little coaching, I probably would have dealt with that situation differently. Then back home to my dad, who had a PhD and a drinking problem, and my formerly rich mom who waved little tiny amounts of money around in front of me to get me to do things. Eventually I figured the dynamics out and told my mom that we are going to have to figure out a relationship that doesn't involve your estate, or this is just going to be weird. Here we are a couple decades later. I make my own money now. Finally paid for a trip for my family to go to the Bahamas on a 9-day trip, faking great. Even better because I paid for it with my own money. I'm in the top 2% of income earners in the US, and I apologize for nothing. Despite having a pretty privileged upbringing, I've done better than 90% of my numerous cousins, because I saw that you can fall from grace. Papa may have, Mama may have, but God bless the child that got his own. Most of my cousins either married well or figured the same things out. One married an electrical contractor. She doesn't have to worry about anything financial anymore. The politics of working in a multinational corp are no longer her main problem. We are not super rich, and some of my cousins are facing very real struggles. I try to help out a little here and there when I can. I don't have Gramps' money, so my options are far more limited. I worked at a summer camp this past summer, and every single kid was from a very wealthy family, and for the most part very entitled. When I got to the camp, it was beautiful. Had its own small lake with docks and boats. I was hired to teach sailing, but it also had water skiing, wakeboarding, and a big inflatable area on the water. This camp had pretty much everything though, a theater for drama, art studio, woodworking, glass and copper shop, and their own ropes course. I was in awe and felt so lucky to be in this amazing place. One day after the kids arrive, and the camp looks like a garbage tornado ran through it. Trash everywhere, misplaced equipment, bathrooms destroyed. It was chaos. Asking several kids why they treated this place like that yielded a response like, "'Cause my parents pay a shit ton of money for me to be here, so I can do whatever the fuck I want." Keep in mind these kids were 8 to 16 years old. It was just a shame. I still had a blast myself and got to know several really great kids and even better co-staff. Side note, it cost a kid $12,000 to go to the camp for the whole summer, 8 weeks. However, many of the kids came with siblings. One of the kids I got to know also had his 2 sisters there with him, totaling at $36,000 for the summer. To make things better, I was paid about $2,000 for my time there. So I was essentially paid about 1/6 of a kid. Other side note, if anyone is interested, this was apparently the same camp where they filmed many of the scenes in the film Meatballs starring Bill Murray. When I worked at Best Buy, there was a customer that I would work with whenever he came in. He and his father started a business of selling insurance policies to car dealerships, which is apparently a super good gig. As a result, they were both incredibly wealthy. At first encounter with him, you would never guess how wealthy he was, but after my first conversation with him, it started to sink in. He would occasionally roll into the store and just ask me what was new/cool. I would give him a tour of the store and essentially just geek out about all the cool tech I got to see every day. By the end of it all, he would tell me how many of each thing he wanted, and then just hang out for a while, so I could bullshit without getting in trouble. One time he came in and started asking a bunch of us what car he should get. He spent most of the afternoon getting everyone's opinion and using the computers on display to do research with us. Sure enough, the next day he walked in the door, threw us the keys, and walked us out to the exact car we had recommended to him. He even got the exact color we picked, apparently the only one of that color in the state. For the rest of the afternoon he just gave us rides and let us drool all over his new car. He would regularly bring a relative or friend of his into the store and let them get anything they wanted. He would walk up to me and say his friend needed a computer or camera or something, and then just step back and let the two of us get everything figured out. If I ever become wealthy, I will use that one person as a standard for how to behave. I've told this story before, but it is one that isn't bad, so I figured it would be an interesting addition. I know a girl whose parents are loaded from overseas real estate. She's Malaysian. She, on the other hand, is not loaded, as at the time she was a student living in an apartment with like 5 other people and her family was helping her out, but only a relatively small amount compared to the wealth she was raised with. So money was kind of tight for her sometimes, and she would have to, like many college students, eat extremely cheap or get leftovers from friends near the end of the month. Well, we went to a restaurant and the food was discounted heavily from what we had expected because of some big celebration the place was doing. Anniversary of their creation, I think, so they were practically giving the food away. My friend upped her tip amount to make her meal cost the amount it would normally cost, a tip of like 200% or more the cost of her meal. When I asked her if there was a reason she did that, she said I expected to spend that much, so I spent that much, as though she didn't understand why it was a question. To contrast, the other people in the group mostly paid what their tip would normally be, as not to shaft the staff for the sale happening, but were otherwise ecstatic about the saved money. It was an extremely kind gesture, but to be honest, I don't even think she saw it as one, just as the most logical thing to do with the price being reduced. Very minor thing of course, but I figured that kind people are rare in this thread, so here you go. She just sort of didn't think about money as a valuable resource, and more of just a number that didn't matter all that much, I think, and stuff like that would happen very often. Lived with a guy our sophomore year of college. Dude is your stereotypical rich only child. His parents didn't need one of their TVs, so we had that one in our apartment. It was like 70 or something that we had just no need for. Some UFC fight was happening that he really wanted to watch, so his parents set up a Skype call between their house and our apartment to stream the fight to us. Then when there was a connection issue, my roommate tried to call to get his money back that he didn't spend. Bought an iPhone X because he could and would make fun of me for having a budget Android phone. Thing was still $200 when I had to work to get anything I wanted, and his parents just bought us whatever it was he asked for. He got some insurance credit card thing and bought like 3 pairs of nice sunglasses from LensCrafters, then bragged to us whenever he could about how cool they were. He's currently studying abroad in Europe and would send like 3-minute videos to our Snapchat group talking about what he was doing and bragging about being drunk all of the time and partying and stuff. He was taking the exact same class as my girlfriend and would brag about how much work he had to do. Like, dude, she has the same exact sheet. He would post on Instagram whenever he went to the library, which was like 4 times a week, like it was something weird for a college student to do when most of our friend group lives in the library past the 3rd week of the quarter. He genuinely believes he is never at fault and would constantly talk down about people behind their backs, then throw a huge temper tantrum whenever someone did the same about him. Living with him was one of the worst years of my life. When I was a kid, my dad had his own business for building/designing luxury homes. My mom was a stay-at-home mom, and I was a little asshole. I can't think of enough cringy shit I did, like my parents had bought my sister and me 2 separate Barbie custom electric Jeep toys because we wouldn't share, along with go-karts, snowmobiles, any pets we wanted. We literally had a room added to our basement just for the pets. Speaking of the basement, we had my parents turn it into a movie theater, projector, speakers up the walls, fancy movie chairs. My dad had a bunch of silver and gold, and I took some of his gold to school for show and tell. My mom's car she drove the messiest to show least 3 kids around in was a brand new Escalade back then, which we trashed, drawing all over the seats, throwing food etc. All of our clothes were ordered out of those outrageously expensive magazines, which we also destroyed playing. I did so much cringy rich kid shit, I try to repress these memories. My brother had a fully functional computer and RC car repair shop in our second garage. My dad's basement garage looked like half a fucking Home Depot warehouse for all his tools and building supplies. But then my parents both had separate accidents around the same time and both got injured pretty bad and didn't have good insurance, and dad couldn't work anymore. So we basically lost everything. $2.5 million house went into foreclosure, had to rehome all the pets, sell our toys, we had more than one off, sell a bunch of our clothes and furniture. And we moved to a different state and started going to school and saw my first mobile home, and I was shocked people lived like that. It took a few years to realize we are poor now. We can't do this. This is how most people live. And now 15 years later I'm still living poor, but I'm okay with it because life has a lot more meaning to it now. I've been working my ass off at my minimum wage job to go save up for my wedding stuff, and today I was finally able to buy some decorations for a few $100, which now is a lot of money to me. My sister never did adjust well, but I think it's because she was a lot older. She just hopped rich boyfriend to rich boyfriend to suit her lavish lifestyle. Some context. I come from a decently wealthy family. I will add one thing I once said as a kid just for the laughs, but growing up in Vienna, there were a lot of rich spoiled Russian kids here. I had a few as my friends. Here's some of the things they said. A friend's family, let's call him James, had a few big hotels. Now when I say big, I mean big, and 14 in total, all around Europe. By the time he was 16, James had all in his name. He wasn't even legally allowed to drive yet. 1x Ferrari 458, 1x Porsche GT3 RS, 1x Aston Martin DB12, 1x BMW X5, 40 DM, and was buying around 10k worth of Louis Vuitton and Fendi every month. Now James used to go on a lot of business trips with his father on a private jet, so one day, when we see each other again, he told me that last week, when he was supposed to fly to Munich with his father, their private jet had a problem, and couldn't take off, so they had to take the helicopter instead. It was a small Bell, if I remember correctly. Not sure though. He complained around 25 minutes about how much he hates flying with a helicopter because of how loud and uncomfortable it was. Don't understand where he is coming from, because I love flying helicopters. I had another friend, let's call her Emily. Now Emily has a very rich father, has a very large Russian company, so big if I would name it, you might even know. Gets driven to school in a Bentley, has near constant 3 bodyguards. Her mother was kidnapped when she was a baby, hence why they moved from Moscow to Vienna. Buys a new luxury bag literally every 2 to 3 weeks. I could go on, but I'll stop here. Now Emily was having her 16th birthday party in a big villa on the outskirts of Vienna. Because the legal drinking age for all alcohol is 16 here, there was unthinkable amounts of it. I'm talking probably around 20k worth of alcohol, 6L Belleros, 4 10L bottles of Grey Goose, you can imagine what else. Now her favorite drink was Moten Chandon, so her father bought some special big bottle from the 90s which cost around 3k euro I think. Now Emily was already very drunk when she decided she wanted to drink her Mote. She picks the bottle up and asks a friend to open it. The friend says sure, give it to me. So what does Emily decide to do? Instead of walking over to him, she tries to throw it to him, completely missing by like 3 meters, and the bottle smashes on impact. What did Emily do? Looks at all of us and proceeds to say, oh well, I'll just get dad to buy another one for next week's pool party. Had very fun moments with her though. Perks of having a very rich friend. Now to my story. When I was about 12, my father ordered a specially customized Range Rover. The wait for it was around 1 year, turned into nearly 2. So for the time being my father bought a normal Range Rover. What do I decide to do? Told all my friends in school, public school, mostly low mid-class families. Met all my rich friends from stuff outside of school as they all went to private schools. Now I was pretty much the only well-off kid in school, so naturally everybody knew pretty fast. Needless to say, the teachers found out and one got really jealous and made my last year in that school the living hell. Lesson learned. And ever since then I keep my mouth shut and don't like talking about money. Mrs., if you're reading this, fuck you. Delivery guy here. I got yelled at one time because some little 12-year-old asshole was looking for his delivery of VIP concert tickets to a Travis Scott concert his parents got him, and 10 friends for his birthday. Day before show he was waiting outside his house for the package which I did not have. Okay man, maybe tomorrow? Maybe. I have no idea what will or will not be on my truck. But if I have him I'll get him to you early. Thanks ups Joe. I no problem kid. Happy birthday. Next day no ticks again. So I'm not gonna go to his house to tell him I don't have his ticks. I figure I'll be on his block later, and if I see him I'll tell him. Cut to later around 5 PM. Kid his parents, and I'm guessing his friends all outside. Obviously waiting for me / his tickets. Hey, I don't know what's up, but I definitely do not have your ticks. Holy shit, parents flip the fuck out on me that I promised the day before I'd be there early. Now it's late and they are gonna miss the show and I shouldn't be talking to the kid at all. And they want my boss and I'm ruining this little shit's birthday and I'm gonna get you fired, blah blah blah. Being the nice guy I might give them all the info they want as it's literally written on the side of my truck. I turn to leave, and as soon as I get in the seat and start to pull away, here comes the FedEx guy with the ticks. Just saw blank stares in my mirror. Hope those assholes missed their show. I had a roommate that was really well off. I grew up poor. Heck, I'm still poor now. Lived on my own for about 10 years when we both moved in together. He didn't know anything, washing dishes, taxes, or like how a hot water heater worked. One day our sink broke. Found out he broke it and was completely shocked that I fixed it by looking at it vids. When I asked him how would we have fixed it, he was going to ask his parents for the money. Turns out that is how he solved all of his problems, asking mom and dad for money. When I had a bit of a hiccup and my account got overdrawn, he was shocked at how much that mattered and asked me why my mom couldn't just use her account to just transfer funds. Learned that day that his account is tied to his parents, and when it gets to about $10 it auto drafts money from his parents' savings, so it can go back to $100. His parents loved me. They found out I was so independent and hoped that would rub off on him. I found out from them he was one class away from getting his BS, but just didn't want to learn a language. When I mentioned that seems like a waste of money, they said it was a drop in the bucket and they already paid off the $75,000 in student loans. I never met someone I was so envious of. I went to McDonald's with my friend and my roommate on my very first night on campus. My roommate, let's call her JJ, let us order and pay first, and then followed us to a table. I asked if there was something wrong, because she hadn't actually gotten food, and she said there was no money in her account right now. Both my friend and I offered to buy her dinner, but she declined and decided to call her mom instead in front of us, at the table. Some highlights from the call. I don't understand why you can't send me money. It's not that big a deal. Everyone is eating except for me. Just send me like 5 or 6,000. The call disconnected, and JJ immediately opened her banking app to check that money was actually being transferred to her account. She was incredibly smug when she showed us that her parents had sent her $22,000 just for spending. The craziest part of any of this is that apparently she never actually wanted to go to college here. She'd applied, gotten a full scholarship, and enrolled just to piss off her parents, and it worked. They made her drop out and move back to New York the literal next day. Of course, it was because they'd finally caved and agreed to buy her an apartment so she could go to Columbia like she wanted to in the first place. My friends and I came from two different worlds. My family was largely uneducated. My dad is illiterate, did not graduate high school, and worked factory jobs, but I was a really advanced preschooler, so I somehow got accepted to this private school where all the lawyers, doctors, etc. sent their kids. Most of the kids I encountered were snobs, same as their parents, but I made one really nice friend. Her dad was a big shot lawyer. We stayed friends until college. I ended up having to go to public school due to my parents' divorce, and she and her siblings' behavior got more and more entitled and rude as they stayed surrounded in their bubble. Highlights include multiple offenses, each of my friend and her sister wrecking their brand new cars while drunk or high, cocaine, pot, etc. Then assaulting police officers when they were caught. Dad and his lawyer friends got charges either reduced or dropped and everything was fine. They got a reputation in our area for this and were compared to Lindsay Lohan and Paris Hilton. Her little sister got pregnant as a teenager a few years after this with a one-night stand, and their dad bought them a whole faking house to live in. No mortgage. Nothing. So I live in a smaller town, and while I was in middle high school it was pretty well known by everyone that the richest kids in school were a set of twins that were on the football team. Their parents were business owners, and while they did have a lot of money, considering most kids in the school were on the poorer side of things, they could just been upper middle class. Regardless, both of the boys were actually really nice and funny and pretty much everyone was friends with them. I had a bunch of classes with them, and they were always super chill, so I never had a problem with them, but over the years it became apparent more than once how naive they were, and how much they didn't know about how the real world worked. One of these times came in high school. For a bit of backstory, when we got to high school one of the twins decided he wanted to go to high school in the city, which was about 2 hours away from our town, and since his parents owned property there, they agreed as long as he kept his grades up. Meanwhile the other twin wanted to stay in school with the rest of us, because he liked the friends he had. Furthermore, across the street from our high school was a McDonald's that we all frequented, and a lot of kids got breakfast there. I personally always had to use this crosswalk because I lived too close to the school and couldn't take the bus. So one morning on my way to school I'm stopped at the crosswalk waiting for the light to turn, and up walks the remaining twin. He has a bike with him, which was odd because I saw him pretty frequently on my way to school and he'd never had a bike before, but considering it was 8 AM and I was tired and also a teenager I didn't really worry about it too much. The kid greeted me when he walked up, and I returned the favor before he kind of awkwardly laughed and looked at me. I got a new bike the other day. I figured he was just trying to make conversation while we were waiting for the light, so I kind of laughed it off and said it looked really cool. You could see the misery in his eyes. Yeah, well, it isn't the one I asked my mom for. My family grew up definitely on the poorer side of things, and so I wasn't really that sympathetic here, but I didn't want to be an asshole, so I just kind of nodded and said that sucked. He went quiet for a few minutes before looking back at me. I'm gonna leave it at the school and hope someone steals it. At this point I was pretty shocked, so I just kind of laughed until finally the light turned and we began walking to school. I thought he was just joking or something, that he wouldn't really do that, but damned if that kid didn't walk directly up to the gate and just leave it unlocked next to the other bikes. I figured it'd get stolen pretty quickly, since it definitely wasn't a bad bike by any means, but apparently enough kids saw who the bike belonged to, and no one wanted to touch it for fear of the kids' parents. They were big donators to both the school plus the city, and there wasn't any question that they'd demand full discipline action be taken. That bike sat there for the remainder of the school year. No one stole the bike. I never found out if he got another bike, but I still crack up thinking about him wanting to get his bike stolen and then not being able to get anyone to steal his bike. I used to work at a restaurant that hosted banquets, and I was often the banquet captain, in charge of making sure food kept coming and everything stayed stocked. One such banquet was a girl's sweet 16. I caught the birthday girl in the men's restroom giving blowjobs to a couple of guys. Cocaine was clearly on the counters. She threw $400 at me and told me to either join in or go away and say nothing. I was 26 at the time, so I wasn't about to let a coked up child blow me. I walked away and found her father, told him what I saw. He gave me $200 and said keep this quiet. And then just turned around and started talking to his friends/family like he hadn't just found out his daughter was doing drugs and sucking dick in a public restroom. Not a care in the world. I told my boss. We called the cops. The girl was arrested and the party broke up. The father paid the bill and then went to go pick up his daughter from the police station. The next day, the girl and her father came back and apologized and scheduled another banquet for when she got out of rehab. I still made $600 that night, not counting the actual tips in my paycheck. That was purely bribe money, and I still ratted them out. I used to work with this woman who had had money her entire life. She was about 34. She always came off as uppity and snobby. Examples: she told me that she only got a master's degree because otherwise her dad would have taken away her inheritance. She routinely said she was just waiting for her mom to die to collect the money. She said that while in college, she hated doing laundry, so she just threw away the clothing she wore each day. She also didn't recycle and felt it was beneath her. She also was privileged enough to receive the interest off of her inheritance. It was enough to pay for a dozen horses and their care, upwards of $45k a month for vet care, shoeing, insurance, etc. Plus her monthly barn rent was $8k. This was just off the interest. Once we were chatting about her horses, and she said I don't care at all if any of them die, I have insurance. Horse people make a business of buying, training, and selling, but she quite literally had no heart for her animals. Her dad had had open heart surgery and she didn't feel the need to check in on him at all, and never asked him in the following weeks how he was. We all talked about how hard life was, since we all make so little money, and she made it a point to talk about how she would just throw away her old Series 3 Apple Watch because she was getting the newest one. She bought it with the cell plan and like 6 bands, and I said wow, that must have been a hefty bill. And she said I don't know, I just handed my card over. To add insult to injury, she was outwardly racist and used slurs, homophobic, outwardly said she was uncomfortable, that several of our coworkers were gay, and she was very rough on our animal patients. She was the most vile and spoiled person I had ever met. I would love to find out what happened in her life in order to make her like this, because she is 100% the type of person to die alone and angry at everyone else. I went to high school with a doozy of a chick. Buckle up. The time frame was late 2000s. For reference, she had no idea what a VHS was. She assumed DVDs always had existed. She kept giving away her phones because she disliked them in some way, shape or form. She asked the German exchange student if Germany has gas stations because she thought every country aside from the US was a poverty-stricken third world country. Ironically, she drove a Mercedes. When told her car was made in Germany, she said, and I quote, "Then how come it uses English?" Her family owned an enormous mansion. Her mom had 4 chihuahuas who each had their own bedroom. She asked the stupidest questions in class. I honestly have no idea how this girl made it past 2nd grade. I'm just kidding. It was dad's money, because her dad was a big wig at H&R Block. The highlights I can remember are, she thought the land bridge that connected the two land masses when Pangea split was an actual man-made bridge like the London one, and asked if you can go under the water and explore it. When asked what a prime number was, she said an even number. When told no, she then said an odd number. When told no again, she replied a letter number. She asked if Martin Luther King was running for president that year. When informed that he was not, she leans back and says, and I quote, "Oh, well he should. A lot of people would vote for him." She thought that old cameras were digital and always had been. She learned otherwise in our 2nd year of photography class. She complimented a girl's shoes and the girl said thanks, their $$ at Walmart. And she thought the girl was joking. It took 5 of us to convince her that Walmart and Target sell clothing, and that not every 16-year-old can afford Jimmy Choo sandals with her allowance. She was ignorant and dumb as a sack of bricks, but I will give it to her that she was very kind and selfless. She'd buy people lunch, gave phones away, bring us all gifts, etc. I was an assistant manager of an apartment leasing office in a sought-after, well-to-do part of Dallas, Texas. The parking was limited. Most units had a single car garage, and for the units where there were 2 or 3 bedrooms, we had pretty much enough surface parking to accommodate those persons, in the case of roommates, etc. Of course we also had the required fire lane striping, and handicap spaces per code. Other than that, guests had to have a visitor's pass displayed properly and only for 1 overpass at a time. We had to limit guest passes to 10 per day on a first come first served basis as well. We also towed nightly. The towing company made several passes every night to ensure the residents had spaces available to them. And finally, all residents were very thoroughly advised, even before they agreed to lease, of our strict parking regulations. They were again orientated with them at move-in, and on occasion, if there were more tows than usual, we would send out reminder emails to the entire tenancy. Street parking outside of the property and its pedestrian and vehicular gates was the only other option, and outside of our control. Anyway, I say all of this because I had a resident come in fuming one day about her car being towed. We had a great system for towing. Tow truck driver would take pictures from every side of the car, including license plates, and the rear view mirror and windshield where either the resident sticker, handicap placard, or the visitor pass should be displayed. It was also on an actual camera that populated the date and time of the picture. They also took a few steps back so they could snag a pic of the car and its approximate location to a building with identifying number on it, apartment building 2 for example. So when Jane came in to complain about her car being towed, I asked her what kind of car she had. I already knew her from seeing her in the office and recognized her as a resident, so validating that wasn't necessary. When I pulled up the pics from the previous night's tows, I found that she had parked in a handicap spot and did not have a placard displayed, nor did she have any noticeable physical disabilities prior to this, or when she stormed in the office. I explained that she parked in a handicap, hence the tow. She said that there weren't any spots available near her apartment. I asked if she had driven to another location in the community to seek parking, and she said she didn't. I asked also if she waited a few to see if maybe someone would leave before parking in a handicap spot. She didn't. I asked if she had a handicap placard and forgot to display it. She did not. So I let her know that unfortunately the tow stands and she must pay the tow company to obtain possession of her vehicle. That didn't sit well with her entitled "I get what I want when I scream" spoiled brat as. She started yelling, saying that the apartments and the office are terrible, that she thinks everyone that works there is trash, etc. I asked that she please lower her voice as this was a business office. That didn't help either. She insisted that I add a credit to her apartment account for the tow charge. I resisted. I so terribly wanted to say, well, you're trash for being perfectly able to walk, and you parked in a handicap spot, and think you deserve it. I just sat there and stared at her until she calmed down and realized it wasn't going to work, and by that time my manager came out of the back and took over. The manager eventually caved and gave her the credit, which is a whole other story, but yeah, that girl has some karma coming, and it ain't good. I have a few friends/acquaintances from overseas that did some pretty outrageous shit. My freshman year roommate from UAE walked into our dorm room, turned around and walked back out. He messaged me an hour later saying that he was sorry for being rude. He'd be renting a place across the street, luxury apartments, and he'd appreciate it if I just made it seem like he still lived there, as we were required to live on campus freshman year. He and his cousin proceed to throw rages every night at the luxury apartment complex, this to the dismay of their neighbors, who were doctor/business people. They finally arrested one of them for one of the parties, and they were so outraged that they all packed in their cousin's Porsche and followed the police cruiser to the station, where the driver was promptly arrested for a DUI. Also, he gave away all of his shit when he moved out. Hello Freezebox 360. He shipped his McLaren back and forth to the States for the school year and apparently rented a second apartment and left it empty just so he could have 2 parking garage spaces, one for the McLaren, one for his daily driver, a Ferrari. He parked his Mercedes SUV on the street. What else? A guy from China would show up at the liquor store my new college roommate worked at every week to buy a bottle of Johnny Blue, a 6-pack of Sam Adams Boston Lager, and a bottle opener. Every week. Same bottle opener. Must have just been tossing them out. A girl I went to school with thought smartphones were free and didn't understand why everyone just didn't have a smartphone, because it would make so many of their lives so much easier. A good example of non-rich kid syndrome. A girl I went to school with was the heiress to one of the most well-known wineries in the US, and she was one of the most well-rounded, nicest people I've ever met. The only reason we could tell she was loaded was because her last name is literally the name of the vineyard. I used to live in a pretty nice area, 2-bedroom apartment shared with 4 people, and one of the best upsides was the sheet people would throw away. We got a lot of barely used electronics and furniture, but the best was a monitor my roommate found. It was expensive and looked brand new, and then he found out what was wrong. The spot you connect the tower to the monitor wasn't working, so he plugged into one of the other 4 the monitor had. He was so freaking happy. I was also friends with a girl my freshman year of college. We bonded over signing up for the wrong class, dance appreciation means salsa apparently, and complaining about how poor we were, but it turns out we were on different wavelengths, and I think we really hung out because we fascinated each other. She thought paying $200 on pants was normal department store prices, and her mouth dropped when I told her I bought my pants for $10 at Wet Seal. She had no idea it was possible. We also had a lot of the same views in life, and I loved that I met her. It gave me a perspective that wealthy people are just people and to not be judgmental, and knowing me really humbled her. I also remember my boyfriend telling me he overheard these kids saying they don't understand why people complain about money so much. It's not like it's hard to just get more. Something tells me the way they got more was asking mommy and daddy. Okay, I'll bite. I was once told, if there's one thing Catholic school taught me, it's that guilt works. The fact is, if you earn more than $32,000 a year, you are in the top 1% globally. Since that applies to tons of US citizens, it's very likely that whoever wrote this status is in the top 1% globally and has rich kid syndrome. As a remedy, this author could always move to Africa so that they aren't, stealing their income from the poor. If this is too dramatic of a lifestyle change, and this author would prefer more incremental steps, that's certainly understandable. Let's assume the author is a socialist with an identity crisis and wishes the United States to look more like the socialist Scandinavian countries. If this is the case and they earn more than $60,000, they would face the top marginal income tax rate in Denmark of 60.4%. To just take the income above $60,000. Take 60.4% of it and write a check to the US Treasury. I'm sure they would be glad to take it. I've been through several years of public school, including in Oregon, where I was told progressivism is the correct political philosophy and that we all need to join the Borg. I just happened to disagree and was trying to keep a low profile in my college classes until that simply wasn't possible. I thought it would be better to go ahead and out myself rather than people not know. If you're waiting with bated breath for me to achieve full cool kid credentials, please start breathing again. Debating politics has always been a hobby of mine, but it often turns off friends and acquaintances, so I moved to discussing them online anonymously through Reddit. I will admit I have made things very political, but I have done my best to correct my errors and not make everything about politics. I don't feel guilty about being a rich kid, because I understand that wealth earned in a free market is earned by creating value for consumers through mutually beneficial exchange. It hasn't been taken from anyone else. Bill Gates feels guilty for having a trampoline room. I say Bill Gates created the trampoline room and he and his children should enjoy it. That doesn't mean you can't be charitable or do your best to be a good person, just that it's a little silly to try to make someone feel bad for enjoying the value they have created for others. I have a friend, not as much anymore, who is suspiciously rich. Like, her parents came from China, her mom is way younger than her dad, they go on vacations all the time, have a huge house, that kinda rich. Anyway, she's the type to take the easiest possible app classes to boost her GPA, which, whatever I guess, so she's towards the top of our class. She's not dumb by any means, but I don't think she's that smart either. She got into American University and got a big scholarship because they listed no income for her mom. She's a freelancer and basically nothing for his dad, even though he's getting retirement benefits and such, so it's pretty much listed that she has little to no income. She of course didn't mention any of the properties they own or anything. I don't know exactly the ins and outs of this, as my parents helped me a lot with the FAFSA this year. They kinda had to, but I know she pulled some bullshit. She was bragging she finished the system and it really made my blood boil, since I know plenty of people who genuinely need that money. Then she goes on to say that she wants to call them and try to get an even better deal from them. This was about 2 months ago. Fast forward to a few days ago, I heard that she was legit complaining that she and her family wouldn't be able to go on their winter vacation because she's going to American University. She was literally on vacation this week. My ex-roommate decided she wanted to drop out of college a week before Christmas break. She packed up her things without notice while I was at work and left after she picked me up. Later that night I found that she had stolen my $180 Beats headphones. I texted her and asked her if she had accidentally picked them up. First she completely denied it, then after a couple hours she said, turns out I do have them. You must have put them in my stuff. And at this point I knew she'd stolen them because 1, I never put them anywhere other than their designated hook on my bed frame, and 2, she didn't tell me what day she was leaving. Plus she packed up all of her things and left in the same day. Anyways, I said to her, please, can you bring them back? I need them. She only lives like 2 hours away from the college, so it was no big deal. Or so I thought. She refused and told me I needed to grab them myself. I said fine. Fast forward a few days and now it's time for me to leave for Christmas break. My dad drove 5 hours to come pick me up because he wanted to see the campus better. So I showed him around, and at like 3ish, I got a text from my ex-roommate asking where the fuck I was. I explained to her that I was showing my dad around town, but that I would be at her house at around 5. She told me no, and that she had to be in Vail at that time, and that I would either have to pick them up after Christmas break, or that she'd have to mail them to me. I said, well, you should have thought about that before you stole my headphones. Just mail them to me, because I would like them back very soon. She then proceeded to call me a spoiled brat, and accused me of planting them, just to get her to spend money on me. Backstory, her entire college tuition, her phone bill, her meals, everything was being paid for her by her parents. Hell, sometimes she drove 2 hours home, just so her mom would do her dishes and laundry for her, because she didn't want to do it. Anyways, I tell her it's not my fault she stole my headphones and she needed to own up to her mistake. She called me spoiled again and said she wouldn't be sending them. 2 hours later I get a text from her saying my mom's boss offered to send them for me. He did. And when the package came, the postage was $0.26. I was so furious. At a previous job, I had a coworker whose father was a politician in China. He seriously could not take a hint when he was stepping over any lines of modesty. For example, when he got hired on, our manager kept asking him if he needed anything else at his desk. He would respond, "You mean I can ask for upgrades?" And the manager said, "Yes, if you need any kind of special ergonomic keyboards or anything like that, let us know, and we'll set you up." He proceeded to ask for thousands of dollars worth of upgrades, including a higher-end desk, a better laptop than the rest of his coworkers, etc. He also complained that his space was cramped. The company had gone on a hiring spree and was in the process of constructing a new building on campus, but people were doubling up in offices in the meantime. So when his deskmate left the company shortly after, instead of assigning him a new one, the manager made another office of more senior employees triple up. Furthermore, when they explained the work from home policy to him, he kept asking for nuanced clarification, like, "So what happens if this week I work from home, but then I have a doctor's appointment the next day, and the last day is Friday, can I just keep working from home then?" It's like he was constantly negotiating to do as little as possible for maximum pay. Then, this guy bought a Segway scooter and would ride it into the office every day, which he could do because he lived in the high-end luxury apartment complex right across the street. Even though everybody else took the stairs for the exercise and to leave the elevators available for facilities use. He would ride his Segway into the elevator, go up to the second floor, and ride it right into his big solo office. He also loved talking about how he had bought a BMW 6 Series after graduation. He had just married his girlfriend and bought her something like a 3K diamond ring, and so on. But what pissed me off the most about this guy was that he was so up in everybody else's personal business. He would annoy the heck out of people until he found out what everyone was making, if they had received any raises, when they had gotten promotions, what their health insurance elections were, etc. One day, he was discussing our company's retirement plans with me at lunch, and I forget exactly how the discussion was going, but somehow it got to a point where he was essentially asking me how I felt about how much I was making. I was making 6 figures at my first job out of college, so I had nothing to complain about. I still remember clear as day the time in high school when my dad was checking out at Aldi's, pulled out his wallet, emptied it completely, and just happened to have exactly enough cash to pay for our cheap groceries. He turned to me and said, "That smile-ass dollar in the world. I don't have anything else in my bank accounts, but I get paid on Friday." I didn't eat that day, so yeah, I was comfortable with my salary. I told my coworker, "You know, I'm just happy I don't have to worry about affording basic necessities like food. It's sad that there are so many people struggling out there. I'm just saving money to buy a house someday." To which he replied, "What? Really? I thought America was a rich country. I don't think there are any Americans who can't afford food. I thought everyone's parents would just buy them a house." Needless to say, I didn't really want to continue being his friend. It's no surprise that he couldn't do shit himself and had to constantly ask everyone to do things for him. Funny thing is, he spent his days at that company applying for other jobs that would pay better, and 6 months later, he quit and went to another company where he's getting paid substantially more. I worked for a few summers on Nantucket, cleaning houses, landscaping, babysitting, etc. If you're not familiar, Nantucket is the summer playground of the wealthiest families in the country, the ones you've never heard of. The island is small and the weather is gorgeous in the summer, so I mostly got around by bike. I have many stories, but here are 2. Riding my bike home from Stop and Shop one evening, I had a grocery bag hanging from each handlebar. A BMW convertible full of teenage boys drove up next to me, threw a bottle at me, and sped off yelling, "Buy a car. Beat you buy a car cause I know you didn't do shit to earn that one." There were a few beaches that were the notorious party beaches. There was so much underage drinking going on out in the open, and the beach was left so trashed, it was obvious that the local police were turning a blind eye to it. But what was more amazing to me was that every evening around dusk, when the day drinking ended, all of these drunk-ass teenagers would pile into SUVs and drive themselves out of there, like they were in faking no man's land. 10 kids in a car, hanging out the windows, literally hanging off the sides of the cars, yelling and throwing shit out the windows. There was no fear of any consequence whatsoever. And the island was so small, and the behavior so egregious and consistent, that there is no way that the local cops didn't know about it. I thought about these memories when Brett Kavanaugh was getting confirmed. He seemed to have a similar experience as a teenager. TLDR, teacher subbing in a classroom, kid mocks me when I imply billionaires should part with more money, and that people deserve better wages. Later see him park a naughty in the school parking lot. I'm a high school teacher. Earlier this year I was substitute, supply, teaching. The school, while in a small Canadian city, is middle upper class. Most students have no financial struggles here. One day I'm subbing in an English 20 class and the topic of the day was Beowulf and hero stories/epics. As I'm going through the prepared slideshow that was left for me, I come upon a slide about the villains in these stories. This one specifically was about the dragon who hoards a pile of gold, keeping the villagers poor, and wishing they had a hero to save them. I immediately recalled a meme I saw recently that had a picture of a gold-surrounded dragon saying we used to kill these things. There's a connection to billionaires implied. I decide to pose this philosophical question to my students. Why is this seen as evil, but billionaires can amass more money than some countries, and people let them? Well, rich kid in the back immediately starts to laugh and yells, "So what, you just think you're entitled to someone else's money? They get to work hard and rise up only for you to come take the money they earn." I restate myself, some people have more money than small countries. These are the people I'm referring to. Billionaires. Right now Amazon employees are striking to get fair pay, and the owner of the company is the richest man on earth. His employees should get enough money to live. Rich kid laughs again. This time his fellow rich kids join. Maybe people should get a different job. More laughter. I reply, that's not really how it works. People can't just quit jobs and grab another one. He then looks me deadass in the eye and says, "How old are you even?" And breaks out in laughter again. That was my breaking point. I'm 24, have had my teaching degree for 3 years now. Didn't sign up for kids to mock my age today. It's hard enough being a young female teacher around teens who don't see any authority in you yet. I'll let them know that we are stopping here. I sit and try to calm down. I'm very rattled by these teens. Rich kid and friends keep laughing in the back and repeating how stupid these people must be to not get better jobs. But Belofire, how do you know he's a rich kid? The next day while subbing again, I was parking my car behind an Audi R7. The driver of that car then stepped out. It was that damn kid who mocked me in class the day before. Here he is stepping out of his 5-digit car while I finish parking my $2,000 lemon. I had an epiphany. Rich kid thinks I was talking about mommy/daddy's money. Didn't really even care to understand the amount of money I was talking about. But it didn't end all bad. Now typically, when you leave a bad review for a teacher, after subbing they don't respond or acknowledge it in any way. So I don't always. But this was bad. So I let his teacher know. The next day I'm in the same school. And his hard-ass teacher made rich kid and friends apologize to my face one by one. And reported them to the admin. So you know, that's a plus. Shout out to hard-ass everywhere. So even if that meant nothing to them, at least they had to suffer through it. And that's enough for me. My best friend's boyfriend. My best friend isn't exactly well off, and her mom has some mental illness issues. Her mom can't afford the medication she needs, because right now she is currently unemployed, because she moved to this area to get away from an abusive situation with her ex-husband. My best friend was complaining that if she had money she would be able to get her mom the meds she needed, and that would probably help her get a job faster. Her boyfriend had the audacity to tell her that money doesn't solve all your problems, and being poor is a great distraction from having depression. I don't know why she is still with him after he said that. I got mad on her behalf because Jesus Christ, was that wrong? This dude also insulted me for not having a job in my major already. I'm only a sophomore in college, and I'm trying to be a teacher. And laughed at me when I told him that I would love to have an assistant desk job because it sounds like fun. I love to organize and make schedules. It's super relaxing to me, in which he said, how can you find a job like that fun? My boyfriend and I really don't like this twerp, but we are dealing with him because we love my best friend. But seriously though, he's annoying as shit. You can Google this one, probably in Spanish. There's this guy Martin Laraine in Chile, who allegedly ran over a pedestrian and ran without helping, killing him. This was after a party and there were several eyewitnesses who said he was completely wasted, alcohol and drugs. The family of the victim investigated the accident and caught Martin because his car was so expensive and unique that he owns the only one in our country, and they had a broken headlight from the accident. The car was found even though it was very well hidden. When they caught him, he made his friends lie to the police so he wouldn't get convicted. Some people say he even hired an expatriate hitman to hide Martin and smuggle him out of the country. I don't know if this part is true. In the end, his powerful politician daddy pulled a lot of strings and he saw no jail time. On the other hand, his friends were jailed because of justice obstruction. I heard his dad sent him to live in another country because he pissed on a lot of people because of this. His father was the head of the right-wing party and a very well-connected politician. I think he was even trying to become president, but had to drop it because of this scandal. A couple years ago I was on a trip out west, called a teen tour. I had little idea what I was getting into and just wanted to get away during the summer. It just so happened that there was only one other kid my age and everyone else was younger. He quickly became a friend on that trip and the first thing I learned was he was from the Upper East Side in New York. A neighborhood I knew was known for being wealthy. Well, we were out to dinner one night and this kid who had spent most of my time so far had been adjusting to eating at regular family restaurant like Chili's or Applebee's. Back home, he said his chef made most meals or he went to a nice restaurant in the city. This particular night we are at Buffalo Wild Wings, and like most people who go there we ordered wings. When the wings came, we all started eating them with our hands. My friend on the other hand was simply using a fork and knife, and when he realized what I was doing, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. I explained to him this is the typical way to eat, and I proceeded to enjoy the remainder of my meal between the wings and the pleasure of seeing my friend struggle to try and not dirty his hands while barely getting any meat off of his wing. He also called his dad when we were in Vegas to ask if he could buy a Rolex. That one didn't surprise me as much at that point in the trip. We ended up becoming good friends by the end and still talk every now and then to this day. I worked at my campus bookstore as a sales associate for our tech department. That is, let people know during summer orientation what specifications their device will need to be before starting classes in the fall. So I had this 17-year-old with an iPhone X, AirPods, Apple Watch, you know the whole 9 yards, come in with their parents, and we're going into our graphic design school. Now our design school has some pretty steep system requirements due to the programs the students would be running if they were to make it into program. This being said, pretty much the only thing sold that was up to par was the newest 15-inch MacBook Pro. I tell the parents this while the kid refuses to pay attention to anything, even though I was really trying to cue them in on what they would actually be using the laptop for during the following 4 years. Anyway, I get done explaining what the student would need. The parents are like, okay, we can get them this $2,600 device, no biggie. Then they ask the student what they want, and the student just points at the baseline rose gold 12 inches MacBook that is objectively the worst device we sell and tells their parents that they want that one. The parents ask if that one would work too. I'll let them know it wouldn't. After this the student's face contorts, points at the MacBook, and then they pretty much yell, I want that one. I honestly wasn't sure what to do, so I just stood there and the parents, obviously uncomfortable, calmly and timidly tell their kid that the MacBook wouldn't be good enough for their major. The kid at this point just storms off to the coffee shop outside of the bookstore. Can someone who's poor have rich kid syndrome? I feel like my roommate did. We were both under the poverty line, but she had extremely high standards, so she believed that she had less money. Nope, I just spent my money wisely. Among instances, asking me for my laundry money so she could buy individual sodas in the vending machines. She basically subsisted entirely off Dr. Pepper and wouldn't go to the store to buy a 12-pack because she was too poor, but somehow had the money to buy 8 $1 cans at the vending machine daily. Oh, and she only took a few sips before declaring her soda flat. Our room was filled with 3/4 full cans of soda, all hers. Complained daily about how poor she was and how awful it was. She's going to college basically for free and is squandering the time and resources that could be spent to better herself by refusing to study or go to class. Complaining how she could barely afford groceries, but has enough for season passes to the largest amusement park in our corner of the USA. When she does buy groceries, she lets 90% of them go bad. If she gets fast food, and it's cold by the time she gets home to eat it, she just throws it away. She has a dining plan, but she is too lazy to walk across campus to the dining hall, and asks me to get her food instead. If I don't have time, she complains about how she's actually starving. Complains that she can only afford Walmart clothing, and openly shames me for thrift shopping. I'm excitedly showing her my haul, and she's giving me the side eye the whole time. Oh, I could never wear something someone else wore. I have to draw the line somewhere has a GPA of like 1.8. She's only here because she got a military scholarship from her deadbeat dad. She doesn't show up to class for weeks at a time and is honestly surprised when they are failing her. She's engaged to a sweet guy who's actually well off. He caters to her every need and whim. He drove around 2 to 3 hours to our college to visit her, and when he called to ask her to let him in, she refused to open the door and said she just wanted a me day and played video games. He drove back home without even seeing her. I routinely offer to arrange an appointment with our university's free mental health professionals, but she refuses. She just unloads all her baggage on me every day. I'm going through a tough time and it's hard for me to spare that much emotional energy, but she doesn't realize because she's too busy talking about woe is me. All she knows is how to make excuses. I've never seen her actually try hard at something. It's amazing how entitled people can be, despite income. Needless to say, she lasted until right after midterms and dropped out. This is actually pretty recent, and I feel really bad for the guy. In 11th, in the beginning of the year, this guy would be flashing his iPhone so he could make friends. The school doesn't work like that. Couple weeks later, one of his friends borrowed his phone and said he lost it. He wanted to sell the phone for easy money. This is in 11th. He got the phone back later after much hardship. The same rich guy has a crush on a 12th grader. She is kinda a beach, so I don't know why. Well, he asked her out, gifting her an iPhone. She accepts and then dumps him after 2 weeks. The guy's pissed. He asks for the phone back. She refuses to give it back to him. He snatches it from her and goes home. Here is the catch. The girl had told her mom that she got the phone as a prize, so her mom drives to the guy's house with her daughter and starts yelling about how the guy stole her daughter's phone. They had to call the Apple store dudes and stuff, and it got settled. The girl had a couple guy friends. She was wrecked by her parents, so being the beach she was, she asked them to beat him up every day. This guy would get beaten up like this for several weeks on end, before they started stealing his cash, and soon got bored of it. The guy by then was found out to be a wimp, and his class, well, they pretty much leech off him and bully him on a daily basis. And he, being the dolt he is, just brags about his phone. I'm so late to share this story, but it's a good one. I moved into a shared house with 10 other people in Seattle along with a second new guy. Guy was really nice and had only been in the US for 2 weeks. He was from South Korea and his name was Sean. It wasn't his real name, but he wanted an American name and that was what he chose. First week was just fine, but one day I walked into the kitchen to make some food, and he was staring at a chicken breast he had bought. I asked him what he was making, and commented on his chicken looking weird. Looked at it, and it was fine. He said he tasted it, and it tasted wrong. Well, you have to cook it, I said. What do you mean? He asked. Turned out he didn't understand he had to cook his raw chicken, or cook his food. He had never made food before. Literally. Never made himself a meal or prepared any food for himself. I explained he had to use the oven and cook the food. Or if he was lazy he could buy pre-made food from grocery stores or restaurants. Turns out he was from a very wealthy family. He had never cleaned, made food, dealt with washing clothes, taking out the garbage, etc. etc. His family had what he nonchalantly referred to as slaves, who got houses and food, and they dealt with everything in his house. They even needed second jobs for money, because they didn't get paid for working at their house, just room and boarding. After a few weeks of teaching him basic living it seemed like he started to understand things. Or so we thought. He moved out after a year. He had a large room in the house, 1/2 floor plus full bathroom. He had filled the bathroom with a year's worth of clothing. Instead of washing his clothes he would just wear them for a few days and throw them into a massive pile that reached the ceiling. But that wasn't the worst of it. There were hundreds of rotisserie chicken containers from the QFC grocery store down the street, complete with plastic containers, bones, meat, fat, etc. hundreds. Instead of learning how to do basic things in life like making food, even basic things like using a microwave, or washing clothes, basic cleaning, he decided to just have everything done for him. He just kept buying new clothes, and buying pre-made chickens for himself. I also remember him commenting about how he had an American dream of just driving around in a red convertible, but how he didn't know how he could have someone around all the time to drive him around. The thought of driving it himself never even occurred to him. Grew up in a moderately rich neighborhood. Half my classmates in high school had one or both parents that were doctors, for example. All the rich kids were Sea Scouts, think Boy Scouts, but with a nautical theme, and for both sech, in a corps that had a reputation for being for privileged kids. Me and a couple of friends were in the regular Scouts, in a corps in a less rich neighborhood. The biggest bully in this gang of spoiled kids once came up to us during school lunch and told us in a bragging voice that they were going on a hike this weekend. We were perplexed, since going on hikes wasn't anything special. It meant that you went into a forest with your teammates and raised a lean-to and cooked food around a fire or a portable stove. Of course, planning, preparing, and cooking the food and making camp was our own responsibility, as well as carrying everything there, including the tarp for the lean-to. We were young teens by this time, but had been doing this for years with less and less grown-up supervision. Anyway, this doctor's kid starts bragging about their planned hike, and that they were to make their own food, said with a grin of someone that feels superior. We responded with something like, "Ha, okay, of course. What else would you do?" His smile faltered a little, but continued by telling us that they were to sleep in tents. Tents? On a hike? Once again he seemed surprised why we weren't impressed. Turned out their hikes up to this point had consisted of them being driven by their parents to a cabin where their adult leaders cooked them food while they slept in beds. He stormed out together with his entourage after that exchange, but not before he told us they were planning on bringing fillet of beef for dinner. That's not the kind of food anyone would recommend for their first time using a portable stove. Rich kid and rich parent. I work for a university and the parent of an incoming doctoral student called to tell me to find a local stable for her daughter to keep her horses, as they were coming with her to grad school. I told her that I didn't know anything about horses and couldn't recommend anywhere, so I suggested she try an online search. Also, this sheet ain't part of my job. I politely tried to explain to her that her daughter might not have time for her horses, given this was a top 10 ranked doctoral program at one of the best unis in the country, and she basically told me to fuck off. Daughter arrives for orientation, comes into my office on the first day, and says her mother told her I wouldn't help find a place to stable her horses, so she was going to the director of the program to complain about how unhelpful I was. She threatened to have me fired. I wasn't worried as I was very tight with the director and was his right hand. Suffice to say, he told her to focus on orientation instead of on the horses she wouldn't have time for, and, not all that politely, told her not to mess with me. Next semester she raised holy hell in my office over a $10 a day late fee she accrued for checking out some valuable equipment and turning it back in late. She owed just $20 and acted like I was killing her, all while wearing a watch that was worth more than my monthly salary. I was quite happy to see her flunk out of the program. I joined the US Marine Corps as an officer. All officers go through a 6-month initial school which includes land navigation in Virginia. I was a red/green colorblind waiver, so finding a red box in a green forest proved difficult, but I was good at following an azimuth. If someone fails a land nav test, they must show up on a Saturday to retake the test. I failed one of the final tests because F me. I show up to remediate on a Saturday, which happened to be one of my kids' birthdays. I passed the test, get pulled into a room of 15 others, and get told that someone in the room cheated, and they had proof. If no one confesses, everyone must do the test again. Immediately one of the other Marines that failed starts lecturing everyone about integrity. I take the test the next Saturday and pass with no one caught cheating. While at follow-up school, I chat with a fellow 2NDLT who was in the room when we were told that someone was caught cheating. He says that the guy who lectured everyone about integrity was the actual guy who had cheated, and that he had the answer key in his pocket while doing so. Then I remembered, nearing the end of our initial school, the cheating 2NDLT had said, "I'm going to ask my dad to buy me a $10K watch when I graduate." That was the craziest encounter of rich kid syndrome that I have ever witnessed. To be so delusional that you believe cheating is hard work and that you should be rewarded for it. F that guy in particular. Not that crazy, but in Germany there are 3 types of middle schools. One for kids with learning difficulties, often from poor families who couldn't afford early education. One for the average/good, and one for the kids with top grades/who need advanced tasks, mostly from rich families or families that only have one kid. If your grades are good enough you can change schools, aka climb the ladder. So after I was done with average middle school and had good enough grades to go for my A-levels, I went to that school and found many friends who often bought a lot of food at the nearby store and shared with everyone. Fast forward, graduation time came near and we were planning the graduation party and all that stuff. I come from a poor family, so I was always annoyed when someone came to me and said you haven't paid your parts for the equipment/planning/tickets/trip/whatever yet, but I get it. The thing is, those students couldn't seem to understand that some people just can't afford things. One of my ex-friends came up to me and said, "We need your part, the deadline is next week." I tried to tell her, and she was like, "Ask your parents." My parents both work in low-income jobs. Whenever the school wants money we have to fear that we can't pay rent/essentials. Look, I'm sorry but everybody has to contribute. And what do you think am I supposed to do? I don't know. Not my problem. I'll be collecting the rest on Monday. They were just straight up annoyed that I often couldn't pay contributions. They were annoyed I was poor/my family didn't give me money. They probably thought my family was just greedy. I was on a class trip for a week with my high school English class. We went to London and of course, everybody had their pocket money to buy something nice/refill the Oyster card for Metro. My big sister went on the same class trip 1 year before, so she had like £34 left, not my regular currency, which she gave me, so I could buy something nice to/afford food. A few days in, I had spent my money wisely, bought sweet buns and cheese at Sainsbury's, refilled my water bottle in our hotel room sink. This would keep me alive the next days. All nice and good, until I needed to refill my Oyster card after 5 days. I asked some of my friends if they had some money to spare. My 2 best friends marveled for a moment. "Did that UHM? I dunno." I understood completely, but then she said I only have £244 left, and I wanted to buy souvenirs for my family. I promised. 2 of my friends each had over £250 for 2 days, while I had £34 lent for the whole week we were there. I'm not the kind of person to compare myself to others or guilt other people into helping me out. Plus I still had some money left, but I wanted to buy one nice thing for myself and didn't want to spend everything just to get through the trip. So I told my teacher and she actually lent me money to fill up my Oyster card. At the end, she still was the one who was responsible to keep us all together. One kid in my high school was a rich dumbass who no one liked. His family owned some big company. He wrecked cars and trucks his family bought him. He could only find someone to go to lunch with him if he bought them lunch. When I say no one liked him, I mean every single person. We once had an altercation, and I put him in his place. Not much of an accomplishment, since this was a usual event with other students and this way just my turn or something. He then sent insults on Facebook Messenger, which I didn't see till after high school, since I almost never used Facebook. I wasn't very popular either, but just normal wallflower. He antagonized everyone, and people boxed his car in, so he couldn't leave. He would never be invited to anything, but would sometimes just show up. One time my friends were planning a classic video game night, where we'd play N64 games all night, which was really special to do in 2014, and he walked up, and we pretended we couldn't actually meet that night. He asked out every single girl in our grade. He joined every sport and quit each one. The last was baseball, which I also played at the time, and he quit and complained we ran way too much. He then went to track and stuck with that for the rest of junior year. He spent every single weekend hanging out at my family's skating rink. I spent no time talking to him, and neither did the middle school age kids who came to skate. He just spent every Friday and Saturday night skating alone and sitting at a table. He did eventually get a girlfriend and arranged for Get to transfer to our school, a private high school, and then when they broke up she got a restraining order filed and he had to leave. She was a really nice person. I went to a New York City design school with hella rich international kids. Like I shop for cars on the weekend for fun, hella rich. Here are a bunch of random stories of rich kids at my old school. My freshman year roommate, a very lovely and sweet girl, used to go shopping in Soho every weekend and her closet was stocked full of Madewell, Guxy, Valentino and many other name brands. One time her Macs fan started to malfunction, and instead of fixing it, she just got a new Mac. She moved out of the dorms before the first year was over to her own studio apartment and bought a dog. I saw a girl shove all her wet paint supplies into her Louis Vuitton bag. A classmate got a Tiffany ring from his boyfriend. We spent the whole class talking about whether or not he should get his boyfriend a $2,000 Hermes sweater in return. The amount of girls who came to school in Ubers and cars kills me. The amount of students who spent $10-15,000 to outsource their homework. Fashion students. Also kills me. My ex-boyfriend went to a $40,000 a year international private high school in Korea. His cheapest hoodie was $250. I did not get to wear it. Spent most of his time and money on DSLR camera equipment and clothes. He had a collection of babe hoodies and wouldn't even wear some of them. Knew a girl who was the sweetest and humblest creature on earth, but also hella rich. She bought a dog and just casually wears Guxy blouses every day. This was a rumor, but apparently one girl hired someone to clean her dorm room every week. Most of the rich kids I knew were super sweet and very friendly, but boy did they live and party at another level. I'm way late. Probably nobody will see this, and it's probably not what Op was looking for, but what the fuck, why not post this? TLDR, rich lady calls the cops because a bird cheat on her car. So a couple weeks ago I was in the school parking lot to pick up my sister from school, and I had my other sister in the car next to me on some kind of video call with a shitload of friends. So I'm parked towards the back of the lot, in a space by the edge, and there's like nobody around me. As I start seeing kids leaving the school, I back out of the space to pull closer to the building, so my sister won't have to walk as far. Unfortunately, I was paying more attention to my sister next to me than to what was around my car, and suddenly someone lands on their horn. I slam the brakes, look over my shoulder, and some lady had apparently pulled into the spot directly behind me whilst I had been idling. Like, first of all, lady, there's a million other empty spaces that you could have parked in that errand smack in the middle of the lot, but that's besides the point. So I hit the brakes, pull the car back forward into the space, and sit there for a moment going holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. I had felt no impact with the other car, so I assumed she had honked in time for me to stop, and that I hadn't hit her, but then I see her getting out of her car to examine her front bumper. Now she's driving a new and expensive looking white SUV, and I'm in a bright faking blue PT Cruiser. Basically, it would be almost impossible for me to have hit her car without leaving obvious marks. I tell my sisters to walk home, then get out to talk to her, and she's being a real beach about it, going on about how she just got it back from the shop, and how she needs to call her husband and the police, because there might be internal damage. I bend over to inspect the damage. At this point I should mention that I have spent my entire life around and or working on cars, since my dad does automotive design, that is the hood on the Dodge Dart, his design, and also built a 1932 Ford Coupe from the ground up, so I know a fair amount about how cars work. I can see a few scratches on this lady's front bumper, but nothing that won't buff out very easily. There is no paint transfer or anything basically, the damage is non-existent, and I'm not even sure the scratches are from my car, because, again, I felt no impact. When I was in the vehicle I stand up and tell the lady there's nothing to worry about, that the damage is unbelievably minor, especially compared to my car, which had a cracked rear reflector somehow. But she still insisted on calling in a crash report, because there might be internal damage, like, the worst I did was lightly tap her bumper, but this middle-aged mother, now with her middle school daughter in the car, insists on wasting 90 minutes of our time filing a crash report with a police officer. I call my mother so that she can bring our insurance papers over, and she shows up 10 minutes after I call her. The police, on the other hand, don't show up for another half hour. During this half hour, my mother agrees with me that there is no real damage to this lady's car, and that calling the police over it is ridiculous. My dad is laughing hysterically over the phone when I describe the damage to him, commenting how the damage just looks like a bird sheet on her car. The whole time, this lady is being all pissy, and she seems determined to get some kind of compensation for these light scrapes on her bumper. She has to be able to sue this frightened 19-year-old kid who barely touched her vehicle. So eventually, the police officer shows up and speaks with my mum and the lady. He explains that you can't file a crash report unless the damage cost exceeds $1,000, and asks the lady if she is sure she even wants to make a report at all. She says she does, so the officer asks her to point out the damage on her car. He pulls out his flashlight in broad daylight because he can't find it. He looks at it for a minute, rubs it with his finger, then stands up and says, and I'm paraphrasing here, "Ma'am, this is birdsheet." He then turns and says something to my mum that I don't hear, because in running back to my car so I can burst out laughing, I look in the rearview mirror and the officer is still talking with my mum while the lady has turned her entire body away from them with the general demeanor of a pouty toddler. The faking look on her face as she drove away was priceless. I have a solid one for this. College years. Met a guy who was a Colorado boy, and I believe his father was a contractor lawyer for large oil companies, Chevron, Shell, BP Scale, and had been extremely successful. Dad gave him a credit card and basically unlimited funds. He was in a fraternity that was quite a wild bunch, nothing like state schools, as my university was a small engineering school. But apparently he topped the charts with spending money for the boys and just being really excessive with everything he did. Cue random night out, and we were all out, and the night is ending, and said guy is extremely pissed, like hardly able to walk pissed, and someone across the street made a comment about it and it set him off. But rather than trying to fight or whatever you'd normally expect from someone that drunk, he proceeds to take his shoes off. I think they were some Yeezy or Guxy shoes, and yells, "You see these shoes? These shoes are $350. Take them, you poor piece of shit. You look like you've never owned anything more expensive than a G-Shock watch or some cheap brand watch." And throws the shoes into the street and continued to half walk, half stumble along. Didn't even look back at them. Next day he had ordered another pair and they arrived later that day. The story always gets a laugh when we bring it up, especially since the guy who he yelled at did indeed walk across and look at the shoes and take them. I went to high school at an extremely privileged public school. We had students whose parents were dignitaries from other countries. One kid's dad helped develop the internet. Another's created that phone called the Sidekick. John Madden lived down the street. ECT point back in something like the 80s. The auto shop class used to work hard on their cars all year and would be allowed to drive them onto campus to show them off. Fast forward to 2007, we'd had an extended lunchtime where anyone's parents were allowed to park their cars on campus to show them off. Over here, all the porches, We've got green ones and red ones, yellow and black. Probably about 15 different porches here. We have 25 different Mercedes ranging from different class type to trim level. Don't forget about all of the BMWs. Of course you can check out this fucking dope Hummer used on the set of blah blah blah. There were Lincolns with suicide doors. My favorite were always the Ferraris with the glass engine compartments. Lamborghinis would be parked by the Ferraris, and of course, Mike was allowed to bring in his dad's glider plane, because that makes sense. It's almost not even worth mentioning the tricked out Mini Coopers, the pristine Aston Martins, all the strange collectible cars that I can't remember the names of, or the color coordinated Jeeps doing their back quote "it's a Jeep thing you oldn't understand Beck or Suadeth the tire thing." All in all, it really was a fun day. I work at an elementary school at this aftercare program where the kids stay after school and do homework and play games and whatnot until a parent gets home from work or whatever to get their kid. Now, the town I live in is on the wealthier side, so the kids here are more than less spoiled. I've had two very memorable encounters while working here relating to this topic. One time a girl, maybe in 3rd grade at the time, wasn't about to sit in timeout and claimed I couldn't boss her around because my dad is a billionaire, which I just dismissed because I doubt anyone in the town has that much money, and long story short, she got her timeout in the end. My second encounter was with a 5th grade boy. For one, we have personal classroom laptops that the kids use throughout the day, where they do online assignments, and this kid brings in an expensive gaming headset with LEDs to listen to his learning modules, and when I asked him why, he claims that it's just cool and people shouldn't make such a big deal about it, but everyone knows this kid was just trying to show off. More recently, this kid was talking about prices of his shoes to other kids in the class, and he claimed to some of the kids that a normal pair of shoes is around $200. Keep in mind this kid probably got new shoes every other month. I was baffled, being that I've never owned a pair of shoes more expensive than maybe $90. Other kids in the group started to say that he was spoiled, and the boy looked over at me hoping that I would say otherwise, but I just kinda shrugged and told him that a regular pair of shoes is maybe $40 to $60, and that it's a bit spoiled of him for taking his nicer things for granted. Edit. On mobile, sorry for sheet format. Sort of second hand here. A friend of mine is close with this incredibly wealthy family. The great-grandfather of the family was some sort of land developer and was responsible for building a huge proportion of the apartment buildings in my city. The next 3 generations basically just live in the lap of luxury off of that, and, as far as I know, none of them actually work. The daughter of the family patriarch lives in this palace with a full-on stable, with like a fleet, herd, whatever the collective noun for horses is, and people to tend them, all that good stuff, and her daughter lives in another mansion on a literal polo field. Like, what the fuck kind of money is this? Anyway, that daughter's son was friends with my friend, so that's the connection here. Now, most of the family was actually pretty kind, humble, and generous. But, this kid was the most spoiled piece of shit I've ever met. First off, he did like every drug imaginable. He just decided he didn't want to go to school anymore. His mom kicked him out, so he moved in with his grandma, the one with the stable and horses. There are a million different stories I could tell about this kid, but I'll just tell the most ludicrous one. So, he went out and just bought an Audi R8. That is a $140,000 car, and he went out and just grabbed one like us normal people would go buy an Xbox game or something. It was literally just an impulse buy. A couple months go by, and my buddy and I notice that the Audi he was driving was a different color. We ask him, "Hey man, did you paint the R8? And he said, "Nah, I decided I didn't like that color, so I bought another one." Yes, he bought a second Audi R8 because he didn't like the color of the first one. And he didn't sell the first one. He didn't trade it. He just has two. But then he decided he needed a daily driver, so he went out and bought an Audi all-road, fully loaded. So that's about $60K, I think. This fucking guy spent more money in 2 months than I will probably ever be able to have at one time. The best part? All he does is complain about the cars, complain about his mom and grandma are on his case, and about how he feels broke all the time. A few jobs back, someone in another department hired this fuckwit of an intern. We get a class of interns every summer. They make $15 to $18/HR, and they are laid off at the end of the summer in the nicest possible way. Goodbye luncheon. Remarks from executives ECT. It's very clear how the system works. We even have a row of cubicles dedicated to interns. All of them are pretty normal, except one whom I shall call Chad. Chad walks in wearing faking sunglasses into a cubicle farm. He's wearing a French cuff shirt, a really loud pinstripe suit, and he claimed to anyone within hearing distance, repeatedly, that his shoes were John Loban custom made for his feet. He also carries a briefcase, which is funny, since he will never bring work home. Chad's first run-in with the real world came when he replaced his admittedly sheety office chair with a full back leather chair. No dice, Chad. We had chair drama a few years back. Now everyone gets the same chair issued by ours. He got away with that one for about a week and a half. He also came in super early every day. Why? Because there was one parking space immediately to the right of the reserved executive spaces. People didn't like parking there because it, at first glance, looked like it was also a reserved spot. But he'd gobble it up every morning. He'd stand near the men's room, if he even sensed an exec was headed that way, so he could try to engage in light-hearted banter with people far above his station. End of summer rolls around, and Chad is faking furious the morning of his goodbye luncheon. He, apparently, walked into his boss's office and asked if he should start at the next time the following day. His boss, who by the way, was someone in ours, who would coordinate farming the interns out to managers around the company, reminded him that it was his last day. Internship over, all done, young man. Chad was pissed because he had been networking and raising his stock during the summer and was livid he wasn't being offered a full-time position. When she asked him if he had applied for a single job posting, the answer was no. Applying for jobs was beneath him. You see, we were just supposed to make him a full-time employee on site. And probably something above entry level, if I had to take a guess. So Chad goes back to the cubicle farm, stands up "Alaro Captain, my captain," and yells, and I do mean yells, to his fellow interns that they cannot stand to be treated this way. He's leading a walkout. Chad jumps from his desk and storms right out the front door. Absolutely nobody follows him. There is some shock. There is some laughter. Then everyone goes right back to whatever they were doing. I wish I had been outside to see Chad standing there. I wonder how long he stood there waiting for the legion of followers to come out. He got the last laugh, though. Little faker works for a hedge fund. New hire in customer service department arrived 10 minutes late for first day. Whatever, maybe he didn't know traffic would be bad. Parks his brand Mustang in Sears/President's parking spot. Whatever, it's technically unassigned. We all just know it's his spot through experience. CFO pulls him into the boardroom during our strategic planning meeting and tells him, "Hey, I know it's your first day so it's no big deal, but just so you know, that spot outside next to the tree is where the boss normally parks." He's a pretty humble guy, but he planted that tree himself to give his car shade so it's not so hot inside when he leaves. Needless to say, it's his spot. 24-year-old kid fresh out of college with a BS in some liberal arts/communications bullshit literally says, "Yeah, well now it's where I park." With a smirk, I verbally giggle like a little girl. It was very awkward. CFO glares at me like straighten up dipshit. I'm the corporate tax accountant, so I should never laugh, let alone giggle in a boardroom. CFO calmly picks up the phone, taps 10,237, our manager extension, and says name redacted, is being terminated as of the end of day today. Process his exit paperwork and have it to me by noon. Our response, "Sir, the new hire that starts today." CFO, "Yes, that one." Click. 24-year-old kid gives CFO the finger and says, "You're not my boss's hole." Again with a smirk. Technically he wasn't wrong. The CFO is his boss's boss's boss. 10 minutes later, 24-year-old kid is escorted out of the building while he's screaming obscenities at everyone he passes. 24-year-old kid does burn out in parking lot as he's leaving while flipping off the entire building. 24-year-old kid proceeds to lose control of his car and run into a company Honda Accord in the parking lot. Meanwhile, from 4th floor boardroom, we are all giggling. Actually it was just me again receiving another glare from CFO does nothing this time. I'm in full giggle mode. 24-year-old decides not to get out, but rather just back up and head for the nearest exit. Security goes outside to inspect damage to company car. It's minor, but he's gonna pay for it. Obviously we have his information. Company files police report. Gives police his home address, in the nice part of town. Police go by his house, no one's home. Police keep searching. Can't find him. Next day, police show up at house around 6 AM. Parents say he's not home, and they had not heard from him at all. Bullshit. No search warrant equals no entry. Later we find out that his dad is a lawyer. So good thing they didn't try to barge in. Good job local PD. Day 3 police locate his Mustang at a Ford dealership. Kid is there, but see the cops pull in, so he runs, before they even get out of car. Cops go in and ask if the dealership knew where the owner of the Mustang is. They tell them he just ran through their service area and out the back. 24-year-old kid vanished. Next day police ping on a stolen truck from a nearby casino. Turns out that the 24-year-old kid ran to nearby casino and stole a pickup from the parking lot. Who leaves their keys in their vehicle in 2015. Police chase and capture kid, who is actually a 24-year-old adult according to the judge. 24-year-old adult is charged with property damage, fleeing scene of accident, grand theft auto, and felony evasion. Daddy saves his ass, gets him off 1 probation and time served with a reckless driving and property damage, vandalism, charge. I worked at an international college in the UK that mainly gave tuition to very wealthy Chinese students. About a quarter-mile from the college was some apartments used for our student accommodation where this one guy lived. We'll call him Jin. It was an easy and nice walk to the college which 99% would take every day, but Jin was indeed the 1% in more ways than one. Jin either rented or bought a top-of-the-line Maserati and would drive it to the college every day, less than a quarter mile, just because he could. Parking was horrendous in the area, so he'd just park it where he felt was convenient, and would just laugh and pay the ticket whenever he got one. I also can't imagine how much the insurance must have cost, because he was barely in his 20s driving a borderline supercar. He was a nice lad, and I felt like talking to him about having more sense, but then I realized he's literally rich enough to do whatever he wants within the parameters of civil society. He was paying for the car and subsequent lift tickets with no problem, so to him it wasn't a problem. He could literally try to pay me to stop talking to him if he wanted. Amazingly the car was never towed. Always wondered if he just threw money at whoever tried to. I've got plenty of similar stories from there. Used to do cellular sales around the iPhone 4S release. Young cringy tween walks up with his sweet ass pie mom. She asks if we have it in stock. I say yes, so we begin the process. It's one hiccup after another, the kid inching ever closer to a foul mood. You can tell the mom is on edge and very aware of what this kid is capable of. The fine details are unimportant, but the end result is. Long and short, the kid didn't have an upgrade available. Mom thinks she might, no dice. So she asks the price of the phone outright, which at the time, I think was like $800. The kid, without thinking, says, "But we have lots of money, Mom. Just get it, it's no big deal." Mom says no, he can wait a month. 1 month. That's it. They'd have an upgrade and save, at the time, $650 plus bucks. Kid interrupts her explanation. "No, it's okay, just get it. It's fine." Mom says no again. Kid again blurts out, "Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I want it now, so that doesn't work for me." I swear on my life he said that exact phrase. Mom says no a final time, and the kid melts into a full-on toddler tantrum, punching the ground, kicking his feet, and screaming while lying on his back. He gets up and swipes my entire display, knocking down almost all of my product. He takes a camera and smashes it against my phone display, breaking 2 of the live phones. This is a 12-year-old screaming over and over, "I want it. I want it," while breaking my store. The mom grows a new gray hair, hangs her head, sighs and buys the phone. Immediately the little dicklick stops everything, and without a hitch says, "Awesome, thanks Mom." The kid then proceeds to tell me, in front of his mom, How his mom thinks she can tell him he can't get things, but he knows they have a lot of money, and he knows that if he throws a fit she'll give in. And hey mister, I'm real sorry about your store. I just really wanted that phone, and now I've got it. I was in such shock during the whole situation, just witnessing it. The mom offered to also pay for the damaged merchandise, so I got her information and passed it on to corporate, and they billed her and sent me new merch. I know it was well over 5 or 6 grand. Girl in my 6th form got a brand new Mini the day of passing her test. John Cooper Works 2. For anyone that doesn't know, it's the top spec most expensive model. Anyway, she ends up bragging about it to everyone all the time. Anyways, one day she parks in the headmaster's spot and got her car towed. She had a literal crying fit about how life's not fair and all this. Bearing in mind there's like 2 huge car parks, 5 spaces are reserved for staff. Like she literally cold picked the spot opposite, but didn't. That's not the worst bit though. She gets the car back and decides she doesn't like the color because I shit you not, someone spilled some drink on the bonnet and she didn't like that it had a different finish. Instead of washing the car or even paying someone to wash it, she gets the whole car wrapped in bright pink. Irony being that they had to wash it to do this. The car lasted maybe a week. After it was wrapped, she put her foot down too quickly in the car park and decided to have it wrapped again, this time round a tree. Passenger of the car got directly hit and had to be cut out of the car. She managed to climb out and had to be held back because she was screaming at the firemen and women about how her dad was gonna go mad if they cut her car up. Whole thing was like something out of a movie. This girl wasn't rich, but she was spoiled. Her grandmother raised her. Anyways, fast forward from elementary to high school. We're all probably 14 or 15 at the time. We are on the bus and this chick is going on about how her grandmother is a dumb bitch because she took her phone, but jokes on her because she doesn't know I have 2 phones. Now, you're probably thinking, that isn't that bad, but for someone who also lived with elderly people, and still does, because of their health problems, and also did not get along with my mom, female legal guardian, and had said awful things about her in middle school, which was my acting out phase, knows the hurt it causes to the person that raised you. Especially after they bend over backwards for you, and at their age, have no business taking care of children or teenagers. I was furious at this chick and I couldn't help but think how disrespectful it was. She was hard-headed, spoiled, bratty, and she honestly wasn't a good person in HS. Started in middle school with her attitude and it never changed, as far as I'm aware. For her and her grandmother's sake, I hope she got her shit together. Always treat your parents and grandparents with respect, because you never know when they are going to pass away. Unless of course said parents or grandparents are pieces of shit that physically, mentally/emotionally, or sexually abused you, or ECT. Went to one of those rich kid school/college/6th forms. It was all boarding straight through education, but the 6th form part of the equation was they took 20 to 30 non-boarding non-rich kids every year. Based on grades and entrance exams, hell, they even begrudgingly started letting small numbers of girls in. How modern of them anyway. Naturally the boarding kids hated us because unlike them, we earned our place and didn't buy it with daddy's wallet, so naturally what's a rich kid to do? Flex his cash, of course. I could tell you all sorts of stories about their weird flexes. Like the kid who showed up in a helicopter on his first day, a helicopter he hired from literally 20 minutes drive away, having already come down in a limo, gets in this helicopter for a less than 10 minuet flight and lands on the football pitch. Because funnily enough even rich kid schools don't have helipads. He was even mad at the pilot for making him late. Then there was the kid who only wore designer suits. His wardrobe was full of designer suits, but he didn't stop there. This kid went the extra mile. Everything was the latest fashion/trend/release/whatever. Suits would be thrown out on a weekly basis and replaced because, and I quote, only peasants keep wearing the same old clothes. Or how about my favorite dear old Sam, the kid who avoided getting expelled on numerous occasions in a manner that had nothing to do with all the generous donations from daddy, thing as his grades were so bad he didn't qualify for the 2nd year, but daddy bailed him out once again and hired all these private tutors and extra help to turn his grades around. And still after all this help and money I vividly remember a mock chemistry test where our teacher applauded him and shook his hand saying these exact words: "In all my years teaching, over 30 years teaching, I have never seen anyone get a 0 on a test. The only thing you got right was your name and your handwriting's so bad I'm not sure you spelled that right. The fact has called Sam made that way funnier at the time." Yeesh, my ex. We were 25 when we dated, and he was pretty much fully supported by his parents, but was convinced he was one of those hard-working, get your hands dirty, worked for everything he had, started from the bottom boy. In reality, his parents bought him and his brother a house to live in for college and they both absolutely trashed the place. It was disgusting to be in. His parents paid for 7 years of college because he couldn't get his sheet together, and anytime he got a tuition bill, he'd call up his mom, the tuition bill just came in. It's $10,000. You need to pay it. We'd go out to eat almost every day, multiple times a day, and I'm very frugal and a big budgeter, and when I voiced my concern about spending so much money, he just shrugged and said whatever. He'd have his mom pay his credit card bill. His parents threw hundreds of dollars at him every month and still had no money saved up. After he cheated on me, his excuse was basically that it made him insecure that I had my sheet together and was an adult and so financially independent. He said he knew his parents would never cut him off and he was okay with it, and we weren't on the same page anymore because I wanted him to grow up. There were so many examples of him being a reckless child because he knew mommy and daddy would pay for it. It was astounding, and he was always the victim. I have 2 rich kid experiences, both from when I'd first started 6th form when I was 16. So I ended up at the same 6th form with a lot of my friends from high school, but we all made different friends in our classes and brought them into the group. So there was this girl that we became friends with, let's call her Jem. So anyways, it's Jem's birthday at the start of the school year and she says her parents are letting her have a party at her house, and she invited everyone from the friend group and quite a lot of people from her other classes. So there's me thinking this party is gonna be super cramped. It didn't even occur to me that her family might have money, since this wasn't like the richest of schools to go to. Now Jem and I had taken to walking home together after classes had finished for the day, and one day we are walking our usual route only to find that there were a ton of roadworks going on. Jem stops and spends a good minute or two looking at the road signs and then says something about her trust fund getting a bit bigger. Obviously me being confused, I laugh and ask what she means. She then goes on to explain that her grandfather's company manufactures a lot of the road signs that the councils used at the time. In fact, her grandfather had insisted they be called Jem signs. I had never knew why they had the word Jem imprinted on the backs of the signs. For every sign used, the company gained money, a small percentage of which went straight into Jem's trust fund. So I was thinking surely there can't be that much money in that, and I shrug it off and forget about it for a few weeks. Then comes the day of the party and everyone goes to her house. Like and behold, she lives in the biggest house I'd ever seen. It had 4 tennis courts and everything, and that's how I learned that the girl was already a millionaire at the age of 16. Second story, this one is a lot shorter, I promise. Again, this was another person that had joined our friend group at the same school. I don't actually remember his name, so we'll just call him Carl. So anyway, Cole was ill one day, and my friend Dan and I were in his psychology class, so he asked us to bring him the homework so he could keep up with the workload. So we agree, and he gives us his address. It's a part of town that neither of us had ever been to, but it was only about 20 minutes away from where I lived, so we made our way there and found this huge house. It had its own stables and tennis court. There's this woman riding a horse by the stables. She stops and asks if she can help us when she spots us looking very lost and confused. So we say we are looking for Carl, and she tells us to knock on the main door and Trevor would show us his room. So we knock on and this butler answers the door and shows us to his room. Carl takes us on a tour of the family mansion, indoor pool room included. And we notice a lot of stuff is packed in boxes. He tells us they are moving to a bigger place with an outdoor pool and a bigger stables because their mansion is not big enough. Bear in mind it was literally just this kid and his parents and the handful of staff. some crazier than others. Rich kid mooching food from use poorer college students. We fixed his wagon with chocolate milk and X-Lax. First he complained, "I think your milk has gone bad." Then he had the nerve to complain we let milk go rotten, and he didn't want to live with people who weren't responsible and clean. It was funny. He mooched because he would spend his entire allowance on drugs days after receiving it each month. Rich kid in high school agonizing about which car to drive to school. "I can't decide between the Porsche, BMW, Benz or Ferrari. Life sucks." He was actually a good guy and knew exactly how pretentious he was sounding. He'd then ask us, his carpool mates, which we preferred. A few options were only available when one of us wasn't pulling. It was actually crazy, but fun because it was r/rich kid being one of my first roommates in university was from HK, and so his parents realized he needed a car in America. So he was given a new BMW 528. He was a good guy also, since he'd chauffeur us poorer schmucks around, because we couldn't afford a car and tuition. He also introduced us to sushi back in the day, before it was a thing. 1980, good guy. USC sorority girls who'd only date you if you had money or were in a money promising major. Now you'd think they'd know that engineering was one of those, but that wasn't good enough. I had a film major roommate, and he thought it was so funny he used the following in one of his movies. The frequent and repeated conversations like, "Gee, hi, you're cute. What's your major?" "Me, engineering." "Gee, I'll learn to lie to give the correct answer, which was pre-law, pre-med, business or accounting." Then after doing that for a while, I finally realized anyone so stupid to think these were rich husband majors was probably not my type. Gold diggers. What's up with that? Single wealthy mom with 2 daughters in my hometown. Oldest daughter is the brat. She's my age. Mom is wealthy doctor and often buys her daughters random crap. Oldest daughter has a history of being this way. When she started college, she went to the same university as me, and she had a full ride same as me. It's a great scholarship, pays for literally everything. She left for a bigger school after 1 semester for that college experience, banking on the fact that her mom would pay for it. Mom is already stretched thin paying for this girl who doesn't live with her anymore. Now oldest daughter goes to France for a semester abroad on her mom's money. Mom is really struggling now back home with her other daughter, who is still in high school. Oldest daughter doesn't care that she's making her family's lives harder while in France on her mom's money. Last week her new foreign friends want to take a trip to Rome. Girl asks her mom for money. Mom says sorry, none left. So girl takes out a ton of student loans to pay for it. Mom begs her not to because she doesn't want her daughter to have to deal with that debt. Daughter goes anyway because she's an idiot. Now mom and daughter both in debt because of daughter's stupid decisions, and daughter is ungrateful through it all. Younger daughter back home is dealing with the real consequences of her sister's actions. This girl went from get a free degree with this full ride scholarship to in debt and crippled family's finances because I don't want to seem poor in 2 years. What a ride. Classmate from high school. Kilangan na corner form maids Miller and may Sarali silang air conditioned basketball court. May mini fridged in siya patty little sister niya sa rooms Miller because the main ref is apparently too far. Another classmate, Chinese seller and businessman father niya. She can speak Chinese, Japanese and French. Nalibaniya gaming classmates niya sa field trip 1.5k each kid a 40 plus kami sa isang class kakle senji pinsan ko pero same school kami, 1 year high lang sila. Every other month may isang weekend nanakalan for traveling abroad. Mostly Asian countries, pero every month, ex-student of mine. Parents niya may ng isang moldito. May sariling driver and ball siya bumper ng kots kahit magpapahuli lang ng migdo fries or coke float. Her mom offered to buy me new shoes before when I broke my heels and sprained my ankle. Siampa, ball. Gave me a beautiful LV handbag as a Christmas gift. Another ex-student of mine. British dad. Mars Malaki pool swimming pool nila sa bahay namin. And may slides and fountain spa. And may fountain sa entrance ng bahay nila and puro ko young stream nila. Was invited there kasi birthday and I student. Bangang banga. I work at a public library. Come say hi, and from time to time I'll see patrons who have racked up hundreds and hundreds in fines. Usually it's from stuff like robberies or house fires that destroy books/DVDs/whatever, and we generally forgive those. We like forgiving fines. Sometimes, I run into rich kids who think the late fees are actually extended loan fees, which is code for I can keep it as long as I want if I pay for it. So this one smug kid comes in after returning somewhere close to 50, the maximum we allow, and they have something in the neighborhood of $400-450 in fines. I explained this to them, and they're like, shit. So they back off and pick up the phone. Smug kid, Dad, can I use the card? Yeah. It's for library stuff. I wanna take out more books. Okay. Cool. And with a grin, and not like a happy giddy kid grin, more like an I'm a little sheet grin, the kid pulls out a credit card and pays off the fine before grabbing a whole bunch of sheet off the shelves. Never saw that kid again, but I'd be amazed if they brought the stuff back on time. What gets me is that the situation could been completely avoided if they just renewed the material and paid attention like most patrons do. I'm not even glad that we got the payment, because it goes into the city's general fund, which is pretty much all a wasteland right now. I worked with a guy that didn't show any of the traditional things that the rich person stereotypes might have. No expensive car. He drove a very old Toyota Corolla that was used when he bought it. No flashy watch. He was like 4 generations of iPhone behind, and he only got it used because he wanted to be able to do FaceTime with his daughter while she was in college. Sweet guy overall. My first indication he had any sort of money is when I heard him talking about his house. We live in a decently expensive area in the southeastern USA, and he was having some work done. He was having 5,000 square feet of hardwood flooring installed, which in the area he lives I know that's $1 million home at least. Over time it starts getting pieced together. His dad is a co-founder of a fairly well-known construction group in the region and loaned his son the money, interest-free, to buy the house that he himself, his dad, built with his crew. He is paying a $800K mortgage, actual cost of material, land, and labor, not value of the house, over 40 years interest-free. His dad has to be in his 70s or 80s, so I don't think Mike Walker will ever actually pay it off. It's Mike Walker's daughter. In the 4 years I worked with him, she crashed no less than 6 cars. The whole time she was in college, and didn't actually progress a single year because she kept switching majors and failing classes and being forced to take time off. Every time she got into an accident, always her fault, hitting trees, not paying attention, and flying into a ditch. Just shit like that, though amazingly never actually drunk. He first panicked she was hurt, and then got really angry realizing she wasn't, but instead was just reckless, like he turned red, and started mumbling to himself. Then he'd call her, tell her she was done, no more cars, and then each time the following Monday would come into work, and would mention to someone in the office I got his daughter's name, a new car this weekend when someone asked him what he got into. Plus he gave her a healthy monthly allowance, paying all her bills including her obscene insurance. I went to a high school in an affluent district. It was the kind of school where almost everyone wore designer clothes to school. Most of the boys looked like they had stepped out of a yacht club advertisement, all the way down to the pastel sweaters tied around their shoulders and dock shoes. It wasn't uncommon for these kids to complain because daddy only gave me $80 for my shopping trip in middle school, so you can imagine high school was way worse. I was dating someone for a brief time who, at lunch, complained to me sadly about how he couldn't get anything out of the vending machine. I was no stranger to feeling hungry and not having the change to get a snack, so I reached into my bag to offer him $1. I got $20 for a week worth of school lunch, and since I was dealing with an eating disorder at the time I usually had some bills left over. I would normally save this in my secret piggy bank for purchasing my own electronics months and months down the line. He said, oh no, that's okay, the problem is I only carry hundreds and the vending machine won't take it. I think my eyes bulged out of my head when he cracked his wallet open and flipped through the stack in there. I'd never even seen that many hundreds. He was acting like it was totally normal. He also wasn't just posturing to seem cool. He regularly got new phones or shoes and was always carrying like $900 on him at a time. I have some wild stories from that school. It's also important to point out that my family was also fairly well off. It's say middle class / upper middle. My parents were extremely controlling. I honestly think my mother has some sort of untreated psychiatric disorder, and they aggressively tried not to spoil me since I was an adopted only child. So basically a pretty shitty stressful situation that faked me right up. But that's another story. It's a much lesser thing than most of the stories here, mostly because the school I went to didn't have a ton of super rich people going to it. But one of my friend's families is pretty stinking rich for our area. Like they bought her a pork for her 16th birthday, and then when she didn't properly thank them enough they returned it. They had multiple maids for their house to take care of the cleaning and laundry, despite the fact that her mom was a stay-at-home mom. And their mom made her and her siblings stay in their rooms if they had any sort of trader worker there so that they wouldn't associate with those sort of people. But even on top of all of this, the moment that really got me was when we were all hanging out at my friend's apartment on campus. Their toilet was clogged from a different roommate and they were looking for a plunger. My rich friend, without batting an eye, said, "Why don't you just call a plumber?" We told her that was ridiculous for a clogged toilet. She asked, "How do people deal with that then if they don't have their personal plumber come?" We told her that most people just use a plunger to try to unclog the toilet. She looked at us for a moment before asking, "What's a plunger?" She was so disconnected that as her 18-year-old person, she literally didn't know what a plunger was. So as a special treat, we gave her the plunger once we found it and had her unclog the toilet. She didn't like it at all. In that same year we also showed her how to use an oven, change a light bulb, and fill up her car with gas. She is honestly a super sweet girl and crazy smart academically, but her parents kept her so sheltered she didn't know a lot of things most adults should know. Being that the obnoxious, out of touch, spoiled rich kids is most likely my number one most despised type of human, I have a lot of stories I could share. These are the ones that stand out. Rich kid #1. He's a nice enough guy on the surface, but doesn't take long to realize he's used to getting everything and having it his way, and goes into a pseudo tantrum manipulation fit if he doesn't get it. I worked with this guy for a few years at a sales-oriented company, which is funny considering that sort of environment normally attracts people who understand they have to hustle and fight for every dollar. This guy's dad owned a large company that, coincidentally, was a big customer of our company. This guy played football for a large secondary school. However, upon further research, we all found out he actually never really played much, if at all, and rumor has it there was a large building named after his dad at that school. You connect the dots there. The best part of the story is that after around a year or so of his performance being mediocre, he urged his dad to funnel business through him, and over the course of 3 weeks this guy became the #1 rep at our company doing multiple deals that essentially looked like money laundering. It went as far as the company having to remove them from the books and this guy being chastised for it after attempting it again later on. It was that bad. Yet he walked around the office, head high, making belittling statements to all the other sales reps about how he is doing better than them. It was pretty ridiculous. He eventually quit because he couldn't get his way. I have never seen someone handed so much and have such little appreciation for it. My uncle is a self-made millionaire. Major respect to him. His kids, on the other hand, spoiled brats who have never had to lift a finger for themselves. They're great and I love them, but man, it is frustrating as hell watching them go through life with no consequences and flaunting materialistic things that most established adults can't afford. Their oldest, the only girl, gets everything. I remember in high school she went through about 3 BMWs that she either crashed or destroyed. The first one was flipped over into a ditch. I believe the second one had mechanical problems due to her not knowing how to drive a clutch, but insisting that she had a car with a manual clutch. If I didn't know better, I would assume she destroyed that one because it wasn't a convertible. Moving on into adulthood, she now lives in her parents' house that I would guess is worth around 600k plus. They gave her the house. They bought her a new Cadillac Escalade next. Actually, I think she's on number 3 of those in the past 4 or 5 years. Somehow it came up around my grandparents about how she has all of these things and doesn't even have a job. They said she has a hard time paying the utilities for the house and it really bothers her, something she complains about frequently. Her husband, great guy from humble origins, had a service job making little money and the dad decided to start a company for him and is now funneling all of his prior customers from the company he sold a few years back into this new company. Needless to say, they are doing very well for themselves despite never actually working a real job. Really quirky, interesting and controversial Argentinian guy I went to college with. Apparently his dad was a huge agricultural business tycoon in Argentina. He would send him $10,000 in cash all the time. It was really weird. This guy eventually got deported for multiple DUIs. Which sucks because I don't wish that on anyone. However, he did it to himself because he literally had the mentality that police officers, or anyone else, had no right to bother him. The same guy would throw huge house parties and invite everyone, then stand at the door and tell certain people they couldn't come in for no reason. Strange guy, really strange background story. Kid that went to a neighboring high school of ours had very wealthy parents. He would basically buy all the alcohol for parties when we were underage and everyone would hang out with him and kiss his ass, even though he was a major dick. From my perspective, sadly enough, it seemed like he knew he had to pay for his friends. In his 20s, his dad gave him money to start a classic car shop. It looked to me that his dad essentially gave him a bunch of cash so he could buy all the cars he liked and drive them until he got tired of them, then put them in his showroom and eventually sell them. He had fuck you money. He bought a brand new $10,000 Suzuki GSX-R 750 and wrecked it almost immediately trying to show off by doing wheelies in a parking lot. I don't think he had ever ridden a bike before he let the bike sit in his garage for who knows how long, and, honestly, I don't think he even cared. I eventually talked him into selling it to me, and it was a mangled mess. One night he was out at a bar getting plastered, then decided to drive home with his friend in the passenger seat. People at the bar tried to get him to stay so they could put him in a taxi, but he fought his way out of there and jumped in his car. Cop attempted to pull them over almost immediately and he ran, eventually running off the road, jumping a fence, and hitting a tree. I believe that's how he passed away, even though I vaguely recall that it was another similar incident. Regardless, the arrogance of this guy was his ultimate demise, and he was a major train wreck to watch. Really faking sad. You would imagine his parents would have intervened before something like this happened. So I was in broadcasting school 10 years ago. Part of the program was to intern at a radio or TV station. Anyway, at this time in my life my financial situation wasn't good. I was barely scraping by, my job wasn't paying enough. So even traveling to school and an internship was making my life stressful. So one of the guys I interned with was named Jay. I was asked to help him out with how some of the systems worked. No problem. Then a couple of producers were talking to us and then bringing up the fact that Jay used to be a rapper. Nothing big, in fact he was hardly known in underground circles in the area. He just did it. Then I asked why he wanted to be in media and he said, well, my dad offered to pay for schooling and I just picked this school. We went to the same school, different classes. Then he asks where I live, etc. and I tell him about it. The rich kids part comes in here. His parents got him an apartment in the city and they gave him a food check weekly for groceries and whatnot. I asked how he backed his rap career and he said his dad paid for it. All I knew about the dad's job was he was in some kind of banking. But yeah, and the way he said food check was in a tone of your parents don't give you one. Blew my mind that I was skipping meals to pay for a train pass and he just had money given to him. And his parents bought him a new Mac and some other electronic accessories to help him get through school. My cousin would come to visit us when I was a kid. He would come into my room and look grossed out by my toys. He was like, you have a Sega Master System? Have you not heard of Genesis yet? Or Super Nintendo? When I finally got a Genesis, he told me he'd sell me some of his games for one-half price. He had multiple copies of every game for multiple consoles that were in different houses around the country. You see, my cousin's dad had designed some of the most recognizable amusement park rides and structures in the US. They were mega rich. When they'd leave our shabby lower middle class home, he'd loudly beg his dad, can we go home to San Fran? I don't want to go back to Miami, shit like that. I visited him many years later, when I was in my 20s. He was living alone in a 6000 SQ/FT home in the Hollywood Hills. He didn't remember me really, as it had been years and we'd just connected again and exchanged info at a family reunion. I was so shocked about the condition of his McMansion. Holes in the walls, broken toilets, TV boxes laying around, and a pile of smashed TVs in the backyard. The dude was so coked up the whole time, kept giving me chores and tasks to do. He didn't seem to have a job, and my grandma confirmed with me that he's never worked a day in his life. Anyways, he just disappeared one morning, so I just left and drove the 12-hour drive home lol. The last I heard, he had died in his early 30s going 100+ miles per hour on his sports bike on the freeway. I went to school in this upper middle class community. The median income according to Wikipedia is over 80k, but I know a couple families who are making a bit over $1 million annually. There's also a well-known news reporter from there who got into a fiery debate with Trump. We weren't all that rich, my mom just moved there so she could finish school and rented an apartment. I don't live there anymore, we just bought a house in a cheaper part right outside of the town. Anyways, the amount of stories I have is incredible, but I'll share this one because it's the most recent. I'm a volunteer firefighter, and one day this guy who's in my department was telling me his son, who I went to high school with, wanted a brand new BMW that cost nearly 50k. So he said no and started laughing, but the thing is that the reason why I thought that he was laughing and the reason he was laughing were different things. He gave his son his old Cadillac as in a 2017 one, and he totaled it by hitting a utility pole. So I thought that he was thinking, you're 17, you don't need a $50,000 brand new car, especially since you just wrecked your old car. His reason was that his son is a senior and is going away for college next year. He's not allowed to have a car on campus, so he would be buying such a costly car that would be staying at home most of the time. I thought it was weird, but whatever. Then the dad went and bought him like a $30,000 car, as if that makes a difference. Then after getting it, the kid came up to me complaining how his dad was an asshole and should rot in hell. I was kind of friends with this kid in high school and had no idea he was like this, and I'm embarrassed to say I'm associated with him. As if you want me to feel compassion for you with my $4,000 Honda. Mostly just a lot of kids during my freshman year being absolutely ignorant of many of the basic day-to-day things you need to do to exist that were handled by their parents or paid help. While there were plenty who were really cringy with it, when does the laundry person come by, there were a lot of kids that never really got the memo and slowly slid into pretty rough situations because they were so well prepared. 18 and 19-year-old kids that had never done the dishes or cleaned up a spill before. Kids that had no idea you need to wash your sheets with some degree of regularity. Kids that have never packed a suitcase or planned a trip before. Hell, I encountered a girl that had never flown on a commercial airliner and had no idea what going through General XA security was like because she's only ever flown on a private plane. And then, when all these realities start hitting them, they crumble. Ever walked into a dorm room full of dishes and dirty laundry that haven't been touched since orientation because the occupant doesn't even know how to start cleaning a mess they made? It's not really crazy so much as it's just sad. Late November/early December at a white bread college campus can be a really interesting time. I did see a guy put all his dirty laundry and about a quart of detergent in the dryer one time though, because he'd never done laundry before. That was a fun one to watch unfold. And Airplane Girl eventually realized her situation was incredibly unique and is now a fairly level-headed and successful person. I've had a lot of encounters, but off the top of my head, went to high school with a girl who totaled 10 Range Rovers. She also paralyzed a girl while driving impaired and had the audacity to stop hanging out with said girl because she can't walk or party anymore and she's boring now. I also caddy at a club that costs $500,000 to join. Use of golf course is not included in the basic membership. So if you wanna golf it's closer to $1 million a year to be a member there. One day I had to caddy for this dude and his son who started their own club, but they were such dicks the board Steve Jobs bed them. Anyways, due to a rain delay I had to be on the course with these guys for 6 hours, and at the end of the day the dad pulls out his wallet to tip me, and his wallet is stuffed with $100 bills. Looks at me, says gonna need to make change. He only tipped me $5. Not pretentious, but just an asshole. Kid in my high school only wore Guxy products and would throw a beach fit if you bumped into him because you'd damage his Guxy. Anyways, him and his sister took a private jet to New York for New Year's Eve. His sister wanted a fancy dress for the evening, and when they got to New York she went and bought herself a $20,000 dress. Tried to return it the next day and was appalled that the store wouldn't take the dress back. Tried to get her parents to sue, blah blah blah. Her and her brother's punishment for spending over $50,000 in a weekend was a week without their Audi, and she had to wear the same dress to prom. Literally heard her bitch about how shitty her parents treated her because $50,000 is nothing. Like I could spend that in an hour. I don't understand why they care. Even poor people can spend that kind of money. My high school years were all spent at a charter school. TLDR on charter schools is that students wore uniforms, had to maintain a higher average to pass than what they'd need to pass at a public school, and no remedial level courses were offered. If you couldn't pass the single stream of courses offered at my school you wouldn't be allowed to return for the following year. There were some fairly wealthy students at my school, but the one with rich kid syndrome was Jack. He was generally a pretty nice guy, but you could count on Jack to upstage anyone with his wealth. He always had the nicest shoes, watches, sports equipment, you name it. When he turned 16, he always had the nicest vehicles too. His 16th birthday gift was an Audi A3. It was gently used, maybe 2 years old, but Jack constantly reminded everyone that it had a turbocharger. He'd boast that he could get it over 100 km/h in less than a block, a fact which he regularly demonstrated by going 0-100 km/h plus the playground zone adjacent to the school at the end of the day. Of course, you'll eventually be caught if you gain a reputation for driving more than 3 times the legal speed limit, 30 km/h, in a playground zone, and Jack was caught one day near the end of the school year. Jack probably should have had his license suspended when he was clocked by a cop doing at least double the speed limit less than a block away from school, but his family lawyered up, fought the ticket, and Jack kept his car after his court case ended. He acted like a badass for fighting the man, and he kept driving away from school every day at the same reckless speed. Luckily, nobody was killed. Like all his new toys, expensive watches and accessories, Jack's Audi A3 became boring to him the next school year, so he raised the stakes. Jack's dad got a brand new Dodge Ram 2500 with a Hemi V8. It was a beautiful truck, and Jack wanted it. One night when his parents were out, Jack took the truck, got some friends, and went on the highway for a joyride. He was clocked at 190 km/h by a cop in a 100 km/h zone, and picked up the highest level of speeding ticket, currently $650-$2,000 and a potential license suspension. Not sure what it was in my high school days, again less than a year. After narrowly managing to keep his license from his first offense, Jack's family lawyered up for him again, but his license was suspended. Jack whined constantly about how unfair it was that he lost his license and how he had to get rides all the time from his parents. He was clearly too good to use public transit. He completely missed the bigger picture about how his driving habits could easily have killed people. I doubt he had to pay a penny for lawyer fees, fines, or steeply increased insurance premiums, so his chief concern was getting his license back. Eventually, in grade 12, Jack did get his license back, but not his Audi A3. His punishment was that his family bought him a less powerful BMW sedan, once again gently used, and not very old, since turbocharger. I don't recall seeing Jack speeding in the playground zone again, so maybe in a twisted way he did learn a lesson, but he still had a far nicer car than anyone else I ever knew in high school, even after regularly endangering the public and having his license suspended. TLDR, the rich kid in school always had a nice car to drive, even though he was regularly seen speeding to levels of reckless excess. His punishment for losing his license was that, when he got his license reinstated, his parents bought him a less powerful car than the Audi A3W/Turbo that he had as his first vehicle. He still managed to bitch and complain about how unfair it all was. I know a girl who just thinks her parents will just buy her everything, and she doesn't have to work for it. She's been like this her whole life. The problem is, as she has gotten older, 34, now she doesn't understand she has to put forth any effort to attract a male. She hasn't had a boyfriend since college, so about 12 to 13 years since, but has wanted to get married this whole time. She literally just thinks her parents will buy her a husband. Not like a Russian mail order husband, but her parents keep buying her nicer cars, houses and even a horse. We'll get to that later, to hopefully attract a man. She's so lazy she doesn't even think she has to flirt with men or just go out in public to even be seen by anyone to even possibly be hit on. She barely leaves the house. She works from home. Daddy basically got her the job. She orders all her food from Uber Eats delivery. Daddy pays. And everything else like home supplies through Amazon. Also daddy pays. So about 3 years ago, when she actually went out in public for once, she met a guy at a bar who lives in California. She was living in Iowa at the time. They had a one stand. They exchanged numbers and that was about it. In her crazy mind, this guy was now her boyfriend and future husband. She up and moved to the Phoenix area because it was the closest place she could find a job that was anywhere near him. He lives in a remote ski town in California that's still about 800 miles away from Phoenix. But in her mind it was right next door. Her parents bought her a brand new home, new car, helped her find a job, and she just thought he would pack up his things and just move in with her in Phoenix. Keep in mind though, this whole time she's barely in any communication with this guy at all. Maybe a few texts here and there every few weeks, but they aren't in a relationship at all. She just made up she was dating him. She then completely changed her hobbies to match his. He's an outdoorsy, hunter, rancher, horse riding, ski bum type. She's an avid indoors woman who is the palest person you have ever seen in Arizona, and I think has watched every one on Netflix possible, twice. So she gets her parents to buy her a horse they shipped down from Oregon, just so she can pretend to ride it and take pictures with it, so she can post them on Instagram in the hopes he will see the horse. She thinks he'll just suddenly fall in love with her because of this horse. Of course the parents pay for the boarding of the horse as well. Long story short, she spent the next 3 years just taking photos of the horse hoping he would contact her. Nothing ever happened at all. But he will like a post of hers on Instagram or Facebook, and she thinks it's a sign he's going to contact her any day and they get married. The whole thing is insane. She's even convinced her parents they are dating this whole time, but they have never met him. Her parents are paying about $10K a month to keep her afloat with the mortgage, car payments, horse costs, and online shopping. She actually makes around only $50K in her job. I used to work as a live-in nanny. After working for a tech family in SF, a family with political ties in DC and a few developers in Scottsdale, as the Florida billionaires win every time. It was anything specific that was our KSI shit was just the lifestyle. During my interviewing stage I was flown out, transported around by a driver in black car, and put up in a hotel. I then waited around to be summoned. I met them at a sporting event. The team playing was a team owned by the family. Private security, straight up to a private suite filled with snacks, games, etc. things set up specifically by the family. It was a stressful interview because it wasn't one. Another nanny and a personal assistant were present. I didn't know how to act. I decided to just blend into the background, be in the same area as the child, offer snacks, etc. join a game every once in a while. That seemed to work. I moved to Florida at the cost of the family and lived in a house down the street from the family. After moving to Florida I came to realize many unspoken rules. For example, I was child one's nanny, therefore I could not interact with child two on any level to avoid jealousy issues. There was a hierarchy in the house and nannies were above the assistants, so was the full-time housekeeper, but not the weekend housekeeper. This hierarchy came into play a lot. But the most important thing I came to realize was that child one was the boss. The big boss. and made decisions that I as an average adult don't even have the privilege of making. For example, C1 decided to give me the job as their nanny, like completely. While it is important the child likes you and has a say, it is not typically their sole decision. Child 1 was just another level. I was not allowed to ask C1 to clean up after themselves or even to wash their hands after going to the restroom. I worked when C1 asked for me, which became a thing because there were other nannies to ask for and became a form of manipulation. C1 switched preschools, extracurricular classes, ECT based off of how they felt about attending or the teachers. It might not come across as very archaic, but so many things in that household were based off of whims of a small child. It ended for me after during a trip to the West Coast. When we traveled, the parents flew on one jet, we flew on their second. During the traveling the kid just wasn't into me. I don't know what I did but ridiculed me, didn't listen to anything I said, etc. I had just had enough. I mean, the lifestyle was insane. The parents were so highly respected and treated so well, which I received some perks from that, but I started getting anxiety around this child. I had to leave. A friend in university drags me out to a party in a fancy part of London, where we were studying at university at the time. She brings me to this house party, beautiful 3-floor house in the city center with a pool in the basement. I had been around the mega rich before, most of whom were very calm and nice people, but I instantly knew this wasn't the place for me. As soon as we walked in, other than the typical rich people setup, there was heaps of designer drugs on near every surface. There were many stories from my short stay there as I watched near tranquilized people function, but one struck me to this day. The owner of the house, a pretty fashionable girl talking about her selfish prick cunt father. Because despite giving her a luxury house in the core of a world elite city, tuition to attend a prestigious art school, and full coverage of her expenses and luxuries, he asked her to get an average grade enough to earn the degree she was failing. Not straight A's, just enough to pass. He said he'd take away the house and make her move back to their, still very central, mansion in another amazing part of town until she got her grades up. This wouldn't have shocked me as much as it did. I understand people have different lives, challenges, privileges and all that, but it hit home for me as I was struggling to work full-time and study full-time to make the tuition for my university program. I chose to study abroad to escape my neglectful home life. It was one of the most difficult times of my life, but I loved my university and the bright future it was setting me up to, but I couldn't physically do it. I lost so much weight from working full-time and studying. I spent all my savings trying to stay enrolled and pay fees, ultimately leading to a very heartbreaking dropout. I couldn't help but daydream that if I had at least even the tuition paid, I would have been able to finish and get the most out of my dream course. Broke my heart that someone so privileged had no appreciation for how fortunate they are. My roommate isn't as bad as most of these, but his life is basically set. He'll partially take over the family company and push a 6-figure salary, maybe 7 at some point. For now he's slightly in the red every month, but his spending habits are abysmal and doesn't really make too much. His grandfather is obviously trying to teach him to earn his raise, but he hasn't caught on yet. His dad helped him get a relatively nice house, then paid for the full renovation. Now he just pays the mortgage and utilities. Nice car. And that's about all he has going for him. He can't figure out why girls don't want him and his. It's his family's for now, money, but he has zero worthwhile passions. He went through a bit of an excessive depression after a breakup. 6 months from a year and a bit relationship is excessive despite any circumstances, but whatever, and constantly complained about not having any distractions. The massive to-do list for the new to him house doesn't mean anything. I'll just pay someone to have that done. Bro, it'll take 10 minutes to do that, or the lawn will take a weekend. One of our best friends is a landscape architect and offered his guidance. I'll help wherever. Nah, he'll just pay, his parents will, a shit ton to have it done, and will wait on the couch playing video games or binging something, and drinking. Like many have said, he also has that superiority complex too. It's not enough that he's right, but that you're wrong, and he better than you as a result. Even if you are in agreement or he's wrong. I guess the biggest issue is that he's a self-proclaimed asshole with only his money and is incapable of self-reflection. so he can't figure out why his life is so meaningless. Sounds pretty depressing to me. Never striving for improvement, waiting for happiness to be given to him. Almost 30, I doubt he'll ever change. I used to teach English to international students at a fairly expensive language school in the States, so I spent a lot of time with very wealthy 1824-year-olds. For example, I had one lesson planned to teach vocabulary for doing chores around the house, only to find that no one in the 30-ish student class did chores at home, because they all had maids. It was an especially weird experience, because the teachers were barely surviving on our salary. My old car died, and I couldn't afford to repair it, so I'd bike to work on an old used bike, while my students passed me in the convertible sports cars that they rented for the couple months they were there. One student in particular was a Saudi student who, according to him, was literally the son of a Saudi princess. He had wealth that I had not imagined existed. He stayed in a nice hotel instead of finding an apartment, just because he liked it there. He ate at nice restaurants every day. He once asked me, when you go to the shopping, do you think about the price of things? Like what? Yes. That's the only thing I think about. So that means he doesn't think about the price of stuff when he buys it? What's that even like? Anyhow, he told me that when he was a teen and learned to drive, his dad bought him a Rolls Royce, a kind of car that I just had to look up how to spell. He said within the first week of owning it, he was speeding on the highway and totaled the car. So his dad bought him another one. Edit. Wow. After reading through the thread, this is a super common occurrence with rich kids. Kid that went to the exclusive private school across town probably has the worst one I've seen in terms of spending. When he passed his driving permit test, his parents bought him a brand new bright yellow Dodge VIP and let him have at it. He totaled it pretty quickly. Their solution was to buy him a new, black one. He totaled that one. So his parents said, here, have a Hummer. You can't total these things. He then proceeded to drive it into the ocean to show off how cool it was. Didn't have it fitted with a snorkel or anything. And all of this while still 16 or 17 years old. Nothing compared to other stories but best I can come up with. In terms of the syndrome in adults, I had an employee that got her first job at 42 to prove to her dad that she didn't need him. All of her bills were still paid by him, but she was proving she could make it on her own despite not earning anything relatively close to pay for her lifestyle that he was paying for. She also threatened to sue, and the company took her seriously because they knew daddy would pay for it. The reason she wanted to sue? She didn't want to work nights or weekends despite working at a hotel. I play video games with a group of diverse people from a Discord server I'm active in, and oftentimes we just chill out and have conversations about our lives in between our online death matches. Well, there's this one teenager from California who grew up in a very privileged environment. He often doesn't understand normal everyday things that all of us middle class folks talk about. Every now and then we'll be talking about something seemingly mundane, and a term will come up in conversation, and he will interrupt and ask us what we are talking about. For example, last week someone in the voice chat was talking about running an errand to the drugstore, and he stopped the conversation to ask what the hell a drugstore was. Because he literally thought that a drugstore was a place to get illegal drugs, rather than a pharmacy that often sold everyday items. He also was unaware that drinking water could be considered a luxury item, as he had only ever drank sparkling water his entire life. When we asked him if he ever drank regular water, he bemusedly asked us, "But why? I drink sparkling water." For this kid, our median income was 6 figures, and his small median income house he lived in was a multi-million-dollar property. I've never met someone so detached from reality who does not understand the concept of the middle class. No offense to him, because I honestly think he's been brought up in a luxurious environment that sheltered him from the real world, but I seriously wonder how this guy will survive if calamity ever prevents him from living the lush lifestyle he's accustomed to. TLDR rich kids SMH. So, I was working in a restaurant, cook, and my colleague and I were talking with a boy in internship with us. I say internship because that's not actually one. The boy was one of those you can call problem children. He had been dropping school while still in age of mandatory scholarship and was apparently in conflict with his parents. As a result, he was temporarily in social services care and they put him with us for a 2-week internship. From a legal POV, that's all they had without forcing him in school, where he'd bring troubles, in order to convince him to at least take an apprenticeship, half school half internship scholarship. Well, he technically was 1Y too young for that, but they were already working towards an exemption, but that's besides the point. Now, we were having a chat with him after a shift, casually asking if he liked what he was doing with us, stuff like that. He'd tell us that yes, and that he'd like to continue. We follow a bit on the subset of his father, happens to be one of the boss acquaintances. He tells us he still see him, and that he buys him stuff regularly. And that's when he continues, saying he's looking forward to the apprenticeship, so that he could buy with his wage all the stuff his father refuses. He start talking about lots of brand clothes, and finally how he'd buy the last iPhone. We had already noticed he wears brand clothes, but we didn't judge, because we thought it meant nothing, fake stuff and cheat. My colleague politely pointed that all that stuff cost quite a bit, and that maybe that was a bit much to ask to his father. And then he says nah, it's not that expensive. My cousin even changed his iPhone yearly, it's cheap. My colleague blanked and I intervened, bro, just the iPhone is our monthly wage. He didn't seem much fazed by that. We don't know if he didn't believe us, refused to believe us, or was too embarrassed to say a word about that. We changed subjects. But it was that moment we realized that all his problems, his conflicts with his father and the mindset that school is useless, all came from one single thing. He was completely spoiled by money. My friends and I went out drinking one night and ran into this guy who knew one of the friends in our group. I had met him before, and he always seemed like the typical rich boy douche type. He comes up to me and asks how the married life is treating me. I had been married for maybe 3 to 4 months because he was going to law school to be a divorce lawyer. I just said good and tried to ignore the douche canoe. The bar is packed and we are waiting for drinks, and douchebag attorney at law makes a comment about how service industry people are lazy. They're either degenerates or alcoholics. I've been a server/bartender for 10 plus years, and many of my friends have also worked in the industry. My first reaction was to clock him, but I knew better. I told him it's because he's an asshole and no one wants to serve him. And to prove it, I bet him $50 that we could walk into the bar next door and I would have a drink in my hand in less than 5 minutes, while he would have to wait at least 20. What he didn't know is that next door were 2 friends I worked with at a previous restaurant. I walked in, flagged my friend down, and ordered my drink, and informed him of what Rich Boy said. He of course spreads the word to the other bartenders, and he waited at least 30 minutes. Needless to say, he paid for my tab, and a nice tip for the bartender. My favorite are the stories of my rich friends trying to one-up our richer friends. I was in a friend group that was very diverse, and ranged everywhere from the ultra wealthy to the poor. I wasn't rich by a long shot, but I was very comfortable. I miss those days. There were a lot of friends who were comfortably in the 1% of the top 1%, but we also had a friend who was a bona fide multi-billionaire, the top 0.001%. The thing is though, she was insanely humble. There was no point in trying to compete, but that's exactly what rich kid syndrome is all about. If she took her jet to Dallas for lunch, the other kids would get pissed that they might be upstaged, so they would charter a flight and fly them and their entourage to New York for dinner. We would be at the lake, and they would pull up in their big $80,000 ski boats blasting rap music. She would quietly try to sneak in on her $150,000 wooden cigar boat looking like Jane Fonda from Monster-in-Law. They would get irate and leave feeling upstaged yet again. The kids would complain about dropping $20,000 on a first-class flight to China to have their business meetings. It was such a hassle. Her complaint was how it was a hassle to have to upgrade all of their family jets in order to meet the international aviation requirements to fly a plane overseas. Each equipment box was around $20-30K. Her mom would say, exhaustedly, honey, just take the jumbo jet and be done with it. The kids would stomp out and cry to their parents, finally making them break and pay to charter a jet to China. Eventually Mary caught on and stopped hanging out with them because she felt bad that grown kids would try to compete and it wasn't fair to their parents. It's honestly faking pathetic. My cousin was a personal chef, a jack of all trades, for a rich family out of Australia. They like to winter in the States and have a multi-million-dollar estate in the Adirondack Mountains. One day the father of the family asked my cousin where he could get a really nice guide boat, think a large canoe, that you propel using oars rather than paddles, locally. My cousin, knowing that this guy doesn't go on the water at all, takes him to a local outfitting store for a basic boat. The father hates everything there and wants something better. He then starts asking the store manager if anyone in the area makes classical style canoes/guide boats. He gets a name and address for a local artisan. They just show up to the guy's place and he basically demands a boat from the guy. But since all the orders are custom, the man doesn't have one in stock and isn't willing to sell someone else's boat. They eventually settle on a rushed order for a custom guide boat for quite a bit higher than he normally charges. The father writes the man a check on the spot for like $30,000. 2 weeks later the boat is all done and ready for pickup. My cousin is again tasked with picking the boat up, and it is beautiful. Wish I had a picture to link. They bring it back to the house and the father is like, hey, now I need someone to hang it for me. He calls a local renovation company and has some guys come out and hang the new boat above the family fireplace. $30,000 just to put the boat above his fireplace and never take it out on the water. 19 years old kid home from college for the summer brings a trunk full of booze to the event. I'm working at a private beach club. Spends the whole night bragging about his booze, about college parties, antagonizing the staff. Kid is visibly intoxicated, yet still fully intends to drive off the lot at the end of the event. Staff informs the detail cop on duty. It's a small town. Super rich. Very insular. Always talking about how people from my neck of the woods are trouble. Always making excuses for their own. Cop ignores our warning about the underage drunk kid with open containers in his car. He drives off the lot with no consequences to keep partying somewhere else. Less than half a year later, kid is home from college again. Goes out partying with his friends and gets thrown through the windshield of a car driven by his blacked out drunk friend, also 19, and dies from severe physical trauma 5 minutes from his house. That dude would probably still be alive today if that cop had done his job. Ditto his family and his community. His death was totally preventable. But not to these people. I've been back to that same neighborhood in the years that have passed since. The parents are still giving the underage kids booze, still letting them drive drunk, still blaming anything bad that happens on every town and every neighborhood but their own. I know the owners of one of the most successful restaurants in my city, but just as casual familial acquaintances, but enough to get my girlfriend a job at his restaurant. He has a son and daughter who I didn't really know too well, just knew that they were incredibly spoiled, especially the daughter, so here's a few little tidbits about them. Daughter just turned 25. Daddy bought her a brand new Mercedes, not sure which model, but easily a 60-70k car. Daughter becomes hysterical, wildly sobbing and yelling because it wasn't the color she wanted, and she didn't even have prior knowledge she was going to be getting a new car anyway. Already had a new Range Rover as well, and made daddy buy her a new one in the color she wanted. And another story about them, the father owns multiple restaurants/bars, all of which are on the higher end and all in fantastic locations in our city. So, now that his kids are around 30, he decided to give them one of the restaurants to own and manage and basically just create in their image. His son is a really cool dude and we have become pretty good friends since my girlfriend started working there, but he has serious anger issues and a serious on and off drug problem. Anyway, the restaurant/bar he gave them control of was the spot for rich people to go out to and spend tons of cash and buy the multi-$1,000 bottles of wine and champagne and eat their tapas. It was very highly rated and had a fantastic reputation and was turning a huge profit, and on top of that the servers and bartenders were making amazing money on tips. So his children, who are now in charge, decide to completely reimagine the entire restaurant. They had a complete renovation done, changed the name, and turned it into a casual hipster type bar with sheety cover bands on the weekend. The place is barely turning a profit, if it is at all, lost all of its loyal, deep-pocketed clientele, and if it wasn't for the location it would be dead. Literally within a month after all the renovations and the big plans to have their own bar how they want it, they both decided they didn't want to own and manage a restaurant anymore and both just bailed on it and threw it all right back to daddy. Yep, they turned his upscale, fine dining, very well loved establishment into a clone of every other bar in the area and then immediately bailed as soon as they got bored with it. I was from a rural town in the Midwest going to an uppity, private art school. I've seen and heard so many things, but this one girl takes the cake. She made a few odd comments here and there that hinted she was well off. Slowly over the semester her comments unraveled, and we found out she is from a family that is very prominent in a certain business. Anyway, she was actually very nice, and also kind of a ditz. However, she was aware of her ditziness, so it made it more enduring than annoying. All of these things were said innocently. My class was developing film by hand and using our phones to time things out. Our teacher asked us if we cooked, because if we did we'd know how to keep time without looking at a clock. I have a chef, she said without missing a beat. She also casually said one day, have you ever been stepped on by an elephant? It hurts. She also owns giraffes. One day during class we were joking around and said we should ditch class and travel to Europe. I could fly us all there, she said. Why do you have a jet? A different kid asked. She responds, well, it's not a jet. Also during class we got on the topic of presidents, and she chimes in, have you guys ever met Bill Clinton? He's a cool dude. Obviously all of us were like, what the fuck, and she said, what? I've been to his Christmas parties. I'll also throw this one in here. This other kid in my class hung a portrait on the wall of his friend sitting on a very ornate couch surrounded by various gold items in front of a giant gold-laced fireplace. The teacher asked where the heck he took that picture, in a palace or something? The kid responds, that's his house. I moved to Tampa, Florida from the Chicago burbs in 2016 for a sort of digital marketing, paid internship with some business owners I have met through some mutual friends. After being there for a few months it was getting a bit lonely, so I had two friends visit from the Midwest one week. I wanted to show them a good time, so we all got dressed up and went out for a nice steak dinner. My business owner pals joined us with their wives and girlfriends. We had to wait for our table for a bit since we were early, so we all killed time at the bar and got pretty drunk. By the time we were seated there were about 8 of us who were being handed drink after drink while our food was being prepared. Through the conversations my rich friend's wife mentioned Miami being fun, to which my female friend from Indiana said she'd never been. Neither had I or my male friend who was also visiting. Next thing I know one of the business owners is on the phone with a party bus company. It's close to 11 PM at this point and is booking a ride to Miami for the next morning. Everyone is really excited to go, so we finish up dinner and head back to sleep. We meet up at their office around 7 AM and the party bus is waiting there. But the only people who showed up was me, my two friends, the guy who booked the bus, and his new ads manager who looked pretty young. So the 5 of us ride in this party bus all the way from Tampa to Miami, fully stocked with booze, and just get hammered on the way down. When we finally get there we pull up to the Fontainebleau and stumble inside with our bags. Turns out he also booked 2 suites cause we were expecting more people. So my friends and I had our own master suite on the 20-something floor with an ocean-side view, while he and his ad manager took the other. Turns out Live nightclub is attached to the hotel, and that he also reserved a VIP table next to the DJ stage for us that night. When we got dressed up and went they wouldn't let the ads girl in cause she was only 19. So he slipped the doorman a $100 bill and they finally let us all in. Was such an insane night. That is a bit foggy still, but was the time of mine and my friend's life, being that we were all brought up by the poor or average income in small Indiana/Michigan towns. The next day we got food and took the party bus all the way back to Tampa. Only this time we all slept the entire ride back. The ad girl mentioned later that DJ Khaled was at the table near us, but I can't confirm it. Though it wouldn't surprise me being that the entire night costed this guy around $12K. This happened like 6 to 7 years ago, when I was 8 to 9. I'm 16. I moved in Germany and didn't really knew the language. I was with my family who moved there too. My brother, mother, father and cousin with her 2 children and husband. We were at a sea. It wasn't that big. I can swim in around 20 minutes to the other side. And there was a water slide which was really crowded. There was also a 10-ish-year-old girl who thought she was better than us the normal folk. Every time she got to the line she pushed herself in a beachy way through anyone. And even the older kids didn't do anything. I couldn't speak German good enough and was also shy due to bullies in school. So I just shut my mouth. This decision I regret so hard because today I always stand up for myself and don't let anyone do shit with me. I don't get bullied anymore. Since 8th grade, kinda in the 6th grade, the other children made fun of me because I weighed a lot more back then. I'm not fat anymore because I quit sweets, drink only water, and do sport for 2 years. Yet there still are some people who are trying to bully me, but I defend myself, and they kinda gave up. Anyways, the bullying was really bad and hate some people with all my heart and wish their death, but it didn't have any negative consequences on me. I'm very extroverted and have a large enough friend base. ATM. I'm in 9th grade. Sorta crazy. I was friends with this incredibly rich guy through all of middle school up to college. I had an idea when we first met that he was rich, but I didn't know by how much. He invited me one time to go buy some video games and picked me up to go to our favorite video game store. He just walked in and then basically bought every new release for PS2 and Xbox. A bunch of time he was like, hey, I don't know what the hell this is, but the cover looks cool. Probably spent $1,000 casually right then and there. But he was pretty chill about it and would always lend me the games he didn't end up playing, or if he thought a game was super cool and wanted me to experience it so he could gush about it to me. He was super into Metal Gear Solid and wanted me to try Metal Gear Acid. I was like, I'd play it, but I don't have a PSP. Next week he bought me a PSP with the game and would be like, did you do this mission yet / get these cards yet? The thing is, he was actually hiding his wealth at the time. I grew up in the Middle East, so over there it's pretty frowned upon to show off your wealth. So he always kept it under wraps sort of. After we had hung out for more than maybe 2 years is when he started to stop by and pick me up in his Lamborghini or Ferrari. All in all, he was a cool guy, even though he was obscenely rich. I'd like to get in touch with him again, but after I moved to the US I lost touch with him. My family isn't poor, but we are not rich either. I was very fortunate that my parents started a college fund before I was born and added to it with my grandparents throughout my childhood. So when I finally got to college, I was able to work and earn enough to pay my expenses and graduate with no debt at a college. That is definitely not in the cheap range. One of my friends I met in college was the son of an oil executive and also an international student, so he was paying almost double what I paid in tuition. This kid was very friendly and bright when he made an effort, but that was rare. His freshman year at our college essentially consisted of spending money, eating out, and wasting time. I remember getting back to my dorm room after class on a Thursday evening and seeing him in his pajamas, as usual, walking back from the bathroom. I asked him if he went to class this week. He said no. I asked him if he was going to class tomorrow, Friday. He said probably not. That was an average week. I remember one time when he ordered the biggest pizza in town just to say he tried it. He couldn't fit the pizza through his door. He ended up eating one slice and throwing the rest away. Could have given it to other students or the homeless or something, but just tossed it. So eventually, not caring about school caught up to him and he was put on academic suspension. He dropped out and re-enrolled at a university in his home country and never told them that he had spent a year at a different school because it would have ruined his average. Now he's graduated and living in a house his father owns in the mountains somewhere in Europe. One of my ex-sex partners, actually. This girl had it bad and was completely oblivious to it. I'm just a humble old redneck boy raised in a trailer on fried chicken and second-hand smoke, so the differences were starkly apparent to me. We only met thanks to the internet. It's hard to summarize just how privileged and attached this girl was. Honestly, that word, Privilege annoys me nowadays, but she was the epitome of ignorant white privilege, if it ever existed. 100% reliant on parents' money, and nary a clue. Wasteful behavior, completely self-serving, disrespectful towards parents and authorities. The list just went on and on. What stood out the most to me was how her parents set her up during college. They didn't pay for her dorm, or an apartment, or even just her tuition. No, in addition to paying for her schooling, they rented her an entire house just for her. An entire house. Huge living room, top security features, full-assed kitchen, lavish master bathroom and bedroom, a backyard, the whole 9 yards. She had nothing to worry about but going to school on seldom occasions, and literally nothing else, never mind the stuff they also bought her. And at this time, she wasn't even going to school in our city. She had another man on the other side of the country who she stayed with, and went to school there. I'll let you form your own assumptions about that situation. It was what it sounds like. Oh, and did I mention, she was a drug dealer, and an addict, and had been drinking since her mid-teens? She was practically a low-level gangster, had a pistol sitting on her counter at home. Her parents lived in a huge mansion on an island nearby, paid for literally everything she could ever need, and she sold drugs for some reason. She was also rude as hell to servers in restaurants, I might add, and had very little moral fiber to speak of. I could go on and on. Her whole chubby rich girl existence blew my mind. Here I am, working miles off for every quasi nice thing I have, and trying to remember my grandma's advice about not being an asshole to people. Meanwhile she has her life on easy street, and abused every facet of it as much as she could. Edit. Oh, and she also tried to pass as feminist. Told me straight up, laughing, she was using a local feminism rally, just as an excuse to get out of some job she barely cared about going to. I don't know why, or when she got one. Plot hole in my story. Sorry. I wanted to tell her she didn't know a goddamn thing about women's struggles. I'm a sponsored gamer at a local PC gaming cafe in Texas. Basically I play Fortnite in tournaments on their dime, and help out around the lounge. Every Wednesday and Sunday, we get to deal with the Fortnite kids. The Fortnite kids are a group of about a dozen kids/young adults ranging from 21 to 13 years old. They are escorted around town by a driver with a large minivan, presumably paid for by their parents. They play exclusively Fortnite for around 6 hours. They are the rudest, most obnoxious and self-entitled group of kids I have ever seen. Instead of coming up to the desk to ask for help, they will sit at their computers and holler, "Mister, I need your help," until we come to them, no matter how busy it is. They piss on the toilet seats and leave it. They don't flush when they sheet. They will make ramen or popcorn, spill it on the keyboards, pus, and mouse pads and leave without cleaning it up. They are loud. And no matter if there are young kids playing on the consoles near them or not, they constantly swear at the top of their lungs. They are constantly roughhousing and wrestling around expensive equipment. The only reason they have been banned is that they are whales. Financially, we have different rates per hour. Based on how many you buy, you get a discount for buying 3 hours, or 5 hours, or a day pass. They will only buy 1, 2 hours at a time, and just constantly come up to the desk and refresh it. They buy tons and tons of sodas and energy drinks, and never finish them. Half of them don't even get opened. If they would get less than $2 in change, they leave without taking it, and not like in a polite way. I've seen a kid hand me a 5 for a 1.50 candy bar then walk away wordlessly while I'm making change. We recently had to give them a 1-month ban for breaking a keyboard and pretending it wasn't them, and changing the background on all the computers to Bourne. I wish they would stay gone forever. I work as a touring audio engineer for an artist. One of our shows happened to be at Hangout Festival in Gulf Shores, Alabama. We had already finished our performance in the late afternoon. Once we were finished loading out, we are free to do whatever we want and take advantage of things like the free artist bars and whatnot. Needless to say, our crew likes to drink and have fun at these festivals once we are done with our work. Fast forward to that evening, and we are a borderline walking shit show. Again, our AA credentials get us anywhere, since we are there working with an artist. So we decided to take advantage of a VIP area to watch Kendrick Lamar's set, since he was headlining that night and this was the best place to watch it from out front. To preface the situation, we are pretty drunk, but always still respectful to concert goers as they are, why we are there, and able to do what we do. We are partying, and having a good time in this massive VIP area out front, and getting a little wild during the show. That is about the time when we have a group of younger college kids come up to us and ask to see our wristbands. They then had the audacity to tell us to leave when we blew them off. These are festival goers asking us this, like they are security and own the place. I guess it turns out they didn't like how much fun we were having just like the rest of the crowd, and noticed we didn't have wristbands, but didn't notice our AA credentials hanging by our sides. Keep in mind, to get into these VIP areas, it can cost several $100s to get into these areas on top of your festival ticket. Total spoiled rich kids own at this festival. Again, just didn't pay attention to them and blew them off. They then decided to go crying to a group of security in the VIP area, which ultimately lead them to walking back over with security to check out the situation. One of my crew guys noticed and got our attention. They were about 10 feet away when we realized what was going on. All 4 to 5 of us immediately at the same time hold up our AA credentials and kind of dangle them to be seen. Security immediately shrugs and laughs, realizing what is going on and that we are just having a good time like the rest of the folks in that area, and then proceeds back to their station. We then look at the group of kids right after, and one of these guys is completely red-faced and literally crying with anger. Quite an embarrassing moment for them, as this has now captured the attention of others around us. Sorry you didn't get your way, bud. I know you aren't used to that. Previously posted in r/Talus from retail. As I was coming back from my last break today, I heard the operator over the PA system announce, "Would the owner of the black Cadillac license plate 30th, please report to your vehicle." Not an uncommon page, so I just ignored it and went about my work, trying to finish up a few loose ends before the end of my shift. About 15 minutes later, the page repeated, "Would the owner of the black Cadillac license plate 30th, please report to your vehicle." The operator sounded a little firmer this time. It wasn't a question. It was something the owner needed to do immediately. I figured there was an issue they were trying to bring to the owner's attention. A flat tire, headlights on, something simple. Again, I just shrugged it off. A little while later, maybe an hour after the original page, I hear it again. "Would the owner of the black Cadillac license plate 30th, please report to your vehicle. You are blocking a fire exit." There it was. Safety and fire code issues are taken much more seriously. I finished up my work and went to clock out. As I swiped my badge, I heard the store manager's voice over the PA. "Attention customers, to the owner of the black Cadillac license number 30th, your car has been towed. Please see a member of management at the customer service desk." Well, that covered that problem, right? I had to pick up a few things for supper tonight and noticed a low quantity item that I thought a perfect birthday present for my son, who will be 10 in May. The item wouldn't be on shelves until then. I went to make my purchase and was exiting the store maybe 20 minutes after the page about the car being towed when I encountered a customer screaming at the cart attendant. The customer was probably in his early 20s and dressed in high-end apparel. Everything about him screamed affluenza subject. "Where is my faking car? I parked it right faking there an hour ago. Where is it? Did you see who stole it?" The customer pointed angrily at a spot of wall in front of a fire exit, clearly marked as an emergency vehicle only zone. The cart attendant shrugged and replied, "Nobody. It was towed off. Go in and talk to management." I didn't stick around to hear the rest, but I'm pretty sure he had to call mommy and daddy to get his car out of impound. And given his attitude, they probably didn't bother to teach him a damn thing from it. Well, when I was working as a receptionist in a luxurious resort with a golf course, an annoying little brat, no more than 12 years old, asked me if he could drive a golf car. We used some of those to get visitors across the gigantic resort, but only the reception bellboys could drive. But this little brat really wanted to drive one. Then he asked me, "I want to drive that. How much?" I replied that he couldn't as a guest, but if he truly wanted to drive, he could go with his father to the golf course and drive one. but it would be $300 to drive there. It's not that price. I just said a higher amount, so he would give up. But then that little douche said okay, I'll want it. I was like, what the fuck, are you serious? You can't be that spoiled to freely waste $300 just to drive a golf cart around. I said I can't let him do it. I just couldn't. He then just stared dead into my eyes and said, call my father. I called, already fuming, and requested him to come to the front desk. His dad just said this, I'm coming, don't give him anything. 5 minutes later the father arrived. The brat told his version and I explained mine. Then the dad just said, which I laughed hard after, you will drive nothing, go make some friends. Haven't seen you walking with someone since we arrived. It was savage, but the father did not have better manners. He did not apologize and just kept walking with some friends after. The kid did not bother me anymore, but he was really insistent to drive that golf car. I felt bad for the kid after, but not very much. Here's a fun perspective from the middle class. My immigrant father, who left Eastern Europe in the 70s during the rise of communism, came to America at the age of 17, married when he was 22, and was a successful small business owner by the time he was 32. I had a rather comfortable upbringing, but I had to deal with some really obnoxious asholish rich kids with a penchant for casual racism. Wow, for an uneducated foreigner who can't speak English, your father has done well for himself. She says this with total lack of self-awareness. You drive that. Why doesn't your father buy a Range Rover? I convinced my father to buy me a $2,000 '94 Ford Taurus in exchange for working one summer in his company. I figured it would be better to have my first accident in a cheap car. You work for your dad. Why doesn't he just give you money? I don't need college when I'm 22. I'll take my inheritance and become a billionaire at the age 26. He pissed away his entire inheritance through gambling. My personal favorite. I don't understand why poor black people exist. They can easily become rich through basketball. Said by a white Jewish kid wearing FUBU clothing, whose dream was to be a hardcore gangster rapper. But I have to say, holy fuck, the fact that kids today obsess over wealth and fame like it's a status symbol blows my mind. I was taught success was being able to own your own home, car, and have financial stability, not buy multiple mansions, hoes, and become internet famous. Quick backstory. In elementary school I was really good friends with a kid, I'll call him Sam here, who came from a crazy rich family, but being as young as we were I don't think he actually realized it. When we got into middle school he finally understood just how rich his family was. It went to his head, and our friendship ended around that time. Anyway, one day during woodshop, we were making technical drawings and Sam's pencil broke. He didn't have another pencil, so naturally he asked if anyone else had one he could borrow. The kid sitting next to Sam, we'll call him Jake, handed Sam a pencil and went back to work. Sam held the pencil in his hand, turning it over and examining it thoroughly for a while before loudly exclaiming, "I don't use poor person pencils," and hurling the pencil back at Jake. Jake was pretty thick-skinned, so he just made some joke back and kept on working himself. Our teacher was out of the room for some reason, so Sam never got in trouble, and that was sort of the end of the situation. Sam did shit like this all the time though, and he spent the next week in that class trying to convince me that my life was terrible and that he was better than me because his family had more money than mine. One of my favorite quotes from that time was, "You know you'd love to have my life. You'd switch places with me in a heartbeat if you could." He's cooled down and is now much nicer, but I haven't spoken to him in years, and he definitely ruined a lot of his own friendships trying to make himself feel superior to everyone else. This one feels a little more down to earth because it's me, but maybe it isn't. I'm from a pretty affluent county and most kids I went to high school with go to college. My parents paid for my college completely. My own money that I made working over the summers basically went to eating out and personal spending throughout the year, but other than that it was all paid for. Up through the first year or so of college I'd hear friends talking about financial aid and I legitimately believed it was the school just giving them money because their parents' income was below a certain amount. Took me a solid year to learn that it was just a gigantic amount of loans, and that most people that went to college had to deal with that. I honestly never thought we were rich growing up compared to other people in my county, but at that moment I realized how truly lucky I was. I applied for financial aid for my first semester of grad school before I started working for my advisor, and that was the first time I interacted with student loans. Later that year my sibling was worried about grad school because she was concerned about taking on student loans for it. And I had to explain to her that like 95% of the people that go to college have to take on debt, and the fact that she's doing it for grad school only is incredibly fortunate. I was incredibly fortunate that my parents paid for my college. My siblings and I all pursued graduate degrees in fields we were passionate about, partly because we didn't need to worry about paying off student debt immediately after undergrad. Oh geez. Boarding school, the high school senior whose dad landed a chopper on the lower soccer field to catch his son's football game. I think they confided in me because they thought I was rich, but in actuality I just dressed in my dad's Sims hand-me-downs for his government work and was there on lucky stock money my mom made in the market. Big city private school, this G/what, that was a mutual friend I knew in school but hung out with occasionally after college because my friend did. His father-in-law owned a cabin in the Blue Ridge that was basically an estate that clearly had slaves' quarters and such, like Savannah in the mid-northeast. He ate my sandwich out of my hand once, which no one's ever done before as I'm a big guy and people don't do that. Took something like 6+ years to finish college because of his learning disability and ended up in London for some tawny firm. That was the moment I understood the haves and have-nots and what tangible privilege looks like. Not just some liberal browbeating about race, class, or his younger brother that wouldn't take the metro with us because it was dirty and because he never had used anything besides taxis. Or his friend, a lumbering man-child, came over and snatched the controller out of my hand whilst playing Xbox. Not that bad on the outset, but a lot of little examples of entitlement. They behaved like your shitty childhood friend, only they were out of college. Their dad was a prominent lawyer and self-made man whose mother remarried an even richer man. Like wealthy old money. They went from privileged to spoiled rotten do-nothing cunts. As another former friend said, all I have to do is show up. But that relationship ended because his racism and classism was tiring. His parents were both successful doctors, mother was a good self-made woman that never had time for him, and his dad was a bipolar narcissist that sued his treatment facility. His apple didn't fall too far from his dad's tree. I remember him obsessed with getting his half-brother taken out of his parents' will. He lived at home in his 30s and his poor stepdad just wanted to be left alone with his mother. He was apparently a cranky man, understandably. Said former friend would brag his net worth was $250,000, but was too whatever to buy a house and move out. A girl I dated's father founded a wildly successful treatment facility for celebs and grew up in Hawaii. I found her exotic and fell in love immediately. But her mother was some kind of new age, self-absorbed hippie baby boomer piece of shit that was an emotional vampire. Said girl reminded me a lot of the eldest Kardashian, just monotone voice. Cold, like a human drained of their life force in the vampire movies, The Walking Dead. And she knew it to some degree, which is heartbreaking to imagine what could have been. Nothing was ever good enough, especially herself. I grew up lucky enough to be raised overseas thanks to government work, but she would look down her nose when I said I hadn't traveled certain places like Jazz Fest in New Orleans despite the grand plus it costs for tickets and lodging. Like any 20-something has that kind of cash. I will say this, she was the most well put together woman I've ever dated. Taste and style for days. Women would stop her on the street to compliment her whenever we went out. Never too little, never too much. Now she's a stylist and ended up on the front page of YouTube as I'm browsing one day. That was weird. Her dad seemed a good guy but her mother, the one that pushed him to start the treatment center, was horrible in the most passive/aggressive way. In those cases it was one parent born into wealth marrying someone that worked their ass off and bred neglected kids. I mean, it's a cliche to hear the folksy refrain, we didn't have much, but we had each other, but it's true. What if you had everything but each other wasn't much? Rich people just use money in place of love, but it's true. Also it's used to control. Toe the line or you won't get your money. There's two kinds of rich parent mistakes I've seen. Hard-working parents that spoil their kids in guilt money, or old money parents that lord their inheritance over their child to ensure good behavior. I've seen both. My friend's fiancée is the latter, and she's the most uptight drag I've ever hung out with. Terrified of being judged, and just can't seem to have fun, I guess. I certainly learned that inherited wealth is a premium paid to idleness. And we applaud billionaires for only leaving their kids enough to do something, but not to do nothing. What, 20 mil is plenty enough to live off interest and do fuck all. It's fuck you money, as my friend said. From experience and research I found that wealth and narcissism are empirically connected. This is all the same guy. He was absolutely shocked our homes did not have more than 2 bathrooms. Just absolutely shocked. How could we live in such conditions? His mother came to his college dorm to talk to his dorm mates, to be nicer to him. He was annoying and pretentious as fuck. He was in film school and tagged along to a senior shoot, as in a senior's film project. These are expensive. And ruined the night when he lost his frat pledge pin and interrupted the scene to ask everyone if they had seen it. He also took a shower at the location without asking anyone. Booms, by the way, will catch the sounds of even the quietest pipes, never mind those in an old house. He very quickly gained a bad rep, and he was only a few weeks into the school year. You can bet he touted that pledge pin everywhere, and would bring it up in every convo. Ike. He ended up not getting into the frat. A classmate of mine made dinner reservations for him and his parents during orientation. This guy of course met my classmate, was offhandedly told about the dinner, then he called the restaurant and changed the dinner time so that he and his parents could join. Then he told my classmate about the change. I wish I was kidding about this. I know my classmate was astounded and just went along with it to not start the school year badly, which makes sense. We are fresh out of high school and never had to deal with someone like this pig. What do we know? He's probably bragged about his wealth, but I thankfully did not see much of him and tuned out the majority of the garbage he spewed. I did remember he was for McCain. That is until McCain dared to have a woman for his VP. Also, his sister was super hot, which was surprising because he looked like the ugly twin of Seth from Superbad. My parents sent me to private Christian school despite not really being able to afford it. I didn't fit in the greatest because most of the kids were from upper middle class families. Most of the kids weren't bad and would give me stuff from time to time. But there were a few that fit the rich spoiled kid reputation that you assume go to private school. There was this one girl who took the cake. Her dad was a lawyer and the most prominent lawyer in town. She got everything she ever wanted. She came into class her first day literally strutting. Anytime lawyer was mentioned she would mention that what her dad was. When I was about 9 she invited me over to her house. It was a huge house on a hill overlooking one of the most beautiful areas in our town. She had taken over the master bedroom while her parents built a whole new one for themselves. She spent most of the time showing me all the different things she had and how much they cost. Dolls that cost $100 plus and that sort of things. Then showing me just how nice her home was and how expensive everything was there. She later went to a birthday party that I also attended when we were in our early teens. She basically brought a bag full of expensive clothes and perfume. A couple of girls got mad at her constant snobby behavior and hung all of her thongs she brought with her, who brings like 5 thongs to a sleepover, and hung them up in the bonus room we were sleeping in, and sprayed one of her perfumes. She brought like 3. All over the room. A bunch of us didn't agree with it, but we couldn't talk them out of it. She lost her sheet and went on to tell all of us how much everything was and how we would all pay to replace it. We all just laughed at that point. Someone asked why she cared if she could so easily replace them, since she had so much money, and she just huffed and pouted for a while. She used snobby rich kid. When I was young, my family didn't have a lot of money, no cable, dial-up internet until we moved houses, etc. But we always had enough for small things here and there, very middle class overall. I wanted to play football, and my dad suggested I play through our church program. I said sure, and I did it. Lo and behold, the kids at this Catholic private school were rich beyond belief. The coaches were dentists and doctors and financiers, as they were the boys' fathers. They'd all show up in their Escalades and Hummers and all. I don't remember many specific instances, but I played with and knew these guys for about 7 years, and throughout that whole experience, the amount of blatant waste and greed I witnessed have left a lasting impression on me to this day. Anger over the wrong game console, clothing brand, etc. was the most common. A few of them might bitch about it for a whole practice. When I moved, my dad switched jobs and started to earn better money, so we could now afford the things I had missed out on when I was young. I don't think it's just, but I started to get that when you asked for something very specifically and your parents got it wrong, your feelings might be hurt, like you weren't being listened to, and if that was your whole life, you might start to get bitter. Having seen a little bit of both sides of the coin, I think I understand why people act the way they do sometimes. I'm not defending the behavior, but I think most of the time, these meltdowns tend to go beyond, it's in the wrong color, wah. Nothing is owed to you in life, but if your parents ask you if you want something, and then you tell them very specifically what you want, several times, and they still get it wrong, every time, it would start to weigh on you. When someone grows from adolescence to young adulthood, they lose that pass, so from 14 down, I give the benefit of the doubt. I don't know if that kid is getting the attention it needs or not, and if this is how they get that attention, however unhealthy it is, I won't stand in judgment. However, from 15 and up I start to hold them accountable. If you've accrued that much experience, you either have the humility you should, or you have been extended the opportunity to grow that quality. If you choose to act like a child past that point, it's on you, and you're a dick. I used to teach the very wealthy. My favorite was a young teenager from the Middle East. It was his first time in the States, and up until then, he had a very sheltered existence. Apparently he grew up with an army of servants who did everything for him. In any event, he took immense joy in learning how to do his own laundry and cooking his own food. Well, microwaving it, but you get the picture. He was also incredibly bright and hardworking. Even at his young age, he felt he had a responsibility to be successful for his country. What makes this story crazy was that towards the end of my teaching gig, he asked what I would like as a farewell gift. So I told him that I generally preferred a heartfelt thank you letter than some sort of small trinket. Unfortunately, he took that to mean that I wanted a letter and something big. He gave me a lovely letter and a freaking car, which I could not accept because of complicated reasons. To this day, I have no idea how a 16-year-old kid from Kuwait managed to buy a car. My least favorite were these diplomats twins who wanted to attend an Ivy League graduate program, but literally did not know their multiplication tables. I had to somehow get their GRE scores up to 1000. This was over a decade ago, which was well below the average applicant's score. Apparently their daddy promised a rather substantial donation to the university if his daughters were accepted.